Chapter 159. So, when Song Qianhe and the others appeared in Xiao Chen's vision, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to release the Essence Light Arrow. The Essence Light Arrow turned into a beam of light, carrying a boundless killing chi as it flew forward rapidly. This arrow was not aimed at Song Qianhe. This battle was too dangerous. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless and wanted to kill him in one strike. This arrow was aimed at the weakest person in the group, Zhang Jin. As the horses galloped, dust billowed. Suddenly Song Qianhe, who was on horseback, felt a killing chi. When he saw a cold light flying in front of him, he quickly jumped off his horse and shouted, "Enemy attack! Quickly dismount!" Xiao Chen was astonished in his heart. Fortunately, he did not aim the Essence Light Arrow at this person. Looking at his reaction speed, this arrow might not be able to do anything. Zhang Jin was preparing to dismount when the Essence Light Arrow pierced his throat with a "so" sound. The arrow carried a huge force and instantly pulled him off his horse. His body flew backwards and knocked into a cultivator. The flame cloud colt he was riding on was startled and jumped around frantically. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Amidst the chaos, another Essence Light Arrow flew by gracefully. The flame cloud colt under him was immediately startled and jumped around wildly. The scene instantly turned chaotic. In the midst of the chaos, another Essence Light Arrow flew by gracefully. A Biyun Peak disciple was pierced through the throat and pinned to the ground. When Xiao Chen saw that there were no more opportunities, he put away the Soul Slayer bow and took out the Lunar Shadow Saber. He said, "Make your move. Remember to help me delay Song Qianhe." Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun were in disbelief when they saw Xiao Chen kill two people from Biyun Peak in the blink of an eye. After all, these were fellow disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They had some reservations in their hearts. Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun were in disbelief when they saw Xiao Chen attack as he pleased. In the blink of an eye, he had killed two Biyun Peak disciples. After all, these were fellow disciples of Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They had some reservations in their hearts. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Xiao Chen descended from the sky and landed beside Song Qianhe. Behind the flame cloud colt, Song Qianhe saw Xiao Chen's appearance clearly. He was somewhat astonished as he said, "It's you, Lu Ryue's disciple. You actually dare to kill the people of my Biyun Peak. You are truly seeking death." The moment he spoke, the remaining 8 cultivators all poked their heads out. When they saw that Xiao Chen was alone, their initial fear instantly vanished. They surrounded Xiao Chen aggressively. "Since you delivered yourself to my doorstep, don't blame me for being merciful. Kill him," Song Qianhe said with a cold expression. Clank clank. The sound of a saber being unsheathed could be heard. The saber light rose up and the wind howled. 8 silhouettes rushed towards Xiao Chen quickly. Boundless killing intent swept towards Xiao Chen. Song Qianhe did not make a move. In his eyes, Xiao Chen was already a dead man. There was no need to pay any attention to him. He looked into the distance and saw 2 figures rushing over quickly. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun. "That's good as well. It gives me an excuse to make my move on you." Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Chen's expression was calm as he executed the disordered dance of 1,000 years. A strong gust of wind rose from his body. His figure was already in the air, continuously changing his position. Saber lights shot out in all directions and energy flew everywhere. There were clanging sounds. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, left behind a series of afterimages. In an instant he sent out countless saber strikes. Even though he moved later, he arrived first, attacking the 8 people first. His figure flickered. It was hard to tell which was the real one. The people of Biyun Peak looked at Xiao Chen, who was in the air. They could not figure out his figure at all. They could only passively block when the saber light flashed by. In an instant, Xiao Chen single-handedly dealt with these 8 people. Furthermore, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Xiao Chen even held the upper hand. The boundless saber light seemed endless. Combined with the afterimages in the air, it was dazzling. After the disordered dance of 1,000 years was executed, Xiao Chen's body paused in the air. The blue dragon in the river in his body leaped up ferociously. Xiao Chen's feet pushed off the air as though he was on flat ground. His body quickly flipped backward. When they landed, the 8 cultivators all had a few wounds on their bodies. Yan Tianjing, who was in the crowd, suddenly shouted angrily, "I'll smack you to death." Dragon seizing hand. A huge black hand appeared above Xiao Chen's head. It covered the sun as though it covered the sky and pressed down on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He did not expect this Yan Tianjing to be a Yan clan disciple with an inherited martial spirit. He pushed off the ground and quickly dodged. The remaining 7 people did not stop moving. They quickly rushed at Xiaoqin. Saber lights flashed wantonly. The 7 of them used their martial techniques, taking turns to attack Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin did not panic in the face of danger. He brought out all the comprehensions he had gained in the past few days. Using only the basic saber techniques, he broke the martial techniques of these people one by one. There were 8 saber techniques: sweep, hack, push, scrape, sweep, chop, chop, and pierce. Xiaoqin made use of every opportunity he had. He continuously executed them as he fought with the 7 people. Occasionally he dodged the huge black palm descending from above. The heaven-ranked movement technique, Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, allowed Xiaoqin's body to be as nimble as a flood dragon. Although the situation was dangerous, he was not injured at all. These 7 people were Biyun Peak disciples. Normally they trained together. Now that they worked together, their movements were perfect. Xiaoqin could not find any openings in a short period of time. Both sides could only fight in a stalemate. On the other side, Lu Suifeng knew that they had shed all pretense of cordiality. He did not hesitate to draw his saber and fight with Song Qianhe. The 2 of them had grasped the martial techniques of Qingyun Peak and Biyun Peak. Their fight was very intense. However, Song Qianhe's cultivation realm was higher than Lu Suifeng's. He had the upper hand. If it were not for Chu Xinyun helping him, he would have been in danger. Chu Xinyun, have you forgotten the rules of Heavenly Saber Pavilion? They dared to attack their fellow sect members. They have already committed a capital offense. If you continue to fight, you will be considered an accomplice. Song Qianhe saw that the fight was not going to end, so he used psychological tactics and shouted at Chu Xinyun. These words struck Chu Xinyun's weak point. Her hands could not help but pause for a moment. Song Qianhe smiled coldly and took advantage of the opportunity. 3 saber lights appeared in the air. His body was like flowing water and his speed doubled. This was Biyun Peak's 3 flowing cloud images. Lu Suifeng, who had been working together with Chu Xinyun, was caught off guard. He was struck by 3 saber lights and 3 bloody wounds appeared on his chest. Blood immediately flowed out. Seeing Lu Suifeng injured, Chu Xinyun quickly recovered and blocked Song Qianhe's killing move. The 2 of them worked together to block Song Qianhe's attack once again. However, it was clear that they were at a disadvantage. Xiaoqin easily dealt with the saber lights of the 7 people. When he saw this scene, he could not help but sigh to himself. At the crucial moment of life and death, Chu Xinyun is still in a daze. This little girl is unreliable. Shua. Noticing that Xiaoqin was distracted, one of them took the opportunity to increase his speed. The saber in his hand left a small wound on Xiaoqin's arm. Everyone rejoiced in their hearts. After fighting for so long, they finally managed to injure Xiaoqin. Their morale could not help but increase. The cold light on their sabers became even sharper. Xiaoqin smiled faintly to himself. When he saw the huge black hand descending on him again, he purposely slowed down his pace. Xiaoqin was struck by the shockwave from the huge black hand. He stumbled and fell to the ground. After that, he quickly got up in a sorry state. Xiaoqin's back was facing the crowd, and he immediately revealed an opening. A few more saber lights landed on Xiaoqin's body. By the time Xiaoqin turned around, his body was already covered in wounds. He had a pained expression on his face. He looked very miserable. There is no need to waste time. Everyone put in more effort and kill him quickly. Yan Tianjing, who was at the side, sent out another black hand image as he said excitedly. The 7 Biyun Peak disciples became excited as well. Whoever killed Xiaoqin first would be rewarded greatly. At that time, Song Qianhe would definitely reward them handsomely. Their essence was rapidly depleting as they continuously executed all sorts of killing moves. Their originally well-coordinated footwork was now in disarray. They only wanted to kill Xiaoqin quickly. However, these people did not notice that although there were many wounds on Xiaoqin's body, they were not fatal. Furthermore, the wounds were not deep. They were only superficial wounds. Although it looked like a bloody mess, it was actually all superficial wounds on his body. For the past 2 months, Xiaoqin had been tempering his body every day. Regular attacks could no longer leave behind any fatal wounds on his body. Xiaoqin's expression was extremely unsightly as he quickly retreated. His footsteps were very disorderly. Facing the attacks of the torrential rain, he was like a floating leaf swaying left and right. He was surrounded by danger. It seemed like as long as there was one final strike, Xiaoqin would immediately die without a complete corpse. Just at this moment, A Biyun Peak disciple had already left the group far behind because he was in too much of a hurry. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He stopped moving and a boundless flame started to burn in the depths of his right eye. When that person saw that Xiao Chen did not move, he rejoiced. He leaped into the air and hacked at Xiao Chen's head with his saber, creating a strong wind. When the saber was only 2 centimeters away from Xiao Chen's forehead, a flame as thick as a pinky suddenly spewed out from Xiao Chen's right eye. Its speed was extremely fast and it pierced through that person's chest. A hole appeared in that person's chest. He revealed an incredulous expression. When he saw the hole in his chest rapidly expanding, he was incomparably horrified. That person wanted to grab onto something, but there was nothing he could do to stop the spread of the flame. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a pile of ashes and fell to the ground. Xiaojiu. The sudden turn of events caught the Biyun Peak disciples off guard. 3 Biyun Peak disciples who were on good terms with Xiaojiu lost their rationality. They roared angrily and leaped into the air. 3 saber lights, each about 6 meters long, hacked down at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen revealed a disdainful smile. Although this irrational attack looked ferocious, it was actually full of openings. If he used some skill, he could easily receive it. He took a small step back with his right foot and tilted his body slightly, using the 8 steps of the pole formula. He executed the 8 moves of the saber technique, and with a huang dang sound, the lunar shadow saber easily blocked the 3 saber strikes. The huge black hand in the sky condensed again. It wanted to make use of this opportunity to smash down on Xiao Chen. You are really never-ending. Xiao Chen snorted coldly and pointed his left hand to the sky. Using his fingers as a sword, a similarly huge black hand appeared. The 2 fingers of the huge hand were like a sharp sword, instantly breaking Yan Tianjing's dragon-seizing hand. Chapter 160. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He opened his left hand and the huge black hand turned into a huge mountain with 5 fingers. How can this be? My Yan clan's dragon-seizing hand does not have an inherited martial spirit. It is impossible to execute it. How could he learn it? Under Yan Tianjing's disbelieving gaze, the huge hand smashed down and pushed him to the ground. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and the blue dragon martial spirit in his body roared ferociously. A boundless essence poured into his right hand. Xiao Chen swung the lunar shadow saber ferociously, creating a strong wind. He flung away the 3 people in the air. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The saber lit up with a resplendent electric light. He quickly executed drawing the saber. This was the rushing thunder saber technique that was close to great perfection. This saber strike was as fast as lightning. It brought with it a bone-chilling cold wind. It directly chopped the person who was preparing to sneak attack him in half. When the 3 Biyun Peak disciples who were flung to the ground saw their companion chopped in half at the waist by Xiao Chen, the huge visual impact caused them to feel a chill in their hearts. They stood there blankly for a moment before rushing over again. Xiao Chen smiled gently and took a step forward. Another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Xiao Chen's aura slowly rose. Facing the 3 Biyun Peak disciples charging at him, Xiao Chen grasped the saber hilt tightly with his right hand. He casually pulled and drew a resplendent arc in the air. The arc flickered with electric light. Explode! Xiao Chen shouted and the electric light on the arc trembled violently, giving off a loud sound. It created a sharp shockwave. The air exploded like flowing water and the 3 people were immediately knocked back. Footsteps came from behind. The remaining 3 people had already surrounded him from behind. Xiao Chen ignored them. Accompanied by a bolt of lightning, his body soared into the sky. This rushing heaven chop had already been executed to perfection by Xiao Chen. His body seemed to tear through space as he streaked across the sky like a beam of light. The rainbow light disappeared in a blink of an eye. After a long distance there was a loud explosion. A cultivator's body was pierced through, exploding into pieces. Hovering in the air, Xiao Chen's body strangely paused in the air. Thunderclaps continued to explode behind him. The sound waves shook the surroundings, causing the leaves in the dense forest to fall. Because he was afraid of being distracted, Song Qianhe had not been paying attention to the battle at the side. Now that Xiao Chen had caused such a huge commotion, he had no choice but to look. In the end, Song Qianhe turned pale with fright. Originally he thought he could easily take down Xiao Chen. However, he had already killed 3 Biyun Peak disciples. Furthermore, he held the upper hand. Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun were astonished at Xiao Chen's strength. They quickly delayed Song Qianhe, preventing him from helping. The battle between the 3 of them became even more intense. Song Qianhe was very anxious. His attacks became heavier and heavier, forcing the two of them to retreat. However, after Chu Xingyun used her true strength, the two of them had no problem blocking Song Qianhe's attacks. Rushing thunder chop. Xiao Chen shouted and his saber gave off a bright glow. It was like lightning descending from the sky. Xiao Chen landed on the head of a Biyun Peak disciple. The lunar shadow saber quickly chopped down, and a kasi sound rang out. The spirit weapon that person used to block was instantly split in half. The lunar shadow saber did not stop as it continued to descend, chopping that person in half from head to toe. Looking at the two people at the side, Xiao Chen did not stop at all. His movements were like flowing water as he executed the rushing thunder second chain chop, taking advantage of the situation. Xiao Chen's aura rose to its peak. The feeling he gave off now was like the god of thunder. The rushing thunder second chain chop that he had accumulated energy for 4 moves was executed. The force contained in the saber had reached its peak. Its speed was also at its peak, making it impossible for anyone to block it. Shwa! The two people at the side were cleanly cut into 2 halves. The flickering electric light on the blade charred the 2 corpses black from the electric shock. There are still 3 left. Xiao Chen withdrew his saber and stood upright. The aura on his body slowly dissipated. At this moment, the 3 people were already scared out of their wits. They wanted to run but they did not dare to. They were afraid that Song Qianhe would settle the score with them later. If that happened, they would not have a good time in Biyun Peak. His essence should be almost exhausted, there is no need to be afraid. The 3 of them comforted each other and rushed at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and his body suddenly became blurry like flowing water. The lunar shadow saber in his hand split into 3 afterimages, and his speed instantly doubled. This is the 3 flowing cloud images. How does he know it? This was a secret technique that only the true inheritors of Biyun Peak could learn. After it reached great perfection, it had the might of an earth-ranked martial technique. Now that Xiao Chen executed it, the 3 of them could not understand. Caught off guard, Xiao Chen moved like flowing water. He left a horrifying wound on each of them, causing blood to flow. Interesting, Xiao Chen thought to himself. He did not expect the 3 flowing cloud images to have such might when imitating it with the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. It was as gentle and silent as flowing water, but it had the momentum of a surging river. It flowed without end and could move at will, making it hard to grasp. This was the essence of the 3 flowing cloud images. After executing the 3 flowing cloud images, Xiao Chen suddenly comprehended something. Sudden comprehension was a wondrous state that could only be discovered and not sought. Xiao Chen completely forgot about the situation in his surroundings. He was immersed in the state of the 3 flowing cloud images. Using the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula, Xiao Chen continuously simulated the 3 flowing cloud images. His entire body seemed to have turned into a small trickling river, flowing continuously. The river water slowly became turbulent, turning into a gushing river. It surged forward and created countless waves. That's not right, this is not the feeling that the 3 flowing cloud images want. Xiao Chen shook his head and his footwork started to change. The gushing river slowly calmed down, turning into a pool of calm seawater. There were no ripples on the surface of the sea, it was as smooth as a mirror. The clouds in the sky moved quickly in the sea, it was like there was another sky here. The water under the sea flowed slowly. The huge rocks that were as tall as mountains were silently eroded by the water, turning into small depressions. Xiao Chen suddenly woke up. When he looked at his surroundings, he could not help but be startled. He had actually walked 100 meters without realizing it. The 3 Biyun Peak disciples were also dragged over by Xiao Chen. There was not a single part of their skin that was unscathed. They were covered in wounds of varying depths. They could not be any more dead. Wherever Xiao Chen passed by, a 1-meter-wide gully appeared. It was like flowing water had flowed through it. It was so smooth that there were no ripples at all. Song Qianhe looked at all this in astonishment. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he muttered, "This is the state of perfection like water. Even my father has not reached this state." Taking advantage of the moment Song Qianhe was distracted, Lu Suifeng shouted and the saber light on his saber sword. As the saber light approached, Song Qianhe felt a dangerous aura. He quickly recovered his wits and swung his saber to block this attack. Xiao Chen took a step forward and stared at Song Qianhe, who was fighting. Yan Tianzheng, who was beside him, had already recovered and was struggling to stand up. Dragon seizing hand. Xiao Chen did not even bother looking at him. A huge black palm appeared from nowhere. He clenched his fingers and turned them into a huge fist. The ground trembled and Yan Tianzheng was smashed into meat paste. Xiao Chen had a faint smile on his face as he walked towards Song Qianhe. He used his spiritual sense to form a huge deity in the air. That deity opened its eyes. Its gaze was like a torch as it tore through the air and stared at Song Qianhe. This was a deity that was once imitated by an ancient sage. Naturally, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was not as strong as a sage's. However, it was more than enough to deal with Song Qianhe. Song Qianhe, who was fighting with Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun, felt a formless pressure. It was like a pair of eyes pierced through time and entered his mind. As Xiao Chen got closer, the pressure slowly increased. He felt like his heartbeat was synchronized with Xiao Chen's footsteps. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of his heartbeat became louder and louder, like it was going to jump out of his chest at any moment. Song Qianhe thought to himself, what's going on? That person is just an inferior grade martial master. There is no need to panic, I need to remain calm. Although he was doing his best to remain calm, it was like his limbs were bound by something. Lu Suifeng took advantage of this opportunity to leave many wounds on Song Qianhe's body. Xiao Chen did not make a move. He simply stood quietly at the side and continuously focused his spiritual sense on that deity. Golden halos appeared behind the deity that could not be seen with the naked eye. The golden light was very dazzling and resplendent. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from the deity's eyes. The golden light seeped into Song Qianhe's soul. Song Qianhe's body trembled and his eyes opened wide. His body was actually temporarily restricted. After the deity shot out this golden light, it immediately shattered. Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His body turned into a flood dragon and soared into the sky. He created a cloud of dust as he passed by Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun. In an instant he arrived before Song Qianhe and hacked at his chest. Boom! There was a loud sound of metal clashing. This fellow actually wore a superior grade earth-ranked battle armor on his chest. Xiao Chen's saber strike did not kill him in one strike. However, the huge force gathered on the saber sent Song Qianhe flying. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. It was clear that he had suffered significant internal injuries. Song Qianhe came to his senses. Seeing that he had lost the upper hand, he turned around to leave. Trying to run? Leave the ice crystal flower behind. Lu Suifeng roared angrily and flew up. The small saber in his hand spun continuously in his palm. He casually tossed it out and the spinning small saber caused the surrounding air currents to blow up an intense hurricane. The hurricane rose from the ground and instantly engulfed Song Qianhe. Miserable cries came from within. When the hurricane stopped, Song Qianhe fell heavily from the sky, his body covered in wounds. Xiao Chen went forward and removed the universe ring from his hand. Xiao Chen gently touched it and a large number of inferior grade spirit stones fell out. There were also many good quality medicinal pills and gold notes. Xiao Chen found the ice crystal flower and handed it to Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng revealed a faint smile and happily received it. Seeing at least 100 inferior grade spirit stones on the ground, the smile on Lu Suifeng's face became even wider. He asked Xiao Chen, "What do we do with these spirit stones?" His meaning was very clear. He wanted to split the spoils. However, Chu Xinyun was here so Lu Suifeng could not say it out loud. He wanted Xiao Chen to say it. Chapter 161. How could Xiao Chen not know what he meant? He cursed in his heart and smiled faintly. What else can we do? Split it among the three of us. When Song Qianhe, who was severely injured by Qingyun Peak's secret technique, saw that Xiao Chen wanted to split his spirit stones, he scolded angrily, "You bunch of paupers, trash. Don't touch my spirit stones, otherwise Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. He stepped on his face and interrupted him. After that, he stomped on his face a few times. Withdrawing his foot, Xiao Chen slowly placed the lunar shadow saber on Song Qianhe's throat. The danger of death frightened Song Qianhe until he turned pale. "Don't kill me, my father is the peak master of Biyun Peak. He is already a peak martial king. If you kill me you will not be able to escape." Chu Xinyun advised, "Young Master Yi, we cannot kill Song Qianhe. If we kill him we will have no way out." Xiao Chen found it funny. Even at this moment she is still talking about not killing Song Qianhe. If I let Song Qianhe go, could it be that I am waiting for him to recover and seek trouble for me? Just as Xiao Chen was deep in thought, a dagger flashing with a cold light suddenly appeared in Song Qianhe's sleeves. He got up and stabbed at Xiao Chen. Song Qianhe seemed to have prepared this move for a long time. It was incomparably fast. Although Xiao Chen was deep in thought, he kept his guard up. Just as the cold light was about to reach him, he quickly dodged to the side, dodging the killing move that Song Qianhe had prepared for a long time. Wuxia. Seeing Xiaochen dodge, Song Qianhe instantly changed his target. His right hand moved quickly and the dagger stabbed into Chu Xinyun's body. It dyed her pure white clothes red. Song Qianhe did not stop and quickly let go, pushing Chu Xinyun away. There were still a few flame cloud colts there. It was an opportunity for him to escape. Xiaochen's expression turned cold. A huge black hand appeared out of nowhere. Just as Song Qianhe was about to mount a flame cloud colt, it grabbed him tightly. Xiaochen pulled back with his right hand, causing Song Qianhe to scream as he was pulled back. With a loud bang, Song Qianhe landed heavily on the ground. Xiaochen went up and stepped on Song Qianhe's face, continuously stepping on it. After a while, Song Qianhe's handsome face was badly mutilated from being stepped on. He groaned in pain. "Don't kill me," Xiaochen could not be bothered with him. A cold light flashed on the lunar shadow saber and he hacked at Song Qianhe's neck. When Chu Xinyun, who was in Lu Suifeng's embrace, saw this, she said weakly, "Yi Chen, don't kill him, you can't. Were all women so narrow-minded? You nearly died, yet you still say not to kill me." Xiaochen smiled coldly to himself. He paused for a moment before continuing to chop down. Every true inheritor of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has a trace of qi stored in the main hall. If you kill him, they will investigate your identity immediately. The Divine Saber Camp will chase you to the ends of the world, Chu Xinyun said anxiously. There is such a thing? Xiaochen knew a little about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Divine Saber Camp. It represented the most elite force of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Everyone in there was an expert and they had a lot of combat experience. Xiaochen felt very depressed. He spun his saber and the back of the lunar shadow saber hacked at Song Qianhe's neck, knocking him out. When Chu Xinyun saw the situation, her pale face relaxed. She took out a porcelain bottle from her bosom and handed it to Xiaochen. "There is a medicinal pill in there. Feed it to him later and it will erase all his memories of today." Xiaochen was slightly stunned. He received the medicinal pill and pried open Song Qianhe's mouth. Then he ruthlessly shoved the medicinal pill down Song Qianhe's throat. Lu Suifeng looked at the wound on Chu Xinyun's chest. He did not know what to do. He said anxiously, "Yi Chen, what should we do? The dagger is still stuck in Xinyun's body. Should we pull it out?" Xiaochen frowned slightly. He lowered his body and looked at it carefully. Song Qianhe's move was very ferocious, it was very strong. Song Qianhe had stabbed the entire dagger in. Fortunately, the situation was urgent and he did not injure any vital points. The dagger was stuck in Xinyun's left shoulder. Lu Suifeng had already sealed a few acupoints nearby, temporarily stopping the bleeding. "Put this medicinal pill in first. I will try to see if I can pull it out now." Xiaochen took out a blood-replenishing pill from the universe ring and handed it to Chu Xinyun. Chu Xinyun received the blood-replenishing pill and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She was not in a rush to put it in. Instead, she asked, "Yi Chen, did you refine this yourself?" Xiaochen was currently trying to figure out how to pull out the dagger stuck in her left chest. He did not have the time to answer her question in detail, so he just nodded his head vaguely. Xiaochen turned his spiritual sense into a thin thread and sent it into the wound. He saw that there were countless tiny hooks on both sides of the dagger. They were tightly embedded in Chu Xinyun's flesh. Xiaochen took in a deep breath of cold air. His impression of Chu Xinyun changed slightly. The hooks were tightly embedded in the wound. It was easy to imagine what kind of pain it would bring to her. Chu Xinyun was in such great pain, yet she was able to remain so calm. It was not simple. Lu Suifeng, who was at the side, asked, "Yi Chen, are you confident? This dagger has to be pulled out as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer it drags on, the more serious it will be." Xiaochen's expression turned grave. Naturally, he understood this principle. However, he was not a professional. Although he had his own ideas, he was not 100% sure that it would work. There are many hooks on this dagger, they are already embedded in the flesh. Furthermore, the wound is very deep. I'm not very confident. After hesitating for a while, Xiaochen decided to speak the truth. Xiaochen placed the jade cloud pill in his mouth. The refreshing medicinal energy turned into a cooling sensation as it gathered at the wound and slowly circulated around. Chu Xinyun felt the pain lessen significantly. She revealed a warm smile as she said, "I believe in you. Do it." Lu Suifeng also said from the side, "Yi Chen, do it. Be decisive, don't drag this out." This Lu Suifeng made it sound simple. This concerns a human life. How can I not be cautious? Xiaochen thought to himself. Xiaochen took out a piece of wood from the universe ring and handed it to Chu Xinyun. "Here, put it in your mouth." "What is this for?" Chu Xinyun asked suspiciously as she received the piece of wood. Xiaochen was a little speechless. He did not expect that she would not understand such a simple principle. He explained, although I know you are very good at enduring, the instant I pull the dagger out, it will be extremely painful. I'm afraid you will not be able to resist biting off your own tongue. When Chu Xinyun heard how horrifying Xiaochen's explanation was, she was somewhat afraid. She slowly placed the piece of wood in her mouth. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he smiled faintly and said, "Can I ask Miss Xinyun a few questions? Just shake your head or nod your head to answer me." Chu Xinyun nodded her head. Xiaochen asked, "Miss Xinyun's double eyelids, are they natural or acquired? Are you born with one eye and you shake your head the other day?" What a strange question. Chu Xinyun's face was filled with doubt. However, she still nodded her head. Xiaochen smiled faintly and continued to ask, "Then Xinyun is really a natural beauty. There should be many guys chasing after her in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, right?" A blush appeared on Chu Xinyun's pale face. She looked like a pure little red flower in the depths of the mountains. She looked exceptionally pure. Although she was embarrassed, Chu Xinyun still nodded her head. Xiaochen smiled faintly and continued asking, "With so many pursuers, has Miss Xinyun taken a fancy to any of them? Have you ever had a passionate relationship with one of them?" Xiaochen's questions were getting more and more embarrassing. Chu Xinyun's neck was already red. This was the first time someone of the opposite sex was so direct, asking her such a question in front of her. She shook her head to indicate that she had not. Xiaochen continued to ask such questions, slowly diverting Chu Xinyun's attention. His right hand had already unknowingly grasped the dagger hilt. Xiaochen was extremely focused. He focused all his spiritual sense on the wound where the dagger was inserted. He carefully observed the taut flesh on the barb of the dagger. "It's time," Xiaochen thought to himself. "It's time to be ruthless." Xiaochen had a smile on his face as he said very sincerely, "If that is the case, then Miss Xinyun has no experience with men. What kind of question is this?" Lu Suifeng's jaw dropped. He did not expect Xiaochen to ask such a perverted question. Chu Xinyun's mind also went blank. Her eyes revealed anger as she stared at Xiaochen. It was like she wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. However, Xiaochen could not be bothered with her. The instant he asked the question, he focused all his attention on the wound. He did not dare to be distracted. Xiaochen's spiritual sense could feel Chu Xinyun's emotions fluctuating rapidly. The flesh on the barb of the dagger started to contract rapidly. Shua. Xiaochen took advantage of this opportunity. When the barb of the dagger was completely squeezed out, he decisively pulled the dagger out. Blood spurted out and splattered all over Xiaochen's face. Xiaochen quickly pressed on the acupoints in front of the wound. Only then did the blood stop spurting out. Looking at the smooth dagger, aside from blood, there was no flesh on it. Xiaochen smiled in satisfaction. Chu Xinyun had not recovered her wits yet. She was distracted earlier and had almost forgotten about the dagger in her wound. The sudden intense pain caused her to frown. Her facial features scrunched up as she bit the piece of wood in her mouth. After a long time, she finally caught her breath and spat out the piece of wood in her mouth. Thinking of the earlier question, she could not care about her weak body. She sent a slap at Xiaochen and scolded, "Hooligan!" Xiaochen smiled faintly and easily grabbed Chu Xinyun's wrist. He used his palm to strike her neck heavily, causing her to faint. Lu Suifeng asked anxiously, "Yi Qin, what are you doing?" Xiaochen explained, "She is extremely weak now. Her body will not be able to take it if she gets angry like that. It is best for her to rest first." Actually, Xiaochen felt a little guilty in his heart. He was afraid that Chu Xinyun would continue to cause trouble. "Oh." Lu Suifeng nodded and suddenly remembered the earlier matter. He asked hesitantly, "Brother Yi Qin, what did you mean by that question? I have to explain this matter to him. Otherwise there will be a big misunderstanding." Xiaochen said, "The design of this dagger is very vicious. There are barbs all over it. They are already deeply embedded into Chu Xinyun's flesh." Although she did not cry out, her body was actually in a state of high tension. Her muscles were very tense. If Xiaochen could not think of a way to distract her, she would bleed twice as much when she draws the dagger. Chapter 162. After Xiaochen said this, he paused for a while. He took out the dagger and said, "The surface of the dagger would not be as smooth as it is now. At the very least, a large piece of flesh would come out. I'm afraid she would be in so much pain that she would bite through the wood." Lu Suifeng thought for a while and felt that what Xiaochen said was reasonable. His expression turned warmer as he said, "Yi Qin, thank you. Not only did you help me retrieve the ice crystal flower, you even saved Chu Xinyun. Xingyun must still be misunderstanding you. I'll help you explain later. Xiaochen smiled faintly and patted Lu Suifeng's shoulder. Don't say that. I received so much care from elder sister Ryue and Qingyun Peak. Doing this is something I should do. As for explaining or not, there is no need. After all, her situation is more or less recovered. I am not familiar with her, so it is fine to take the blame. After Xiaochen spoke, he took out a blood-replenishing pill and a roll of bandages from his universe ring. This bandage was something he had bought for himself after he was injured by the ice ape last time, just in case. The bandages were coated with good quality medicine. They were much more effective than ordinary bandages. Xiaochen handed the bandages and medicinal pills to Lu Suifeng and said, "Go and bandage her wounds." Lu Suifeng received the bandages and medicinal pills and gestured around Chu Xingyun a few times. However, he did not know how to do it. After a while, he said with a flushed face, "Brother Yi Qin, you should do it. I really have no experience in this." "Damn, you just told me to be more decisive. Now that it's your turn, you are shrugging." Xiaochen said helplessly, "Aren't you chasing after her? This is such a good opportunity to show off, yet you are giving it to me. Are you kidding me?" Lu Suifeng said hesitantly, "Men and women should not touch each other. I'm afraid that when Xingyun wakes up, she will blame me." Normally Lu Suifeng was very carefree. Now he was acting like this. Xiaochen felt impatient in his heart. He took the medicinal pills and bandages back. Selah. This was not the first time Xiaochen did this. He was very familiar with the process. In an instant, he tore off a long strip of the clothes around Chu Xingyun's wound. A large patch of snow-white skin was revealed. Xiaochen had already trained his mental fortitude long ago. He took out a blood-replenishing pill and crushed it before applying it on her skin. Then he lifted Chu Xingyun's arm and bandaged it up. Done. After tying the bandage, Xiaochen got up and said faintly. After doing all this, Xiaochen started to collect the spoils of war. He actually found another 50 inferior-grade spirit stones on Yan Tianjing's body. In addition to the inferior-grade spirit stones from the 7 Biyun Peak disciples, Xiaochen had a total of more than 200 inferior-grade spirit stones. When Xiaochen was tidying up Song Qianhe's universe ring, aside from some medicinal pills and spirit stones, he unexpectedly discovered the 3 flowing cloud images martial technique. Xiaochen gave half of the spirit stones to Lu Suifeng. However, Lu Suifeng insisted on not taking it. He said that he was already very satisfied with the ice crystal flower. Furthermore, these people were all killed by Xiaochen. It was not reasonable for him to take more spirit stones. Xiaochen was helpless. He symbolically gave him 10 spirit stones before Lu Suifeng was willing to take it. After that, Xiaochen started to clean up the battlefield. He burned all the corpses on the ground with his purple thunder true fire. When Xiaochen saw the flame cloud colts not far away, he noticed that these spirit beasts did not scatter. Xiaochen was afraid that he might have left some traces behind. So he could only kill all these valuable flame cloud colts. After looking at the unconscious Song Qianhe on the ground, Xiaochen revealed a look of disgust. He kicked him and sent him hanging from a tree branch at the side. After doing all this, Xiaochen walked over to Lu Suifeng and said, "Chu Xingyun needs to pick those herbs. There is no time to waste. I will help her pick them. When she wakes up, we will leave immediately." Lu Suifeng thought for a while and said, "I don't remember very clearly. She only thought I said it once. There was ice heart grass, hidden frost flower, frost fruit, and there seemed to be purple snow lotus. They were all rank 5 herbs. They were not hard to find." Xiaochen thought for a while and said, "Take care of her first. When I return, we will leave immediately." After Xiaochen spoke, he quickly left the place, disappearing from Lu Suifeng's vision. After a while, he stopped on top of a large tree. The spirit core in Xiaochen's spiritual sense quickly extended out. Instantly, all the surrounding herbs appeared in Xiaochen's mind. There were too many herbs. Xiaochen started to give instructions, eliminating all the herbs that were not rank 5. After that, he only left about 100 rank 5 herbs in his sea of consciousness. This way it would be much easier to find them. Xiaochen opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. He had already found where the ice heart grass was distributed. There were rank 4 spirit beasts, frost snakes, in that area. Xiaochen thought for a while and came up with a countermeasure. It was just a rank 4 spirit beast, there was no need to spend too much effort on it. On the other side, as Xiaochen was doing his best to pick the herbs, Chu Xingyun woke up earlier than expected. The main reason was because Xiaochen had underestimated Chu Xingyun's strength. Furthermore, because her body was too weak, he did not deal a heavy blow. Chu Xingyun slowly woke up. She felt dizzy and dizzy. After a long time, she slowly woke up. She looked at the bandages on her chest. Her pretty face immediately turned red. She said to Lu Suifeng, "Suifeng who tore my clothes?" Lu Suifeng was startled. He was afraid that Chu Xinyun would misunderstand him. He quickly distanced himself. "Brother Yi Qin was the one who tied it up for you. I'm not very good at this." Chu Xinyun revealed a sullen expression as she struggled to sit up. She leaned against a tree and said, "This Yi Qin? I originally thought he was just a smooth talker. I did not expect him to be such a lecher. He does not care about propriety or honor." No wonder senior sister Lung scolded him as a lecher. Lu Suifeng felt ashamed in his heart. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, he quickly repeated what Xiao Chen had explained to him to Chu Xinyun. After Chu Xinyun heard it, she thought about it for a long time. She knew that what Xiao Chen said made sense. Knowing that he had misunderstood Xiao Chen, he had an awkward expression on his face. However, he did not want to admit defeat. He said, That doesn't mean he could just casually tear a girl's clothes. Furthermore, he said such vulgar words." Bang! Xiao Chen's figure suddenly landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He was surprised to see Chu Xinyun awake. He said in astonishment, "When did you wake up? You need to sleep for at least 10 hours. Otherwise your body will take a long time to recover." Seeing Xiao Chen suddenly appear, Chu Xinyun's face turned even redder. Xiao Chen looked at Lu Suifeng and the two of them exchanged glances. Xiao Chen understood what was going on. He could not help but sigh in his heart. This matter was nothing in his original world. However, it was so troublesome in this world. He tossed a bottle of blood-replenishing pills to Chu Xinyun and said, "If you insist on not sleeping, then take this medicine for 3 days. Take it orally and apply it externally. Take it once a day." After Xiao Chen spoke, he waved his hand and passed the herbs he had picked to Chu Xinyun. A silver warship flew out from his right eye and he jumped onto it. Lu Suifeng supported Chu Xinyun and followed. When Xiao Chen saw the two of them board, he immediately controlled the warship to fly towards the entrance of Evil Wind Valley. After a while, Chu Xinyun organized the herbs. She discovered that they were all the herbs she needed. Not a single one was missing. She walked behind Xiao Chen and thanked him in a soft voice. Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, "There is no need to thank me. We are even now." He thought about his actions carefully and felt that there were indeed a lot of things that were not appropriate. Although his actions were done with good intentions, it was inappropriate to say those words to a girl. This was probably the reason why Xiao Chen helped her pick the herbs. In the end, he wanted to make it up to her. "That's right, Suifeng. Are our 3 horses fine?" Xiao Chen changed the topic. Lu Suifeng said, "They are fine. If we leave, the people there will continue to take care of them for us. When we have time, we can come back to collect them." The journey was silent. Xiao Chen did not say anything after that. He piloted the silver warship and raised its speed to the limit. It turned into a silver bolt of lightning as it flew through the sky. When they could see Lingyun Mountain Range, Xiao Chen slowed down. There were countless restrictions of various sizes in the sky above the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If it were not for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's warship and spirit pet, they would not be able to barge in even if they had 9 lives. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not make such a mistake. When they neared the foot of the mountain, they slowly landed the silver warship. Then the 3 of them headed for Lingyun Mountain Range. After entering the mountain, Lu Suifeng wanted to send Chu Xinyun back. Xiao Chen returned to Qingyun Peak alone. At this moment it was nearing dusk. By the time Xiao Chen rushed to Qingyun Peak, night had already fallen. Xiao Chen had experienced a lot of things today. He felt incredibly fatigued. After he entered his room, he immediately went to sleep. In the middle of the night, Xiao Chen vaguely heard a series of violent knocks on his door, startling Xiao Chen awake. Xiao Chen opened his eyes unwillingly. He was in a bad mood as he opened the door. He called out, "Who is it? Are you not letting me sleep?" Wuxia. A sharp killing chi covered the sky and earth. It startled Xiao Chen to the point where he was no longer sleepy. He suddenly woke up and quickly retreated. A small saber flashing with a cold light brushed past his nose. "Are you awake? Do you still want to sleep?" Naturally, aside from Lu Ryue, there was no one else who could use such a valiant method to chase away his sleepiness. Xiao Chen looked at Lu Ryue, who had a cold expression and a grave expression. He asked carefully, "Elder sister Ryue, what happened? Why did you wake me up in the middle of the night?" Lu Ryue's eyes turned slightly red. She said angrily, "You still have the cheek to say that? After such a big thing happened, you did not even say anything to me before lying down and sleeping. Do you not respect me, your master?" Xiao Chen had never seen Lu Ryue so angry before. Although she had a bad temper in the past, it was different from today's situation. Aside from being angry, Lu Ryue also seemed a little sad. Her tone was filled with disappointment. Xiaochen quickly thought of why Lu Ryue was angry. He explained, "Elder Sister Ryue, I feel that I have already dealt with the matters in Evil Wind Valley. There are no more problems." Chapter 163. Suddenly, a pig's head appeared beside Xiaochen. It said in a trembling voice, "Yi Qin quickly apologized to my sister. She knows everything." The sudden appearance of a pig's head startled Xiaochen. After he looked carefully, he discovered that it was a human face that had been beaten swollen. Xiaochen looked for a long time but could not recognize this person. "Who are you?" "I'm Lu Suifeng." Lu Suifeng's mouth was swollen as he stuttered. He was crying in his heart. Even Xiaochen could not recognize him. When he went out tomorrow it would be over for him. Xiaochen felt ashamed in his heart. He tried to explain for Lu Suifeng, "Elder Sister Ryue, actually, for the sake of retrieving the ice crystal flower, that was my idea. It has nothing to do with Brother Suifeng." Lu Ryue shook her head, "You are not in the wrong. The one in the wrong is Suifeng. He was careless in the past and exposed his whereabouts. Furthermore, he even brought an unrelated person with him. We had to obtain the ice crystal flower. Even if we had to offend Biyun Peak, we had to get it back. You were able to help Qingyun Peak retrieve the lost ice crystal flower. Not only were you not in the wrong, you also performed a meritorious deed. However, I do not understand. After such a big thing happened, why did you not tell me immediately? Do you know how serious this matter is?" Xiaochen felt guilty in his heart. He said in a soft voice, "I thought that after Song Qinhe consumed the medicinal pill and destroyed all the evidence, it would not be a big deal." Lu Ryue smiled coldly, "You are too naive. That little vixen is the same. Let's not talk about whether there is an antidote for a medicinal pill that causes a person to lose their memories for a day. Even if there is no antidote, he will only forget today's memories. If he had planned this from the start, even if he forgot today's events, he would be able to deduce who snatched the ice crystal flower based on where he was." Xiaochen's back broke out in a cold sweat. Why did he think of this? He thought that as long as Song Qinhe forgot today's events, there would not be any problems. Now it looks like he thought too simply. Lingyun Mountain Range, Biyun Peak, a place with extremely dense spiritual energy. This was the peak where all the spiritual energy in Biyun Peak gathered. It was also one of the 7 branches of the underground spirit vein in the entire Lingyun Mountain Range. It could be said to be one of the places with the most abundant spiritual energy in the Great Qin Nation. Cultivating on it would allow one to absorb spiritual energy 4 or 5 times faster than a regular person. However, there were only a few people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who could enjoy such treatment. An old man sat cross-legged on a boulder at the peak of the mountain. The spiritual qi in the surroundings was like a mist, constantly pouring into his body. Wisps of green smoke rose from his forehead. This person was the peak master of Biyun Peak, Song Quebec. His cultivation had already reached the peak of Martial King, and he already had 1 foot in the Martial Monarch realm. 20 years ago, many of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's elders had died. An expert like Song Ke was now one of the top 10 in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Bo, bo, bo. The sound of hurried footsteps could be heard, and a figure quickly rushed over from the foot of the mountain. He carried a thick saber on his back. When he was about 10 meters away from the old man, he slowly stopped. He had an extremely nervous expression on his face. When Song Ke felt this person, he slowly opened his eyes. There was a gleam in his eyes as he looked at the person. He frowned slightly and said unhappily, "Gong Ming, didn't I tell you not to disturb me for the next half a month?" This person called Gong Ming was Song Ke's last disciple. Although he was not a true inheritor of Biyun Peak, his status and position were much lower than a true inheritor's. In the entire Biyun Peak, aside from the elders, he was the only one who dared to disturb Song Ke's cultivation at this moment. Zhao Gongming felt somewhat nervous. He said softly, replying to Master, "Someone from the main hall sent news earlier. They said that the aura of the life medallion that junior brother left in the main hall is extremely weak. It seems, Song Ke's expression turned grave. He said sullenly, "Seems like what?" Zhao Gongming braced himself and said, "It seems like his life could be in danger at any moment." Bang! Song Ke suddenly stood up and the rock he was sitting on suddenly shattered, turning into countless fragments. When the wind blew, the fragments turned into powder and were carried away by the wind. A surging killing intent flashed past in a flash. Song Ke quickly hid his emotions and said, "When did this happen? Where did Qinhe go?" Who did he go with? Tell me in detail. Before Zhao Gongming came, he had already made some inquiries. At this moment he reported everything in detail. Yesterday junior brother brought 6 Biyun Peak disciples. They were all medial grade martial grandmasters and above to Evil Wind Valley. The news I heard was that Lu Ryue needed the ice crystal flower in Evil Wind Valley to use as an ingredient to save people. I'm not sure where junior brother got this news from, but he brought people to Evil Wind Valley in advance. Since then there has been no news of him. A cold light flashed in Song Kei's eyes. He said coldly, Lu Ryue? You better pray that nothing happens to her. Otherwise I will destroy Qingyun Peak completely. Come, let's go to Saber City. In Saber City City Lord's residence, Gu Yunbin carefully listened to Zhao Gongming's narration. After that he said to Song Kei, Brother Song, don't be anxious. I will arrange for people to search for your son. Song Kei cupped his hands and said, I will have to trouble City Lord Gu. There were spies from Saber City within a radius of a few hundred kilometers. Going to Evil Wind Valley to find a person was not a difficult matter for Gu Yunbin. After 2 hours there was a result. An outer disciple quickly walked in and said, reporting to City Lord, we have found senior brother Song in Evil Wind Valley. Should we bring him back? Song Kei said, don't bring him back. Bring me to the scene immediately. I want to see who is so daring. In Evil Wind Valley, Song Kei looked at Song Qinhe who had been dragged down from the tree. Rage burned in his eyes. Song Qinhe's face was covered in shoe prints. He did not look like a human anymore. The few Biyun Peak disciples beside him quickly cleaned up the blood on Song Qinhe's body. Then they fed him medicinal pills and bandaged him. Then they used their essence to treat his injuries. After a while Song Qinhe slowly woke up. When he saw the people in front of him he did not understand the situation. He asked curiously, Father, senior brother, why are you here? Where am I? Damn, why is it so painful? The moment Song Qinhe said that, he discovered that his lips were in extreme pain. Only then did he realize that he was severely injured. There were bandages all over his body. What's going on? Where are Xiaojiu and the others? How did I become like this? Who did this? Song Qinhe did his best to remember. However, he could not remember how he became like this. Forget worry pill. Gu Yunbin and Song Kei exchanged glances. They both had an answer in their hearts. The two of them walked behind Song Qinhe and stretched out their right hands. Pure and surging essence entered Song Qinhe's body. The essence moved quickly in Song Qinhe's body. Soon, it found the medicinal pill in his dantian. The two of them exerted force at the same time. Song Qinhe opened his mouth and spat out a green liquid onto the ground. Gu Yunbin withdrew his hand and said, if another day had passed, the medicinal energy of this forget worry pill would have completely permeated his body. At that time, even if a martial sage made a move, it would be useless. Since your young master is fine, I will take my leave first. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, only one person had the forget worry pill. The matter of Song Qinhe being attacked was incomparably complicated. It involved the internal strife of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Gu Yunbin did not want to get involved in this matter, so he took his leave first. Song Kei did not stop him. He said, this Song owes the city lord a favor. I will repay it in the future. After Gu Yunbin led the people of Saber City away, Song Qinhe completely remembered what happened yesterday. His eyes were filled with hatred. Yi Qin, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. In Qingyun Peak, Xiao Qin had not slept since he was woken up last night. The pig-faced Lu Suifeng beside him said, Sis, it is not as serious as you think, right? Lu Ryue smiled coldly, I think you have been bewitched by that woman. You have lost your intelligence. Just wait, the people from Biyun Peak will definitely come before sunset. Xiao Qin felt slightly worried in his heart. This matter was mostly his idea. He said, Elder Sister Ryue, if these people really come, you can push all the responsibility to me. I am well aware of it. At worst, I will just leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Lu Ryue heard this, she smiled gently. Her charming face revealed a gentle expression. Don't you want to learn listening to the sword and communicating with it? When Xiao Qin heard this, he was stunned. During his time in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had asked around in his spare time. His understanding of listening to the sword and communicating with it had deepened. He discovered that it was almost impossible to grasp listening to the sword and communicating with it. Lu Ryue took the lunar shadow saber from Xiao Chen's hands and drew it out with a huang dang sound. A cold glint flowed on the black blade, and traces of electricity slowly leaped about. She pointed the saber at the sky. When the sunlight shone on the saber, it gave off a faint glow. The streamlined saber was filled with a boundless beauty at this moment. Lu Ryue looked at it seriously and muttered, "You are doing this for this saber, right? If you just leave, don't you want to undo the seal in the saber?" Xiao Qin thought of the arrogance sealed in the saber. He felt dispirited. If he could not learn listening to the sword and communicating with it, he might not be able to undo the seal in his life. "You don't have to worry about the matter of Biyun Peak. I said it before, the fault lies with Sui Feng, not you. You have done well. I only resent you for not discussing such a big matter with me." "Elder sister Ryue, Xiao Qin felt that the words were stuck in his throat, but he could not say them. Lu Ryue smiled brilliantly. Her pretty face was like a flower, she was like a fairy from the mountains, filled with a special charm. "Don't say any more, I forgive you. Remember, don't do it again. Today I will borrow your lunar shadow saber." Lu Ryue swung the lunar shadow saber in the air. The saber buzzed continuously in the air. Suddenly, it released an intense electric light. It was as resplendent as the sun, dazzling and dazzling. At this moment, the rank 6 Thunder Rock demonic core merged with the saber, broke through its previous restraints. The aura of a peak martial king spread out without restraint. An ear-piercing thunder roar came from the saber. It was like a thunder rock leaped out from the saber and roared angrily. A visible ripple spread out in the air. Xiao Qin and Lu Suifeng, who were behind Lu Ryue, felt a huge pressure. It was like their shoulders were bearing a weight of 10,000 tons. It was incomparably painful. Chapter 164. This is a superior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Lu Suifeng exclaimed in astonishment. This was a true superior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. It was only a step away from becoming a subdivine weapon. The Qinwu continent had not seen a heaven-ranked spirit weapon for several hundred years. He did not expect to see a heaven-ranked spirit weapon here. Furthermore, it was a superior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Xiao Qin's heart was filled with shock as well. He could not understand how Lu Ryue was able to recover the lunar shadow saber to heaven-ranked. Lu Ryue held the lunar shadow saber and stood there proudly. Her clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. She looked down the mountain and said indifferently, "Let's go, they are here." Lu Ryue sheathed her saber and the aura of the lunar shadow saber disappeared. She led Xiao Qin and Lu Suifeng down the mountain quickly. No one said anything, their expressions were extremely grave. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they saw a group of cultivators rushing towards Qingyun Peak aggressively. They did not hide their killing chi at all. They left a trail of dust behind them, startling countless birds. When they got closer, everyone could clearly see the appearance of the people. The person leading them was the last disciple of Biyun Peak's peak master, Song Ke, Zhao Gongming. Behind him were several Biyun Peak elders. They were all martial saints. Song Qianhe, whose head was wrapped like a mummy, was in the middle of the group. Xiao Qin counted carefully. Including Zhao Gongming, there were 7 martial saints and 10 martial grandmasters. Among them, Zhao Gongming was the strongest. He was a medial grade martial saint. The other martial saints were only inferior grade martial saints. It was not strange for there to be so many inferior grade martial saints. After reaching martial saint, every step forward was extremely difficult. Many people would remain in the inferior grade martial saint realm for their entire lives. Hence, people like Lu Ryue, who reached peak martial saint at the age of 24, were terrifying. Even so, Xiao Qin was worried for Lu Ryue. There were so many martial saints. Although their cultivations were lower than Lu Ryue's, their numbers could make up for the difference. Song Ke hid himself in the clouds in the sky. He looked at Lu Ryue and the others with a sinister gaze. Song Qianhe's life was not in danger. Furthermore, there was no concrete evidence to prove that the dead Biyun Peak disciples were killed by Xiao Qin and Lu Suifeng. As a peak lord, it was not suitable for him to show himself at this moment. He could just let the younger generation cause a ruckus. It would be best if they could force the one at the top of the mountain out. Song Ke looked at the towering peak of Qingyun Peak and muttered, "Old eccentric Lu has been hiding on the peak for decades. Whether he is dead or alive, he should at least come out. Right now, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is lacking in manpower. You do not wish to see a little girl become the pavilion master, right?" Song Ke's gaze pierced through the boundless space, as if he could see the peak of the mountain. Ever since the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's great tribulation 20 years ago, the old pavilion master had passed away. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion no longer had a pavilion master. The old pavilion master's daughter, Lung Liusu, became the young pavilion master. The elders' assembly managed the Heavenly Saber Pavilion together. As the saying went, a family could not go without a master, a nation could not go without a ruler. The danger of such a situation was self-evident to the development and prestige of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, before the old pavilion master died, he did not leave behind a clear will. Furthermore, there was more than one person in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who was qualified to become the pavilion master. Due to all the compromises, it resulted in the current situation. The old pavilion master's daughter would inherit the position of Heavenly Saber Pavilion's pavilion master. The one who was most dissatisfied with this was Song Quebec. Although his strength was still far from those old monsters, he was still qualified to inherit the position of pavilion master. He was the youngest. That's right, he was the youngest among the peak martial kings in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He was only 50 years old. After he advanced to martial king, he would have no problem living to 200 years old. His resentment for the position of pavilion master was the strongest among all the peak lords. All along he had been looking for an opportunity to swallow up Qingyun Peak. At that time he would have the strength of two factions. He would have a greater say in the elders' assembly. Song Qinha's pursuit of Lu Riyue was mostly due to Song Quebec. Song Ke had turned a blind eye to Song Ke's underhanded methods and acquiesced to them. Actually, Song Ke had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. If it were not for the apprehension in his heart, he would have used forceful methods long ago. Song Ke looked at the peak and entered deep thought. At the foot of the peak, Lu Riyue took the initiative to speak first. Zhao Gongming, what are you trying to do by bringing a bunch of trash and old men here? Before Zhao Gongming could speak, Song Qianhe, whose face was covered in bandages, said angrily, Lu Riyue, your disciple killed 8 of my Biyun Peak disciples. According to the sect rules, you have to hand him over. Otherwise you will be considered an accomplice. Lu Riyue frowned and a murderous intent shot out from her black eyes. She glared at Song Qianhe, scaring him into taking a few steps back. Lu Riyue mocked, a piece of trash like you is not embarrassed to be a true inheritor of Biyun Peak. You're already like this. You can imagine how strong the ordinary disciples of Biyun Peak are. Who knows which Tom, Dick, or Harry killed them? When Zhao Gongming saw Lu Riyue being so unyielding, he did not get angry. Instead he rejoiced. He said, Senior Sister Lu, don't change the topic. 8 Biyun Peak disciples did die. Furthermore, junior brother Song saw them being killed by Yi Qin. As for whether he was the one who killed them or not, we will hand him over to the law enforcement hall. Lu Riyue removed the golden identity token from her waist and said in a deep voice, Look at the identity token in my hand clearly. I am the Peak Master of Qingyun Peak, not your senior sister. Whether Biyun Peak disciples died or not, even if the law enforcement hall's people come, they will not be able to take them away from me without any evidence. Zhao Gongming smiled coldly and said, Qingyun Peak is just a faction with only one disciple. Are you not embarrassed to use your status to suppress me? Lu Riyue smiled. Her smile was very beautiful, causing the surrounding people to look at her. Their minds became dazed for a moment. Even if there is only one person in Qingyun Peak, it is not something trash like you can laugh at. Right after she spoke, Lu Riyue had already rushed forward. She left behind afterimages in the air and arrived before Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming did not panic. Instead he was secretly delighted. Even if there was no evidence, as long as Lu Riyue made the first move to injure someone, their actions this time would not leave any room for others to talk about. However, he soon stopped smiling. A resplendent light lit up and the lunar shadow saber was drawn with a huang dang sound. The aura of a rank 6 demonic beast, which was equivalent to a peak martial king, surged towards him. Even with Zhao Gongming's strength as a medial grade martial saint, his breathing actually became hurried before this overwhelming aura. His originally smooth movements became sluggish for a moment. Zhao Gongming gave up on drawing his saber. He controlled his body and quickly retreated. However, this saber was simply too fast. Furthermore, it borrowed the might of the heavenly weapon. The saber light still left a long wound in front of Zhao Gongming. The wound was not deep, but as blood spurted out, it quickly dyed the clothes in front of his chest red. The battle could start at any moment. After the remaining 7 martial saints recovered from their momentary daze, they quickly attacked Lu Riyue. This was a battle between martial saints. These martial grand masters could not interfere. Saber chi flew everywhere and figures flashed about. Xiao Chen and the others could only see some blurry figures. The range of the battle grew larger and larger. Occasionally there would be cries coming from the battlefield. An inferior grade martial saint of Biyun Peak cried out miserably as his arm flew off. Everyone was fighting with all their might. Lu Riyue did not show any mercy. She fought with her life on the line. Whenever her opponent left a wound on her body, she would immediately counterattack tenfold, not retreating at all. Using the might of the heavenly weapon, Lu Ryue was not at a disadvantage in terms of aura. Instead, the 8 martial saints of Biyun Peak became more and more fearful as they fought. Occasionally, someone would lose an arm or a large piece of flesh. A few strands of saber chi flew towards Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng. Xiao Chen used his palm as a saber and executed drawing the saber. With a bang, the strands of saber chi were reduced to nothing. Lu Suifeng said anxiously, "Yi Chen, what should we do? If this goes on, even if Sis can obtain victory, she will be severely injured. The other side still has 10 martial grandmasters who have not made a move. We are not a match for them. Don't rush me, I'm thinking of a way." Naturally, Xiao Chen was able to think of the problem that Lu Suifeng could think of. He looked at Song Qianhe, who was in the crowd, and thought very quickly. Song Qianhe looked coldly at Lu Ryue. He did not care much about the casualties in the battle. Aside from Zhao Gongming, the rest of these martial saints had been stuck at inferior grade martial saint for many years. This time Xiao Chen had brought them here to send them to their deaths. The true elites of Biyun Peak had not come. Even if they all died, he would not feel any heartache. Biyun Peak could afford to waste their resources, unlike Qingyun Peak, which only had Lu Ryue. As long as she fell, the others could be dealt with easily. Heaven rank spirit weapon? It looks like this operation is going to fail. Should I make a move? Song Ke looked at the battle below from the clouds. He frowned slightly, he could not make up his mind. In the battle, Lu Ryue took advantage of an inferior grade martial saint's opening and pierced the air with her lunar shadow saber. She stabbed the saber into this person's heart. Her right hand trembled, and a surging essence flowed along her arm and into the saber. Boom. With a loud bang, that person's body exploded into countless pieces, shattering into pieces. Blood sprayed out in the air like rain, slowly falling down. Lu Ryue's decisiveness and cold-bloodedness caused the surrounding cultivators to tremble involuntarily. Although they were not afraid of death, when they saw such a cruel way of dying, they could not help but feel a deep fear in their hearts. This is too ruthless. She did not care at all, killing as she pleased. Is she really not afraid of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's rules? Everyone could not help but think this in their hearts. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was distracted, Lu Ryue did not stop moving. She swept her saber horizontally and chopped an inferior grade martial saint beside her in half. Lu Ryue, don't go overboard. Zhao Gongming shouted hoarsely. In an instant, 2 inferior grade martial saints died miserably at Lu Ryue's hands. Lu Ryue's reply was an even more ferocious attack. She held her saber with both hands and her entire body was covered in blood. She was like a crazed demon, like an evil spirit that came out of hell. She did not care about the wounds on her body. Cassie. Chapter 165. Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his right fist tightly. His fingertips pierced deep into his flesh, causing blood to flow out. He could not remember the last time he was so angry. I hate it. To think that I had to let a girl risk her life to protect me. Xiao Chen felt his heart bleeding. Biyun Peak Song Qianhe, even if I have to face the boundless pursuit of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, I, Xiao Chen, swear to tear you into pieces. I will return today's humiliation tenfold in the future. 2 people fell in an instant. The situation immediately tilted in Lu Ryue's favor. The number of wounds on her body increased continuously, but she did not fall. Her face was already covered in blood. It was a horrifying sight. The remaining martial saints revealed fear in their hearts. They started to move very carefully, hoping to protect themselves. However, this caused them to die even faster. Lu Ryue did not care about the wounds on her body. She used her saber in exchange for a life. Pu Si. One of them left a long wound on Lu Ryue's body. Blood spurted out. Another martial saint chased after her. Lu Ryue did not care about her pursuers or the incoming attack. She stabbed her saber into the body of an inferior grade martial saint. Her essence erupted and immediately shattered all the bones in his body. Sia. The attack of the person behind her left another wound on Lu Ryue's back. However, Lu Ryue did not seem to feel it. She grabbed the weapon of that person with her left hand and turned around, creating a strong wind. Under this person's horrified gaze, his head was directly chopped off. Soon, only Zhao Gongming was left standing in the field. The remaining 7 martial saints all fell to the ground. They died without a complete corpse. There was not a single complete corpse. Blood flowed all over the ground. The pungent smell of blood was nauseating. When Zhao Gongming saw the hellish scene in front of him, his right hand, which was holding his saber, could not help but tremble. He thought to himself, this Lu Ryue is too ruthless. She is ruthless to herself and even more ruthless to her enemies. Do I have to risk my life against her? I'm not like these old men. I still have a bright future ahead of me. I am already a medial-grade martial saint at the age of 30. My future is bright and I have great potential. Such a thought appeared in Zhao Gongming's mind. After a while, this thought spread like wildfire, getting out of hand. If she, Lu Ryue, wants to risk her life, why should I, Zhao Gongming, do the same? How foolish. Lu Ryue smiled coldly to herself. With one glance, she could tell that Zhao Gongming was afraid. She casually wiped the blood off her face. Xiaoqun grasped the saber hilt again. The blood in his hand flowed down the saber blade and dripped onto the ground. The black blade of the lunar shadow saber was dyed scarlet, making it look like a blood saber. Looked very strange. Kill. Lu Ryue shouted, and an overwhelming killing chi pressed down on Zhao Gongming. Xiaoqun's figure turned into a blurry white figure in the air. The electric light on the lunar shadow saber crackled. It was boundlessly resplendent and dazzling. When Zhao Gongming saw Lu Ryue flying over, he clenched his teeth and sent out a saber light with his saber. Their figures changed rapidly in the air. At first, everyone could still see their figures, but in the end their speed became faster and faster. He could only see two white shadows swaying non-stop, and there was also the light of lightning blooming in the air. Metallic clangs rang out continuously as saber chi flew in all directions. The rocks that came into contact with the saber chi immediately shattered into countless pieces. The surroundings of the two turned into rubble in the blink of an eye. Bang! Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Xiaoqun's heart tightened. He quickly looked and discovered that it was Zhao Gongming. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Boom! Lu Ryue descended from the air and kicked Zhao Gongming's chest heavily. Zhao Gongming's injuries worsened. He tasted something sweet in his throat and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Zhao Gongming landed heavily on the ground with a bang. He looked at Lu Ryue, who was getting closer to him. His eyes were filled with horror. Trash like you dares to laugh at my Qingyun peak for not having anyone? Lu Ryue walked over to Zhao Gongming but did not make a move. A faint aura locked onto her in the sky. As long as she made a move, she would suffer a destructive blow. Lu Ryue looked at the clouds above her head and the corner of her lips curled up in a mocking smile. The setting sun was like blood. When it shone on her, she looked very miserable. After hiding for so long, are you not embarrassed? Old fogey. Lu Ryue shouted and quickly drew the small saber at her waist. The saber spun quickly in her hand, creating an intense wind. A strong wind blew and kicked up a large amount of dust. Xiaoqun could not help but close his eyes. Kill? The spinning saber left Xiaoqun's hand and formed a berserk hurricane in the air. There was a sharp cold light in the hurricane. It whistled as it headed for the white clouds in the sky. Its aura was like a rainbow as it surged forward. The hurricane sped through the air and grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a hurricane that was dozens of meters wide. It was very horrifying. Boom! There was a loud sound in the sky. The hurricane crashed into the white clouds in the sky. A clump of white fog appeared on the horizon, attracting everyone's attention. They did not understand why Lu Ryue attacked the white clouds in the sky for no reason. When the clouds scattered and everyone saw the scene in the sky, they were all astonished. Song Ke stood quietly in the sky. He held Lu Ryue's small saber in his right hand. There was no change in his expression. He was incomparably calm. He was like an old man in meditation. As he stood in the sky, his aura was withdrawn. He was as calm as flowing water. However, there was a natural might coming from his body. It made everyone feel insignificant. Little girl, are you bullying my Biyun sect because there is no one around? Song Ke snorted coldly. His voice was not loud, but it reverberated in the ears of Lu Ryue and the others. It caused the chi and blood in their bodies to surge. It was clear that this voice contained a high-level secret technique. Bo. Right after Song Ke spoke, he flicked his finger. The small saber in his hand turned into a blur in the air. It gave off a bright light and broke through the air, creating a long shockwave as it headed for Lu Ryue. The small saber arrived in an instant. One breath ago it was far away. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Lu Ryue. The force of the saber created a strong wind. The bloody dust on the ground was picked up by the strong wind and scattered in all directions. In an instant, the dust filled the entire space. This was the strength of a peak martial king. With a gentle flick of his finger, there was such a shocking aura. Everywhere the light passed, it could topple mountains and split rocks. Dang! A clear clanging sound came from the flying dust, and after the dust settled, the sound was heard. After the dust settled, everyone saw Lu Ryue holding her saber horizontally in front of her, blocking the small saber descending from the sky. Blood leaked from the corner of her mouth. It was clear that she suffered internal injuries. The small saber spun continuously on the back of the lunar shadow saber. Lu Ryue held the saber hilt tightly with her right hand and placed her left hand on the saber. Even so, Lu Ryue continued to move backward. Her footsteps rubbed against the ground, giving off a rustling sound. The situation was dire. If Lu Ryue could not hold on, the small saber would pierce through her chest. The small saber would pierce through Lu Ryue's chest. After that, she would definitely die. Xiaoqin felt very anxious. However, at this moment he could only worry. There was nothing he could do. Lu Ryue was currently in a weak equilibrium. Although it was dangerous, her life was not in danger. If he helped, this equilibrium would be broken. Without the strength of a martial king, he would not be able to maintain this equilibrium. If he helped, he would only cause Lu Ryue to die even faster. Who? Just at this moment, a white dragon suddenly came out of Lu Ryue's body. The white dragon circled around Lu Ryue and roared at Song Ke in the sky. The dragon roared in all directions. It was vast and boundless. A huge might surged towards Song Quebec. Song Ke frowned slightly. His body paused in the air and moved slightly. The aura of the small saber immediately weakened. Lu Ryue took advantage of this opportunity and shouted. She swung her saber and flung away the small saber. Then she stretched out her hand and caught the small saber that was about to fall. No wonder this small saber was so strong. It turned out that Song Ke left a strand of his chi in it. Only by breaking this strand of chi could she break this move. A peak martial king, a peak master, actually made such a ruthless move against a junior. This is too shameless, Xiaoqin cursed hatefully in his heart. The white dragon that suddenly appeared should be Lu Ryue's martial spirit. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would do such a thing. When Xiaoqin saw the white dragon return to Lu Ryue's body, he felt it was familiar. However, he could not remember where he had seen it before. When Song Ke saw that his move was broken, a trace of anger flashed on his face. Although he did not use his full strength in this move, it was still very strong. However, it was actually broken by a junior. Song Ke felt that he had lost face. He snorted coldly and his body descended from the sky with a boundless aura. He landed heavily on the ground, creating an intense shockwave that surged towards Lu Ryue. At this moment, Lu Ryue was already like an arrow at the end of its flight. How could she block the attack of a peak martial king? Her body was immediately knocked back by the shockwave. When Xiaoqin saw the situation, he quickly rushed forward and caught Lu Ryue. He took out a blood-replenishing pill and fed it to Lu Ryue without giving her any room to refuse. You are of my grandfather's generation, yet you dare to make a move against a junior. Don't you feel ashamed? Xiaoqin helped Lu Ryue up and glared at Song Quebec. Before Song Ke could say anything, Song Qianhe, who was hiding in the crowd behind him, said, "What kind of status does my father have? Is it up to someone like you, who is not even worth dog shit, to speak to him like that?" Xiaoqin looked at Song Qianhe and smiled coldly. After failing to propose, you resorted to despicable methods. You want to use a life-saving medicine to threaten others. For someone to have a son like you, it is easy to imagine what kind of person your father is. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Anyone can teach this kind of person a lesson. Song Ke's face turned red. He had tacitly agreed to all the things that Song Qianhe had done. Although he knew he was in the wrong, it was not up to a junior to speak to him like that. A surging killing chi, the aura of a peak martial king, surged towards Xiaoqin without any fear. Song Ke's ice-cold face revealed a murderous intent. "Ignorant junior, do you dare to say another word?" The azure dragon martial spirit circled around Xiaoqin's body continuously. The pressure on Xiaoqin's body immediately decreased. He looked straight at Song Ke without any fear as he said loudly, "You have no respect for your old age. You have no sense of shame. You have no sense of propriety, righteousness, or honor." Chapter 166. Xiaoqin was prepared to die when he said these words. A bona fide peak martial king would not even need to use a tenth of his strength to easily kill Xiaoqin. However, ambition was important. Wasn't a man living in this world for the sake of pride? Xiaoqin did not care about his status and used his strength to attack his master. Furthermore, Lu Yueru was already severely injured, yet he still dared to make a move. At this moment, if Xiaoqin did not say anything, he would not have any backbone. What kind of man would he be? He might as well die. Song Ke's face was covered in frost. Ever since he became the peak master, he could not remember how many years it had been since someone dared to scold him like this. Furthermore, it was an insignificant inferior grade martial grand master. What a sharp tongue. Are you not afraid of biting your tongue? Go to hell. The moment he spoke, Song Kei's body started to turn blurry. He floated towards Xiao Chen like flowing water. Everywhere he passed, it was like he was flowing through a river. The blood on the ground was actually swept clean. 3 flowing cloud images. Xiao Chen thought to himself, when Song Kei executed this 3 flowing cloud images, it was like moving clouds and flowing water. There was no hesitation at all. Everything was natural and natural. It was like a gushing river, not giving off any sense of danger. If this was one day ago, Xiao Chen would definitely not be able to block Song Kei's 3 flowing cloud images at its peak. However, when Xiao Chen was in the dense forest the previous day, he suddenly gained enlightenment and entered the state of perfection like water. His understanding of the 3 flowing cloud images reached a level that no one before could understand. Xiao Chen gently tossed Lu Ruiyue into Lu Suifeng's hands. His mind was calm as he did his best to recall the state he was in yesterday. At this moment, Song Kei did not seem to have any killing moves. However, Xiao Chen knew that if he did not enter the state he was in yesterday, he would immediately be killed by Song Quebec. At this critical moment of life and death, Xiao Chen instantly entered the state he was in yesterday. His entire being turned into a calm sea without any waves. From an outsider's perspective, both of their figures had become extremely blurry. One of them was like a gushing river, while the other was like a calm ocean without any ripples. Boom! The river and the ocean collided. A surging shockwave spread out in all directions, like countless splashes of water. Bang! 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 Water splashed in the air and emitted violent explosions. It was like a tempestuous storm, deafening, continuous, and majestic. Song Kei took 3 steps back. His heart was filled with shock. Perfection like water was a state that could only be grasped in legends. How could he possibly know it? The huge force flowed into Xiao Chen's body. In an instant, Xiao Chen felt like he was going to explode. He felt Song's energy. In his sea of consciousness, the calm surface of the ocean that he had transformed into immediately stirred up waves after waves after waves of energy spread outwards. After Xiao Chen transformed into a sea, Chen sea, the calm sea, there it Xiao who was in a Chen's body. Xiao the of the Xiao Chen. Chen. Of Chen of Chen's of a Chen. Of a Xiao. A Chen of Xiao of Chen of Chen. The group of people behind him could not understand either. A strange look flashed in Lu Ruiyue's eyes. There were many kinds of states. Listening to the sword and communicating with it was one of them. She, who had grasped the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it, could somewhat understand what was going on. If a person comprehended a certain state to its peak, they would have a huge advantage when fighting with someone else using the same martial technique. Lu Ruiyue had experienced this herself. Song Kei said coldly, "Perfection like water. I want to see how strong it is." Song Kei could not accept the pride of a peak martial king. He had practiced the 3 flowing cloud images for his entire life, yet he could not even compare to a junior. After Song Kei spoke, he turned into a gushing river, surging towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen frowned. He did not dare to be careless. He guarded his heart platform and materialized a boundless ocean. Perfection like water, water benefits all things but does not compete. Xiao Chen understood something in his heart. This 3 flowing cloud images was, in essence, a defensive and counterattacking martial technique. Forcefully materializing it into an offensive martial technique would only be putting the cart before the horse, neglecting the essentials. However, Song Kei did not care about this. He relied on his cultivation realm and continuously charged at Xiao Chen. There were loud sounds of raging waves. The surrounding air started to tremble. After the trembling, there was an unending chain of explosions. The surrounding crowd did not dare to get too close. They all retreated. Song Kei's raging waves kicked up huge waves one after another on the calm surface of the sea. The sound of the waves surged. It was incomparably terrifying. On the vast ocean, Xiao Chen was like a small boat drifting with the wind. He rose and fell with the waves. It looked like he would be swallowed up at any moment. However, after a while, this small boat did not get swallowed up. It continued to drift along with the waves, tossing and turning. Pooh! Song Kei retreated once again. He had already charged at Xiao Chen more than 100 times. Every time he used a huge force, it seemed like he was just a little short of exploding Xiao Chen. However, he did not succeed every time. This time he completely lost his patience. His eyes revealed an extremely impatient expression. He waved his right hand and a thick saber flickering with a cold light appeared in his hand. Killing chi spread out. Song Kei had never wanted to kill a person as much as he did now. Furthermore, it was an inferior-grade martial grandmaster that he would not even bother to look at normally. Mountain-splitting chop. Break for me. Song Ke shouted loudly. The light on his saber was withdrawn. There was nothing fancy about it. However, it carried an aura that could split mountains. He hacked at Xiao Chen and instantly broke through the formless ocean that Xiao Chen had turned into. Not good. Yi Chen is in danger. Seeing Song Ke give up on using the 3 flowing cloud images, Lu Riyue cried out in alarm. She wanted to go forward and help, but when she circulated the essence in her body, she could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. She staggered and was about to fall backwards. Lu Suifeng quickly supported her. Lu Riyue's blood-covered face revealed an expression of extreme dissatisfaction. Her eyes were bloodshot as she looked at Song Ke angrily. Finally, it seemed like she had made up her mind about something. She grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly with her right hand. Xiao Chen opened his eyes ferociously and shot out a bright light. He looked at Song Ke, who was moving at lightning speed, and that saber strike that could split mountains. Xiao Chen understood in his heart that he would not be able to block this saber strike. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. He would be chopped in half and die without a complete corpse. However, Xiao Chen did not intend to block it himself. He flicked his finger and the Eastern Emperor bell appeared from nowhere. It hovered above Xiao Chen's head. After a while, it turned into a huge bronze bell. For some unknown reason he could no longer use the mysterious yellow qi in the Eastern Emperor bell. Xiao Chen decisively used the bronze bell to cover himself. With a thought, the Eastern Emperor bell immediately fell to the ground with a loud boom, covering Xiao Chen completely. Song Ke smiled coldly in his heart. His hands did not stop moving at all. You want to block a full-body strike with just a damaged secret treasure? Too naive. Boom. The full-powered strike of a peak martial king struck the Eastern Emperor bell violently. The Eastern Emperor bell gave off a melodious chime. The sound waves reverberated in the air. After that, before everyone's astonished gazes, the Biyun Peak's peak master, a peak martial king, was knocked back like a cannonball. Song Ke felt his qi and blood surging, and he felt a sweetness in his throat as if he was about to vomit blood. Song Ke quickly circulated his essence in the air, suppressing the blood. If he was forced to vomit blood by an inferior-grade martial grandmaster in front of a group of juniors, Song Ke might even have the thought of dying. However, Song Ke did not expect that his body was currently in the air. As he flew back rapidly, if he could not control his center of gravity he might end up rolling on the ground. By the time he suppressed the qi and blood in his body and recovered his wits, it was already too late to change his center of gravity. There was a loud bang as he landed head first and rolled on the ground. After rolling 2 rounds, Song Ke stood up again. Song Ke's face was ashen. He was suffering in his heart. He was sent rolling on the ground by an inferior-grade martial master. This was even more embarrassing than vomiting blood. His desire to kill Xiao Chen was much stronger than before. There had never been such a person that gave Song Ke such a headache. In his life he had killed countless martial saints and martial kings. He had fought in many tough battles. However, he had never been in such a sorry state before. He had already forgotten his purpose in coming here. He only wanted to tear Xiao Chen into pieces, to resolve the hatred in his heart. Seeing Xiao Chen hiding in the Eastern Emperor bell, Song Ke did his best to calm himself down and think carefully. Although the rebound of this secret treasure is strong, it is still within the limits of my control. Furthermore, this secret treasure is definitely a damaged secret treasure. As long as I focus my energy on one point and attack continuously, I will definitely be able to break this secret treasure. I can definitely break this secret treasure. After Song Ke made up his mind, he immediately leaped up and hacked at the Eastern Emperor bell. A huge rebound came. This time Song Ke was prepared. He quickly spun in the air and after a while, the rebound dissipated into nothingness. Song Ke's figure flashed and he flew back to the Eastern Emperor bell. He hacked at the same spot as before. He did this repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, Song Ke hacked at least 100 times. The sound of the bell reverberated unceasingly, spreading throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion like a sponge. When the many inner disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion heard this sound, they all felt it was strange. They all curiously rushed over to the source of the sound. Xiao Chen, who was hiding in the Eastern Emperor bell, also felt extremely uncomfortable. That drawn-out bell chime nearly ruptured his eardrums. His internal organs were churning non-stop. He wanted to vomit, but he could not vomit anything. After hacking at the Eastern Emperor bell for a few hundred times, a small crack finally appeared on it. Song Kei's face lit up with joy and he suddenly leaped up. In the blink of an eye, he was more than 1,000 meters above the ground. He wanted to deal the final blow, to completely destroy this damn bell and pull Xiaochen out and hack him into pieces. The bell suddenly stopped ringing. Xiaochen felt it was strange. He used his spiritual sense to observe carefully and he instantly saw the crack on the bell. He could not help but feel some lingering fear. If this Eastern Emperor bell was really broken with his true strength, he would not even be able to block a single move from Song Quebec. Never mind, since I am going to die anyway, why don't I give it my all? A resolute look flashed in Xiaochen's eyes as he watched Song Kei descend from the sky. Chapter 167. Suddenly the Eastern Emperor bell soared into the air. Xiaochen stretched out his right hand and grabbed the bottom of the Eastern Emperor bell. He shouted and swept it at Song Kei, who was charging at him. Song Kei was horrified. He had been attacking the Eastern Emperor bell all this time. However, when he saw that Xiaochen did not react, he was already out of habit. Song Kei was thinking that he only needed one more attack to get Xiaochen out. Xiaochen had not expected Xiaochen to charge at him with the bell in hand. Xiaochen's rapidly descending body trembled. Before Xiaochen could react, Xiaochen sent him flying with a bang. The huge recoil caused Song Kei to fly back like he was swatting a fly. He vomited a mouthful of blood in the air and landed on the ground. Many of the inner disciples who had rushed over after hearing the bell had just stabilized themselves when they saw this inconceivable scene. An inferior-grade martial Grand Master had sent a peak martial king flying back while vomiting blood. No one could figure out what was going on. This mouthful of blood was actually the qi and blood that Song Kei had been suppressing. From the first strike, Song Kei had not dissipated the recoil from the Eastern Emperor bell. He had only used his cultivation realm to suppress it. He had struck the Eastern Emperor bell for close to 1,000 times. The suppressed energy in his body had already reached a horrifying level. If he continued suppressing it for a long time, it would cause hidden injuries to his body. Hence, when Song Kei vomited this mouthful of blood, his body actually felt very refreshed. However, even though his body felt refreshed, his heart felt even more upset. Song Kei looked at the crowd that was still rushing over. He felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. He thought to himself that he had completely lost all his face today. A peak master was actually forced into such a sorry state by a junior. This joke was getting out of hand. As the saying goes, break a crutch and break a fall. Song Kei's emotions had completely calmed down. Since it had already come to this, as long as he could kill this person, there was no need to care about morality. When Song Kei saw Xiaochen charging over with the bell, he knew the strangeness of the Eastern Emperor bell. He had already lost all his face, so he did not mind losing some more face. He did not choose to clash head-on. Relying on his advantage in speed, he quickly dodged Xiaochen's attack. Then everyone saw an incredible scene. An inferior-grade martial Grand Master used a damaged secret treasure to crush a peak martial king, forcing him to flee. It was a very impressive sight. Seeing the crowd pointing at him, Song Kei remained expressionless. He looked coldly at Xiaochen and easily dodged Xiaochen's attack. Xiaochen also knew what Song Kei was thinking. He was waiting for Xiaochen to exhaust his essence qi before dealing a fatal blow. In any case, he had already thrown caution to the wind. Xiaochen also knew what the outcome would be. He held the Eastern Emperor bell and smiled as he chased. Song Kei, your father really knows how to name you. He knows that you lack morals, heart, and calcium, so he gave you some. Why are you running? You are a bona fide peak master. You do not even dare to have a proper battle with me, an insignificant inferior-grade martial Grand Master? Weren't you quite awe-inspiring just now? Why are you acting like a tortoise now? How long are you going to hide? I'll bear with it. Let's see how long you can shout for. Song Kei felt sullen in his heart. However, he did not fall for Xiaochen's trick. If he attacked now, Xiaochen would place the Eastern Emperor bell on his head. He could only think of another way to break the Eastern Emperor bell. At that time, the gains would not make up for the losses. Instead, it would be a waste of time. Xiaochen might as well let him be pleased for now. When his essence ran out, Xiaochen would torture him and make him kneel and beg for mercy, living a life worse than death. Who is this brat? How can he be so arrogant? To think he dares to speak to Song Kei like that. This brat seems to be Lu Ryue's new disciple. He is called Yichen. He is only an inferior-grade martial Grand Master. Lu Ryue is already arrogant enough. I did not expect this brat to be even more arrogant than her. Indeed, the disciple is like the master. These Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples had good judgment. Naturally, they would not be foolish enough to think that Xiaochen could defeat a martial king and force Song Kei to flee. There had to be a reason for this that they did not know. Furthermore, Song Ke dodged very easily, he did not panic at all. Even so, everyone was filled with admiration for Xiao Chen's courage. If this brat survives today, his name will definitely shake the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It seems like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has not had such a bustling event in a long time. Indeed, a disciple who just entered the sect a few months ago actually dares to challenge a peak master. In the history of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, this is unprecedented and will not happen again. Although the Eastern Emperor Bell was damaged, it was still one of the peak secret treasures of the human race. As Xiao Chen controlled the Eastern Emperor Bell, his essence was depleting very quickly. The river in his dantian was slowly drying up. Xiao Chen thought to himself, I can't continue playing around. I have to run. Although it would be difficult to escape with the strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chen still had to give it a try. He could not just sit there and wait for death. Just as Xiao Chen was preparing to use the Eastern Emperor Bell to open a path and leave this place, the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand suddenly trembled. It turned into a small, exquisite bell and landed in Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen hated that he could not trample on this Eastern Emperor Bell until it smashed to smithereens. This was not the first time the Eastern Emperor Bell had failed. Every time it happened, it was at a crucial moment. Every time it happened, it was a life-threatening moment. When Song Ke saw the Eastern Emperor Bell suddenly disappear, he was stunned. He thought that Xiao Chen was playing a trick on him. When he saw Xiao Chen quickly flee, he came to his senses. He had finally endured to the end. Song Ke could not help but laugh loudly. Little bastard, let's see where you can run to. Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. His figure was like a rushing flood dragon flying on flat ground. Unfortunately, the difference in cultivation realm was too great. Even with a heaven-ranked cultivation technique, his speed could not compare to a peak martial king. A white light flashed and Song Chenha appeared behind Xiao Chen. He sent out a kick. This kick tore through the air and gave off an intense sonic boom. It landed heavily on Xiao Chen's back. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. His body slid forward continuously. Song Ke had actually controlled his strength in this kick. He did not want Xiao Chen to die so quickly. Otherwise, the force of this kick would have shattered all of Xiao Chen's internal organs. Why don't you run? Run for me. The rage that Song Ke had endured for a long time was finally revealed at this moment. He revealed a gloomy expression as he walked unhurriedly towards Xiao Chen. In his eyes, Xiao Chen, who had lost the Eastern Emperor Bell, was like an ant. He could play with him however he wanted, but he could not go overboard. If he was not careful, the ant would be squashed to death. When Song Ke thought of this, he could not help but laugh loudly. It was like he was possessed. He was in a state of madness. However, just at this moment, Lu Ryue, who was holding the lunar shadow saber in the distance, finally completed a certain ritual. Her already extremely weak body became even more unbearable. After the ritual was completed, the lunar shadow saber in her hand glowed brightly like a miniature sun. It quickly flew towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, who was on the ground, stretched out his hand naturally and grabbed the saber's hilt. The light on the saber instantly disappeared and it became ordinary again. When Song Ke, who was originally startled, saw this, he calmed down. Trashy master, long time no see. You are still as trashy as ever. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out in Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Chen became excited and forgot about the pain in his body. He exclaimed, Ao Jiao, is that you? Is that you? Is that you? Is that you? Xiao Chen asked no 3 times in a row. It was clear how excited he was in his heart. That familiar voice rang out again. It has only been such a short time and you can't even recognize my voice. You really make me sad. Furthermore, the one who woke me up was actually a young lady. I thought I would see you the moment I woke up. The familiar voice rang out again. Without a doubt, Xiao Chen was pleasantly surprised. However, when he heard Ao Jiao's words, he could not help but feel confused. Why did you seal yourself back then? Do you know that I... Before Xiao Chen could finish speaking, Ao Jiao interrupted him. Don't you want a subdivine weapon? I won't explain it to you. I don't have much time left. Let's deal with this old man first. I'll borrow your body for a while. Don't resist. The moment Ao Jiao spoke, Xiao Chen felt a strong mental energy enter his mind. Knowing that this was Ao Jiao, Xiao Chen did not resist and handed over control of his body. Slowly, Xiao Chen felt a strange state. His thoughts were very clear and he could see the outside clearly. However, he could not make any movements. When Song Ke saw that Xiao Chen was slowly getting up, he laughed coldly in his heart. Then he sent a kick at Xiao Chen. Another intense sonic boom resounded in the air. Xiaochen revealed a gentle smile on his face. No, it should be Ao Jiao's smile now. It was somewhat strange for a man to have such a smile. Ao Jiao stretched her body and used her left hand to block Song Kei's kick, which was faster than the speed of sound. Then she casually pulled back and lifted Song Kei's body into the air. What's going on? Song Kei was incomparably terrified. Xiaochen actually blocked his attack. Not only did he block it, but he also lifted him up. This was too unreasonable. Song Kei calmed down and took a deep breath. His upper body was in the air and he did a difficult sit-up. Then he swung the saber in his hand at Xiaochen's head. Ao Jiao's palm struck Song Kei's wrist. Song Kei felt his arm go numb and the saber fell to the ground. Ao Jiao's right hand slapped Song Kei, who was in midair. The strength of this slap was so great that Song Kei's body was immediately slapped back, and there were 5 clear handprints on the right side of his face. This slap was incredibly resounding. Not only did it knock out all the surrounding Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples, but it also knocked them unconscious. Song Kei was completely fooled by the slap. What's going on? Didn't I endure for so long because I was waiting for this brat to exhaust his primordial chi so that I could torture him to death? Why is it that I just had a kick and the situation changed again? He is just an inferior grade martial grand master, yet he lifted me up and even slapped me. I am a peak martial king, this is impossible. Chapter 168. Song Kei roared angrily and stood up again. He used his palm as a saber and chopped at Xiaochen's neck, creating a strong wind. Pa! Ao Jiao sent out another backhand slap, landing on Song Kei's left cheek. This slap not only caused his cheek to swell up, but it also caused his essence to disappear without a trace. Little bastard! Let go of this old man. Otherwise, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Song Kei roared in pain. He exerted all his strength with his right leg, trying to struggle free from Ao Jiao's right hand. However, Ao Jiao's thumb was pinching a very strange place on his ankle. It prevented his surging essence from reaching the meridians on his thigh. Ao Jiao snorted coldly, "You still dare to be stubborn? You are courting death." Pa, 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 pa. Xiaochen's right hand slapped Song Kei's face repeatedly. Song Kei's head swayed left and right like a rattled drum. His face was swollen like a balloon. He looked very pitiful. Instantly, everyone at the foot of the mountain was dumbfounded. They stared at the scene in disbelief. Only the sound of the slaps reverberated continuously at the foot of the mountain. Wuxia. Song Kei finally could not endure it any longer. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Ao Jiao revealed an expression of disgust. She flipped her hand and pushed, lifting Song Kei's body up, avoiding the blood. Bang! There was a loud sound. Ao Jiao carried Song Kei like he was a piece of wood and slammed him to the ground. Bang! 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 Ao Jiao was having fun. She carried Song Kei and slammed him to the left, then to the right. Her speed became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, she had slammed him countless times. This was a dignified martial king. Why were they being toyed with like toys? Everyone felt that this was absurd, that it was unreal. However, there were a few people who were more observant. They discovered that it was not that Song Kei was too weak. Instead, it was that Xiaochen had become too strong. He was like a different person from before. His strength was unfathomable. Is it because of that saber? Someone finally thought of the crux of the problem and asked uncertainly. It is very possible. There might be a powerful character sealed in that saber. She used listening to the sword and communicating with it. The clear-headed Xiaochen saw all this and was incomparably astonished. Although Xiaochen knew that Ao Jiao was strong, he had not expected the Thunder Emperor's item spirit to be this strong. Ao Jiao treated a peak martial king as child's play. She was already this strong. How strong was the Thunder Emperor back then? What kind of shocking battle did he encounter for him to be forced into a dead end? Boom. Just as Xiaochen was thinking, Song Kei's body suddenly released an intense light. Suddenly, it turned into a saber giving off a bright light and left Ao Jiao's hand with a zheng sound. This is a technique that only a martial king can grasp. It combines with the martial spirit. He actually dared to reveal his martial spirit. Xiaochen looked at the radiant saber and felt somewhat surprised. Everyone knew that the martial spirit was the most important support for a cultivator. If the martial spirit was destroyed, the cultivator's cultivation would be crippled and they would become a true cripple. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would reveal their martial spirit. Presumably, Song Kei was also forced into a corner. However, Song Kei's martial spirit seemed to be rather ordinary. It was just a mediocre long saber. The saber turned into a beam of light and quickly flew into the sky. Then with a hong sound, it turned back into Song Kei's appearance. The thick saber in Song Kei's hand had already disappeared. In its place was a dazzling saber. This saber was Song Kei's martial spirit. After Song Kei used his martial spirit, his aura was much stronger than before. The pressure he gave off increased greatly. There was actually a trace of the aura of a martial monarch. Mount Tai suppression. Boundless rage flashed on Song Kei's swollen face. He stared at Xiao Chen on the ground and shouted loudly. A majestic mountain appeared behind Song Quebec. There were many trees on the mountain and countless flowers and plants. It was overflowing with greenery. When one looked at it, they could even see some birds and beasts standing on the mountain. This mysterious phenomenon can actually materialize living creatures. Xiao Chen looked at the rapidly descending mountain and said in astonishment. He did not know how Ao Jiao was going to break it. It was like a huge mountain was pressing down on the ground. The surrounding cultivators all felt a huge pressure. It was like the mountain was right above their heads. They immediately scattered in all directions. Ao Jiao's expression did not change. Instead, she revealed a faint smile. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the lunar shadow saber that was stabbed into the ground. Rumble. The instant the saber hilt landed in Ao Jiao's hand, the sky turned dark. Countless dark clouds churned and covered the sky, completely blocking out the sunlight. Thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. Suddenly, hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts appeared. They tore through the dark sky, like 10,000 horses galloping. They were boundlessly majestic, illuminating the dark space in an incomparably resplendent manner. The electricity gathered on Ao Jiao's body and instantly disappeared. The surroundings turned dark once again. All this happened in an instant. The surrounding people all felt that it was unreal. Drawing the saber. Just as everyone was doubting whether the scene of the sky tearing apart was real or not, the lunar shadow saber suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light. It was the gathering of thousands of lightning bolts. It was extremely resplendent. The light was so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. It felt like their eyes were being pricked by needles. Bang! The instant Mount Tai pressed down, the lunar shadow saber struck the base of the tall mountain. There was an intense explosion, and the majestic mountain shattered into countless pieces. The mysterious phenomenon was broken. Logically speaking, Song Kei should have suffered a huge backlash at this moment. However, although his face became a little paler, he did not suffer any serious internal injuries. Jadeite Mountain Range. The shattered mountain rocks suddenly condensed in the middle of the sky, forming an endless chain of mountain peaks. As far as the eye could see, there were mountain ranges stacked on top of each other. The peaks were majestic and the mountains and plains were like a painting. It was a beautiful scene of mountains and rivers, a group of jadeite mountains. Ao Jiao revealed a faint smile on her face. Like before, there were no major changes. Regardless of whether Mount Tai pressed down or the jadeite mountain range, I will remain unmoved, smiling at the wind and clouds. Who? Just as the mountain range was about to completely form, Ao Jiao tossed the lunar shadow saber into the air. With a schwa sound, the lunar shadow saber turned into a huge thunder rock. Is this the rank 6 demonic core of the lunar shadow saber? Xiao Chen asked uncertainly as he looked at the thunder rock in the air. This was because the aura of this thunder rock was far more horrifying than a rank 6 demonic beast. After a while, Xiao Chen said in astonishment, "Could it be that this is the Thunder King's martial spirit?" The thunder rock spread its wings and gave off a deafening cry. Its claws flickered with a boundless electric light as it slashed through the air. The electric light flickered and a pitch-black space appeared. The thunder rock actually tore this space apart. The pitch-black space slowly expanded. In the blink of an eye, the endless chain of mountains was swallowed up by the darkness. Song Kei was astonished. He swung his saber in the air and shouted, 10,000 years heaven and earth exist forever. Only I am immortal, beautiful mountains and rivers." Ao Jiao revealed an impatient expression and said coldly, "Are you done yet?" There was a flash of white light and she appeared in the middle of the college entrance examination. The thunder rock turned back into the lunar shadow saber and flew back into her hands. Before Song Kei's beautiful mountains and rivers could form, she used the saber to cut a long wound on Song Kei's chest. The electric light on the wound leaped around. Song Kei's martial technique was interrupted and he suffered even more injuries. He vomited a mouthful of blood and quickly fell to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Bang! Ao Jiao's figure was like a ghost as she appeared behind Song Quebec. She sent out a kick and sent Song Kei flying into the air. Then just as he was about to land, she appeared again and sent him flying again. This repeated over and over again. Every time she sent out a kick, Song Ke would vomit a mouthful of blood. After a long time, Ao Jiao finally stopped. Song Ke's body finally landed heavily on the ground like a rubber ball. There was a loud bang and dust was kicked up. Song Ke's body bounced on the ground a few times before he stopped struggling. Only at this moment did Song Ke realize that he was not a match for Ao Jiao. The enemy he faced was most likely a peak martial monarch. The other party did not care about him at all. His Mount Tai suppression, jadeite mountains, and beautiful mountains and rivers were all child's play in her eyes. She was just toying with him. When Song Ke saw Ao Jiao slowly walking over, he started to feel fear in his heart. An aura of death appeared in his heart. He moved his body and retreated continuously. He said loudly, "Don't kill me. I will never dare to have any designs on Qingyun Peak again." A peak master actually begged Xiaochen for mercy. The many heavenly saber peak inner disciples in the distance were all astonished. They all looked down on Song Ke in their hearts. He was too spineless. There were a few disciples wearing Biyun Peak's uniform in the crowd. When they saw this scene they all blushed. If their peak master was so spineless, they would not be able to face others in the future. Ding ding dang dang. Suddenly, there was the melodious sound of a zither coming from the sky. All sorts of musical instruments mixed together, giving off a heavenly sound. It made everyone feel at ease for some reason. When they looked up, they saw a crystalline jade ship surrounded by clouds. The music did not stop, coming from afar. In an instant, it flew from the horizon to the eyes of the crowd. An exquisite girl flew from the bow of the ship, passing through the clouds. She was like a fairy as she slowly descended from the sky. When Song Ke saw this person, he revealed an expression of joy. He said loudly, "Martial Ant Shen, quickly come and save me. This person has offended his superiors, deceived his master, and attacked the Biyun Peak's peak master. He has already committed a great crime." Shameless. When everyone heard this, these words instantly appeared in their hearts. A dignified peak master, a peak martial king, was actually reduced to using sect rules to suppress the younger generation. In the 10,000 years of history of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, there had never been such a shameless peak master. He had completely lost the face of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When the fairy-like girl in the sky saw this scene, she could not help but frown slightly. Earlier, after she forced Chu Xinyun to tell her why she was injured, she immediately rushed over. Chapter 169. She understood Song Ke's temper very well. She originally thought that she had rushed over to stop Song Ke from making things difficult for Qingyun Peak. She did not expect the situation to be like this. It was the complete opposite of what she expected. After Ao Jiao raised her head and glanced at this person, she did not look at him a second time. She knew that she no longer had the opportunity to kill Song Quebec. She turned around and walked towards Lu Ryue, who was lying on the ground. Lu Ryue used listening to the sword and communicating with it with her severely injured body. She was currently very weak. If she did not receive proper treatment, she might even lose some of her cultivation. Ao Jiao controlled Xiaochen's body and walked over to Lu Ryue. Under Lu Suifeng's flabbergasted gaze, she carried Lu Ryue from his embrace. Lu Ryue was currently extremely weak. Even if she wanted to resist, she did not have the strength to struggle free from Ao Jiao's hands. She could not help but look at Xiaochen with doubt in her eyes. Lu Ryue instinctively felt that something was wrong with the current Xiaochen. He asked doubtfully, "Yi Qin, what are you doing?" At the same time, Xiaochen had a bad premonition. At the same time he asked, "Ao Jiao, what are you trying to do?" See. Ao Jiao ignored the voices of the two. She pressed her lips against Lu Ryue's. A golden light blossomed between his lips and slowly flowed into Lu Ryue's mouth. This was the purest essence of heaven and earth. It contained boundless life force and many other benefits. "Damn it, Ao Jiao, are you trying to kill me?" "No, I am trying to save someone." "How dare you say that?" "But why are you sticking your tongue out?" "Bastard. This? I have never kissed before, so I could not help but give it a try." "Shut up. You are still trying to act innocent after getting the advantage." Lu Ryue stared at Xiaochen with wide eyes. Her gaze was filled with astonishment. Xiaochen met her gaze and saw her expression clearly. He could see her expression clearly, but he couldn't move his body, so he couldn't feel anything. Ao Jiao controlled Xiaochen's body and left Lu Ryue's lips. The sound was not loud, but it was very quiet at the foot of the mountain. However, this was like a heavy bomb exploding in the hearts of the surrounding Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples. All of a sudden, these people's hearts were shattered. Everyone knew that there were 3 goddesses in the heavenly saber pavilion: the young pavilion master Lung Liusu, Jade Maiden Peak's Chu Xinyun, and Qingyun Peak's Lu Ryue. Although Lu Ryue did not have as many pursuers as the previous 2, this was only because her temper was too fiery. However, no one dared to deny Lu Ryue's beauty. Her temperament was filled with a mature charm. Her charm was not something that inexperienced girls like Lung Liusu or Chu Xinyun could compare to. In every man's heart, there was a dream of a domineering elder sister. This should be Lu Ryue's first kiss. Aside from the initial shock, everyone looked at Xiao Chen with different gazes. They were filled with undisguised envy, jealousy, and hatred. With a loud bang, their hearts were completely shattered. Ao Jiao revealed an expression of enjoyment. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as wretched as it could be. It's over. In the future, there will only be 2 goddesses in our heavenly saber pavilion. Indeed, this brat is too dishonest. It's fine if you kissed her, but why did you have to show such a wretched expression? I hate it. If only it were me. This is senior sister Lu Ryue's first kiss. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into an uproar. The way they looked at Xiao Chen turned from envious, jealous, and hateful expressions into murderous gazes. However, the crowd did not know that Xiao Chen was suffering in silence. He had already started cursing. If he felt anything, it would be fine. However, he did not feel anything at all. His first kiss was gone just like that. He had become the scapegoat for Ao Jiao. Trashy master, remember to comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it as soon as possible. That way I will be able to come out and play occasionally. Also, remember to refine the broken sword in the universe ring as soon as possible. Ao Jiao's cheerful voice sounded somewhat fatigued. After she spoke, Xiao Chen felt dizzy. He regained control of his body. He recovered his wits and quickly let go of Lu Ryue. When he saw her blood-stained face, he said anxiously, "Elder sister Ryue." Lu Ryue smiled faintly. Her pretty face was like a flower. Even though her face was covered in blood, it could not hide her charm. "Don't be silly, I know it was not you." After Lu Ryue spoke, she closed her eyes and sat down cross-legged. She started to slowly absorb the essence of heaven and earth into her body. The essence of heaven and earth that Ao Jiao gave Lu Ryue this time was even more than what she gave by previously. She would need at least half a month to completely absorb it. It could be said that this was a blessing in disguise for Ao Jiao. Not only would her cultivation not drop, it would even improve after half a month. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. When his gaze fell on Lu Ryue's long eyelashes, he discovered that her eyelashes could not help but tremble slightly. It looks like elder sister Ryue is not as calm as she said. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. He did not know whether this was a blessing or a disaster. How should he face this in the future? Pu Ci. Song Ke, who was not far away, asked the mysterious girl for a medicinal pill. The pained expression on his face finally eased up a little. At this moment he suddenly felt that the horrifying aura on Xiao Chen's body had completely disappeared. It was obvious that the state he was in earlier had disappeared. When Song Ke thought of the humiliation he suffered today, he felt very sullen. When he saw that Xiao Chen was not paying attention to him, a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Xiao Chen's body bounced up in the air and he picked up the saber on the ground. There was a flash of white light, and Song Ke had already arrived behind Xiao Chen. He raised the saber in his hand and swung it down ruthlessly at Xiao Chen's back. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they were astonished. This Song Ke was simply too shameless. He actually used a sneak attack on a junior. Xiao Chen's heart tightened. My life is over. From the moment Song Ke grasped his saber, he felt a sharp killing chi. However, without Ao Jiao possessing his body, even if he felt the killing chi, his body would not be able to react in time to a peak martial king. The most important thing was that he was attacked from behind. If he wanted to counterattack, he would not even have the chance to turn around. Scram. Just at this moment, a shout came from the summit of Qingyun Mountain. It was the word scram. It was like it traveled through time and space and pierced through space. It carried a boundless force as it smashed into Song Ke's body. The crowd seemed to clearly see the word scram imprinted on Song Ke's body. A small world appeared in the sky. Song Ke's body suddenly curled up and rolled back like a rubber ball. Boom, boom, boom. After rolling for an unknown distance, Song Ke's figure completely disappeared from the foot of Qingyun Peak. After taking a trip to the gates of hell, Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his back. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Who is Yi Qin? Suddenly, 4 martial kings wearing the law enforcement hall's uniform descended from the sky. After they landed, they immediately asked loudly. It turned out that when Song Qianhe saw that his father was in danger, he had sent people to inform the law enforcement hall. Seeing that the law enforcement hall's people had arrived, Song Qianhe, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, quickly jumped out. He pointed at Xiao Chen and said loudly, "He is the one who has no respect for his elders. First he insulted my father. Then he borrowed a secret treasure and tried to kill the Biyun Peak's peak master. He has committed great crimes. I beseech the law enforcement hall's elders to kill this person on the spot. The law enforcement hall knows what they are doing. It is not up to you to interfere." One of the people looked at Song Qianhe with disgust. Another person took a step forward and said to Xiao Chen, "Come with us. We will investigate this matter before you leave." When Lu Riyue, who was sitting cross-legged and recuperating, heard the law enforcement hall's voice, she quickly got up and interrupted her recuperation. She said, "Wait a moment. I will personally make a trip to the law enforcement hall 3 days from now. Would everyone please take your leave for now?" Lu Riyue was very clear on what kind of place the law enforcement hall was. They would handle ordinary matters impartially. However, if it involved the upper echelons of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, after Xiao Chen entered, he would not have a chance to come out. Who knows what will happen in 3 days? If you want to explain yourself, then come with us now. That person did not accept Lu Riyue's suggestion and said in an unyielding manner. Lu Riyue was injured. Naturally she could not follow them now. Xiao Chen took the initiative and said, "Don't make things difficult for my master. I will go with you." Boom. Just at this moment, a rectangular wooden box landed in front of the 4 law enforcement hall marshal kings. The wooden box was facing the 4 law enforcement hall marshal kings. The wooden box looked very ordinary. One could not see anything different about it with the naked eye. However, there were 4 bold and tyrannical words written on it, like an emperor had arrived personally. When the 4 law enforcement hall marshal kings saw the words on the wooden box, their expressions changed greatly. They raised their heads and bowed respectfully to the summit of Qingyun Peak. Then they left the place as though they were fleeing. It was like an invisible hand had descended from the sky and grabbed the wooden shavings. With a schwa sound, the hand withdrew as though nothing had happened. That wooden box looked familiar. However, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to think about it. He turned around and pushed Lu Riyue down again. He said, "Continue recuperating. You wasted all the time you spent recuperating." Lu Riyue nodded gently. She had a complicated gaze as she looked at the towering summit of Qingyun Peak. She sighed to herself and sat down cross-legged again. The mysterious fairy-like girl had a gentle smile on her face. She slowly walked to Xiao Chen's side and said, "Heroes emerge from youth. I have made this trip for nothing. If you have time in the future, I hope that little brother Yi can make a trip to Jade Maiden Peak." After she spoke, the girl took out a bottle of medicinal pills and handed it to Lu Suifeng. She instructed him to hand it to Lu Riyue. Lu Suifeng's pig-like face revealed an excited expression. However, what happened next caused the excitement in his heart to instantly vanish. The girl handed a name card to Xiao Chen and said, "If you have time, please make a trip to Jade Maiden Peak." Under the envious gazes of all the surrounding Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples, Xiao Chen received the name card. The aura of this girl was extraordinary. With one glance, it was as though he had fallen into a deep abyss, unable to extricate himself. He could not help but feel it was strange. How could there be such a beautiful girl in Jade Maiden Peak? She is even more outstanding than Chu Xinyun. He cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for elder sister's invitation. If I have time in the future, I will definitely make a trip to Jade Maiden Peak." After Xiao Chen spoke, the surrounding people all revealed strange expressions. They could not help but think in their hearts, "This brat is too shameless. He is even more shameless than that old man Song Ke." Chapter 170. When the girl heard this, she was stunned at first. Then she laughed out loud. She was like a fairy, captivating everyone and causing them to raise their eyebrows. "Remember to come. I will take my leave first." After the girl spoke, she floated up and returned to the jade ship. The celestial music rang out again. The fairy rode on the misty jade ship and slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing everyone's gaze, Xiao Chen felt like he said something wrong. However, he could not figure out what went wrong. He could not help but look at Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng moved closer to Xiao Chen's ear and said in a low voice, "That was our ancestral martial ant earlier. She is more than 200 years old. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion she is like an immortal." Even though Xiao Chen's skin was thicker than the city walls, he could not help but blush at this moment. He actually called a 200-year-old ancestral martial ant Lu Suifeng elder sister. This joke was too big. Lu Suifeng continued, Ancestral martial ant actually personally handed me the medicinal pill. She thinks too highly of me. In the future, when I chase after Miss Xinyun, I will be able to get twice the results with half the effort. However, when he saw Xiao Qin casually place the name card in his bosom, the pride in his heart instantly vanished. He could only sigh, comparisons are odious. Since the surrounding disciples had nothing to see, they all left. After this battle, Yi Chen's name would definitely spread throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Not only did he defeat the Martial King of Biyun Peak, he even received a personal invitation from the Jade Maiden Peak's ancestral martial ant. In the past few hundred years, no one had been as glorious as Xiao Qin. After everyone left, Xiao Qin and Lu Suifeng stayed behind to take care of Lu Riyue, who was in the midst of recuperating. The sun completely disappeared into the horizon. Night finally descended. Lu Riyue's injuries were clearly very severe, aside from her internal injuries. Aside from internal injuries, there were even more horrifying external injuries. Her body was covered in saber wounds of varying depths. It looked very horrifying. This time, Lu Riyue would not be able to recover completely without at least half a month. Furthermore, with so many scars on her body, it would be very unsightly. Suddenly, Xiao Qin thought of the medicinal pills in the Compendium of Cultivation. There was a beauty-nourishing pill for women. After consuming it, removing scars was just an additional function. The most important thing was to make the woman's skin look like water, whiter and smoother. Furthermore, the effects could last for 40 years. However, he needed too many herbs. It would be very troublesome to find them. Xiao Qin recalled Lu Suifeng mentioning that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a great medicinal herb store. So he asked, Suifeng, where is the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's medicinal herbs? Lu Suifeng replied, it's on Jade Maiden Peak. There is a very large medicinal field there. Almost all the medicinal herbs in the world are grown there. Why are you asking about this? When Xiao Qin heard this, he rejoiced in his heart. He quickly asked, how can I buy them? Spirit stones? Spiritual. Lu. Xiao Lu he, spiritual, Lu. He was he. Lu Suifeng quickly replied. These were the most basic things in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If he stayed here for a while longer, he would know. Merit points? Xiao Qin said, what is it? I've been here for so long. How come I've never heard of it? Lu Suifeng smiled gently and said, you have always been training in the dueling grounds and have never gone out. How could you possibly know? There is a hall in the heaven viewing platform that gives out missions. After inner disciples complete their missions there, they can receive their contribution points. These merit points can be exchanged for spirit stones, medicinal pills, medicinal herbs of different ages, battle armors, soul weapons, martial techniques and cultivation techniques. Almost anything related to cultivation can be exchanged. After you find enough contribution points, you can go to Jade Maiden Peak to exchange for the herbs you need. However, I see that Ancestral Martial Ant thinks very highly of you. Maybe you can do her a favor. The two of them stopped talking. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. It looks like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is not as simple as I thought. There is already a complete internal system. However, this is normal. This is a sect that has existed for tens of thousands of years. If they do not even have a complete system, it would be strange. In the middle of the night, Lu Suifeng started to feel sleepy. Xiao Qin saw that there was no danger at the foot of the mountain, so he let Lu Suifeng go to sleep. He stood guard here alone. A cool breeze blew gently as Xiao Qin sat beside Lu Riyue. He had nothing to do as he looked at the night sky filled with stars. Using the weak starlight, Xiao Qin took out the flowing cloud scripture that Lu Qin gave him and slowly flipped through it. The weak starlight could not obstruct Xiao Qin's vision. After he advanced to Martial Grand Master, he discovered that his six senses were much stronger than before. Although he could not see through the night like it was day, it was still easy for him to read the words in the book when he was awake. The flowing cloud scripture was derived from a remnant of an ancient martial scripture. The so-called martial scripture was very different from martial techniques and cultivation techniques. It could not be used directly in battle. It was not like martial techniques, which could manifest a cultivator's cultivation in their moves. It was also not like cultivation techniques, which could help a cultivator absorb spiritual energy to increase their cultivation. The martial scripture was similar to the nourishing life scriptures from his previous life. It was mainly used to regulate the essence in a cultivator's body. To put it more bluntly, it was to prevent the cultivator's essence from becoming chaotic and enter a state of berserking chi after cultivation. The martial scripture was not very useful for cultivators below Martial King. This was because the essence in the body would not cause a situation like berserking qi. However, to Xiao Qin it was very beneficial. He used the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula to simulate more and more martial techniques. The effects were not that great yet. In the future, if he could not harmonize them with the martial techniques that he had learned, it would be a huge problem. If Xiao Qin prepared for a rainy day now, he would not have to worry about this problem in the future. After an unknown period of time, just as Xiao Qin was struggling to keep his eyes open, Lu Ryue suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. Xiao Qin instantly reacted. He said joyfully, "Elder Sister Ryue, your internal injuries should be more or less healed by now, right?" Lu Ryue smiled faintly, "Come with me to a place." Xiao Qin nodded gently and followed behind Lu Ryue, heading to the top of the mountain. Lu Ryue led Xiao Qin through many winding paths, secret routes that Xiao Qin did not know about. Finally they stopped in front of a cave. Xiao Qin followed Lu Ryue into the cave. Not long after, he heard the sound of bubbling water. Warm, humid air wafted over. There should be a hot spring here, Xiao Qin guessed in his heart. However, he could not understand why Lu Ryue brought him here. Indeed, after walking for a while, a hot spring with steam rising from it appeared in front of the two of them. The steam permeated the surface of the water. There were bubbles coming out from time to time. "Turn around," Lu Ryue said softly. Xiao Qin's face turned slightly red. He guessed something. Lu Ryue took off her clothes piece by piece. Then there was a loud splash as she fell into the hot spring. Lu Ryue found a comfortable place to lie down. She said to Xiao Qin, "You can turn around now." Xiao Qin did not know what Lu Ryue was thinking. He could not figure it out. After hesitating for a while, he slowly turned around. After a while, he saw a scene of blood spurting out. He felt his blood surging. Amidst the mist, the blood on Lu Ryue's body had already faded away. Her voluptuous figure was faintly discernible in the water. It was incomparably tempting. It gave one the urge to commit a crime and immediately pounce over. "Come down, accompany me for a chat." Lu Ryue's voice sounded very lonely. It gave one a desolate feeling when they heard it. This immediately extinguished the burning flame in Xiao Qin's heart. With a piu tong sound, Xiao Qin jumped down and created a large splash. Then he slowly sat down opposite Lu Ryue. When Lu Ryue saw the situation, she burst out laughing. "Do you not take off your clothes when soaking in the hot spring?" Xiao Qin smiled bitterly in his heart. "I would like to take them off. However, how would I dare to do so in front of you?" He could only smile and say something that he did not mean. "It's fine. I'm used to soaking in the hot spring like this. If I take off my clothes, I will feel uncomfortable." After laughing, Lu Ryue seemed to be in a much better mood. She explained, "This hot spring is not an ordinary hot spring. It originates from a medicinal spring in Jade Maiden Peak. By soaking in it, you can quickly treat your external injuries. When I was young, I liked to soak in the hot spring. At that time, there was not much water in the hot spring. I rarely came here. However, I was very happy every time." Lu Ryue revealed an extremely warm smile on her face. It was like she was recalling a very happy past. However, after a while, she turned desolate. "However, after Qingyun Peak declined, I came here more and more often. At that time, I would fight with people every day. When Sui Feng, Xiaoyang, and the others were young, they were often bullied. Every time, I would rush over immediately. No matter who bullied them, I would make them pay 10-fold or 100-fold. No matter how injured I was, I would make them pay. Since I was young, those people never gave up on the idea of swallowing Qingyun Peak. They used threats and temptations. They used all sorts of despicable methods. I endured until today. I would fight almost every once in a while. I forced myself to become stronger, walking step by step to where I am today." Lu Ryue was like a chatterbox. She spoke a lot in a short while. Aside from the grievances she suffered when she was young, she talked more about the glory of Qingyun Peak in the past. At that time she was still young. Qingyun Peak was the top peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The dueling grounds were packed with people every day. The foot of the mountain was crowded with people every day. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. After that, she personally witnessed the tragic change in Qingyun Peak. Those people who tried to curry favor with Qingyun Peak all turned around and trampled on them. Such a huge change dealt a great blow to her young heart. Xiao Qin felt sorrowful in his heart. He felt that they were in the same boat. When he was young, he had fallen from the peak to the bottom as well. He had suffered the cold gazes and humiliation of everyone. However, that Xiao Qin chose to sink into depravity. From then on, he was unable to recover. If it were not for Xiao Qin's arrival, he might have been mediocre for the rest of his life. However, Lu Ryue chose to shoulder all of this alone. she turned into a rose with thorns. Her character was as sharp as a sword. She was ruthless to her enemies and even more ruthless to herself. Chapter 171. She hid her weak side under her saber, not letting anyone see it. After suppressing it for a long time, she poured out all the grievances and suffering she had suffered in one breath. In the end, the corners of Lu Ryue's eyes turned moist. After a while, her tears turned into a smile. "Thank you for chatting with me for so long. Go back first, let me be alone for a while." Everyone needed to vent, especially those women who looked like strong women. If they kept the loneliness in their hearts, they would definitely suffer from it for a long time. Xiaoqun smiled faintly and slowly got up. He had already tossed aside the desires in his heart. Since he had completed his mission, there was no need to stay here any longer. Xiaoqun took out a set of clean clothes from the universe ring and placed them at the side of the hot spring. Then he jumped out and headed for the entrance of the cave. Xiaoqun knew that when he walked out of the cave and saw Lu Ryue again, she would turn back into that thorny rose. She would only reveal her saber-like appearance. She would no longer have the appearance of a little girl. Seeing Xiaoqun leave, Lu Ryue felt slightly disappointed in her heart. After a while, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. Then she sank her entire body into the water. The misty hot spring made one feel warm. However, one's heart slowly cooled down. There were some things that were impossible. One should not think about them. Early the next morning, Xiaoqun held the name card in his hand and thought about it carefully. In the end, he decided to make a trip to Jade Maiden Peak. Although the medicinal spring could speed up the healing of Lu Ryue's wounds, it would definitely not be as effective as the medicinal pill he was going to refine. However, in terms of removing scars, it was definitely not as good as the pill he was going to concoct. Thus, he wrote down all the herbs he needed and went to look for Lu Suifeng. When Lu Suifeng heard that Xiaoqun wanted him to bring him to Jade Maiden Peak, he quickly shook his head and said, "I can't. Look at how swollen my face is, like a pig's head. How can I go out like that? If Miss Xinyun saw me, I would feel like dying." Xiaoqun did not expect Lu Suifeng to use such a reason to reject him. He found it funny and settled for the next best thing. "Then, can you send me to the foot of Jade Maiden Peak?" Lu Suifeng laughed and said, "Let me say this first, I will not go up the mountain. I will go change into a cloak later." After a while, Lu Suifeng appeared wearing a pitch-black cloak. The hood completely covered his face in the shadows, making it hard for others to see him clearly. However, it looked somewhat strange. "Hee, that's more like it. Lead the way," Xiaoqun said with a faint smile. When Lu Suifeng had nothing to do, he liked to go to Jade Maiden Peak. Thus he was very familiar with the route. He led Xiaoqun to the foot of Jade Maiden Peak. Jade Maiden Peak towered high above the ground. Clouds and mist lingered at the peak, and there were countless lush greenery in the mountains. The entire Jade Maiden Peak was filled with a delicate fragrance. It could be smelled from far away, and when one smelled it, it made one feel relaxed and happy. What surprised Xiaoqun was that there were many disciples from the other peaks at the foot of the mountain. All of them were standing there elegantly in groups of 2s and 3s, chatting and laughing. "There are Jade Maiden Peak disciples coming down the mountain," suddenly someone said loudly. The crowd was instantly stirred up, and they all rushed over like a swarm of bees. They did not care about their elegance as they pushed and shoved each other to the front. They only wanted to be the first to reach the Jade Maiden Peak disciples. "Junior Sister Xiao, are you going to do a sect mission? Let me accompany you. I recently advanced to superior grade Martial Grand Master. I can guarantee your safety." "Junior Sister Xiao, I obtained an Earth-ranked spirit weapon a few days ago. My strength has increased greatly. Let me accompany you." "Let me accompany you. Junior Sister Xiao, I have a profound ranked battle armor. I can give it to you and it will protect you." A girl in white clothes was surrounded by the crowd like the moon surrounded by stars. There were Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples in the surroundings, trying to please her. They all expressed their desire to go with her to do sect missions. The girl with the surname Xiao had an impatient expression on her face. She ignored the people around her. In the end, she became annoyed and scolded the people around her. Only then did no one continue to follow her. Xiaoqun found it interesting and asked, "What's going on? Why is there a group of people surrounding a girl?" Lu Suifeng replied, "The other peaks of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion have more males than females. If those disciples want to find a girl, they can only target Jade Maiden Peak. However, men are not allowed to go up Jade Maiden Peak. So they can only wait at the bottom of the mountain." "So that's the case. How did Lu Suifeng go up?" When Xiaoqun thought of this, he could not help but ask suspiciously, "Could there be something special about Lu Suifeng? Lu Suifeng smiled proudly. Who am I? How can these people compare to me? If I want to enter Jade Maiden Peak, it would be easy. Furthermore, I would be very popular. These people cannot compare to me. As he spoke, the Jade Maiden Peak disciple with the surname Xiao walked over to the two of them. Lu Suifeng was clearly nervous. He quickly stopped talking and lowered his head. The instant she walked past them, the girl suddenly stopped. She turned around and looked at Lu Suifeng carefully. After a while, she revealed a strange expression. Lu Suifeng, why are you dressed like that? Didn't you apply for leave due to your injuries? Why are you so lively now? I was just about to look for you. Lu Suifeng smiled helplessly. Junior sister Xiao, I am here to accompany a friend. I'm really injured. I'm not lying to you. Junior sister Xiao snorted. Who would believe you? Quickly come back with me. After you left for the past few days, there have been birds pecking at the herb field that I am in charge of. I was scolded by Master. Quickly come back with me and help me chase away those birds. Otherwise, I will tell Master that you are lying. You will not be allowed to go up there in the future. Let's see how you are going to chase after senior sister Chu then. Xiaochen found it funny. So this Lu Suifeng is on Jade Maiden Peak, doing things like chasing birds to protect the herb field. He was so magnanimous earlier. No wonder he can go up Jade Maiden Peak. When the surrounding people heard that junior sister Xiao needed to go up the mountain to chase away the birds, they all surrounded her. They shouted, since he is not willing, I will go and help you. Junior sister Xiao snorted and said, who asked you to go? Go somewhere cool and stay. Xiaochen was astonished in his heart. He did not expect that there would be so many people fighting over a job like chasing birds. From this perspective, Lu Suifeng did indeed have the right to be arrogant. Lu Suifeng was forced into a corner. He was caught red-handed. He could only follow junior sister Xiao to Jade Maiden Peak. Xiaochen followed behind the two of them in silence. Who is he? Doesn't he know that outsiders are not allowed to enter Jade Maiden Peak? Junior sister Xiao said unhappily when she saw Xiaochen following them. Lu Suifeng quickly explained, he has a name card from Martial Granduncle. He was invited. You are Yichen. Junior sister Zhao's eyes lit up as she said in pleasant surprise. After a while she pouted and said, he does not look that good. Why did you chase Song Ke away? This girl was really direct. Xiaochen smiled faintly and did not reply. The three of them continued walking forward. Along the way Xiaochen found out how Lu Suifeng chased the birds away. The herb field on Jade Maiden Peak was very vast. Many of the birds on the mountain had their eyes on the herb field. Occasionally they would go down and peck at the herbs. Furthermore, these birds were not ordinary birds. They had been bathing in the rich spiritual energy of Jade Maiden Peak for a long time. Their intelligence was much higher than the birds on the mountain. Once they found an opening, they would immediately swarm over. Just any one of the herbs in the herb field on the peak would be worth 1,000 gold. It would be a pity if an old herb was eaten by the birds. Hence, the upper echelons of Jade Maiden Peak had a headache dealing with these birds. Sometimes, when some spirit herbs matured, there would even be high-ranked flying spirit beasts coming over. Hence, every herb field would be guarded by people. There was a period of time when Jade Maiden Peak did not have enough manpower. Hence, they issued a sect mission. Lu Suifeng was very lucky and received this mission. Lu Suifeng was very good at chasing birds away. As long as it was the herb field that he was guarding, there would never be a bird pecking at it. Hence, when the deadline for the mission was up, the Jade Maiden Peak's peak master even gave him the position of a field guard, in charge of chasing birds away. Xiaochen also found out that the girl with the surname Xiao was called Yuhuan. She was 14 years old this year. Along the way she often pestered Xiaochen and asked him some strange questions, giving him a headache. Soon the group arrived at the first checkpoint. Xiaochen handed over his martial granduncle's name card. The person guarding the checkpoint did not stop them. He even sent someone to lead the way for Xiaochen. When they saw Xiaochen directly climbing up Jade Maiden Peak, the people at the foot of the mountain were extremely astonished. Some of them thought that they would be able to climb up Jade Maiden Peak directly. In the end, before they reached the checkpoint, they were mercilessly thrown down from the slope. They fell flat on their faces and rolled down. They had lost a lot of face. We can't go up. How can that brat go in directly? Someone said in astonishment. There was someone who had seen Xiaochen yesterday. He mocked, he is using Martial Grand Uncle Shen's name card. If you have it, of course you can go up directly as well. So, he is Yichen. He is only an inferior grade Martial Grand Master. How did he chase Song Ke away? He used Qingyun Peak's secret treasure to chase Song Ke away. Furthermore, the old peak master of Qingyun Peak also made a move. With his strength, How could he be a match for the Biyun Peak's peak master? On the peak, Xiaoqin still could not hear these words. After he arrived at a herb field, he no longer traveled with Lu Suifeng and Xiao Yuhuan. Herb fields appeared in front of Xiaoqin one after another. It was an eye-opener. Lu Suifeng's words were indeed true. As he walked, he saw over 10,000 herbs. Aside from some spirit herbs that required a special environment to grow, all the herbs in the Tianwu continent could be easily found here. After a while, Xiaoqin was brought to the top of a steep cliff. There was a wooden pavilion at the side of the cliff. It stood in the air like a pavilion in the sky. Senior brother Yi, wait here for a while. I will go and inform Martial Granduncle first. Xiaoqin nodded. Not long later, the girl who brought Xiaoqin here came out and led Xiaoqin to the hall of the pavilion. The fairy-like girl that he saw yesterday was sitting on a wooden chair with a gentle smile on her face. When Xiaoqin saw this girl again, he still could not believe that she was already over 200 years old. Chapter 172. However, this time he did not dare to be careless. Xiaoqin said respectfully, Yi Chen greets Ancestral Martial Aunt. I have offended you yesterday. I hope Ancestral Martial Aunt is magnanimous enough to forgive me. The girl smiled faintly and took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Xiaoqin. She said, no problem. I did not expect you to fall today. I have something to ask you. Did you personally refine this pill? Xiaoqin received it and took a look. It was the blood-replenishing pill that he personally refined. He started to think. Back then, when Nangong Yen saw the pill that I refined, he was incomparably shocked as well. Could it be that the pill that I refined has some sort of secret? However, this was not the time to think about this. How should he answer? After hesitating for a while, Xiaoqin decided to answer honestly, reporting to Ancestral Martial Aunt, this pill was indeed personally refined by me. I wonder if there is anything wrong with it? A strange look flashed in the depths of the fairy-like girl's eyes. She smiled and said, there is nothing wrong with it. I would like to ask you to help me refine a pill. I wonder if you can help me with this? Lingyun Mountain Range, at the foot of Qingyun Peak, Lung Liusu had a complicated expression as she stood there. After hesitating for a while, she finally made up her mind. She turned into a red shadow and quickly headed for the middle of the mountain. After a while, she arrived outside Lu Ryue's courtyard at the middle of Qingyun Peak. She took out a bottle of pills and clenched it tightly. Finally, she entered Lu Ryue's courtyard. Young pavilion master, why are you here? Xiaoming came out from Lu Ryue's room. When she saw Lung Liusu, she asked in astonishment. Lung Liusu said indifferently, where is Lu Ryue? Is she in her room? Xiaoming knew about the grudge between Lu Ryue and Lung Liusu. She did not like Lung Liusu. She said softly, elder sister Ryue just fell asleep. It is best not to disturb her now. She fell asleep? That's good too. Lung Liusu took out the bottle of pills and handed it to Xiaoming. She said, although I do not know the name of this pill, it is quite effective in treating external and internal injuries. Xiaoming received it suspiciously. She opened the bottle and took out a pill. She revealed a doubtful expression and said, why is it the same as the pill that Brother Yiqin gave me? Lung Liusu, who was already at the door, stopped. She turned around and asked Xiaoming excitedly, Brother Yiqin gave you this pill? Xiaoming nodded and took out a bottle of medicinal pills from her pocket. She said, this is the medicinal pill that Brother Yiqin gave Xiaoyang. It's exactly the same as yours. Yiqin it is. It was like a bolt of lightning struck Lung Liusu's mind. She was stunned. She did not expect it to be Xiaoqin. Could it be that he was by her side that night? Lung Liusu recovered her wits and said, where is he? Where did he go? Is he still at Qingyun Peak? Lung Liusu suddenly felt a rush to find Xiaoqin. The truth was too unbelievable. The person she had been searching for so long was actually that perverted thief. Yiqin went to Jade Maiden Peak with Suifeng early in the morning. In Jade Maiden Peak, Xiaoqin felt that he heard wrong. His martial granduncle actually wanted him to help him refine a medicinal pill. Although he could not feel the other party's strength, Xiaoqin guessed that this person was at least a martial monarch. With such strength and being in Jade Maiden Peak for a long time, how could his alchemy skills be weak? Martial granduncle, are you joking? Brat, what virtue or ability do you have to help martial granduncle refine medicine? My name is Shin Manjun. You can just call me Senior Shin. Martial granduncle sounds very old. Truth be told, I have never liked it, said Shin Manjun with a gentle smile. I can sense the spirit core in your body, so I know the grade of your medicine. Therefore, the pill I want to concoct is not because of the grade but because of the concoction method. I have a pill recipe here, take a look. Xiaoqin suddenly felt a lingering fear in his heart. He had actually sensed his spiritual core in an instant, but he had not felt it at all. Just how strong was this person? Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill. After taking a look at the alchemic recipe, Xiaochen was startled. His expression did not change and Xiaochen looked at it carefully. After he finished looking, Xiaochen somewhat understood what Shin Manjun meant. It turned out that the refining method of this pill was exactly the same as the alchemy method in the Compendium of Cultivation. Shin Manjun might not have been able to figure it out. After he saw Xiaochen's blood-replenishing pill, he immediately felt that the refining method of this blood-replenishing pill was very different from the current refining method. This Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill requires an ancient alchemy method. I am completely unable to figure out how to do it. This blood-replenishing pill of yours should be refined using ancient alchemy methods. As long as you know how to do it, you should not be afraid of not being able to refine the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill, Shin Manjun said softly from the side. Xiaochen thought very quickly. When he thought of Nangong Yan's attitude back then, he felt that he could not admit to this matter immediately. After all, one might know a person for a long time but not their heart. Xiaochen had only met Shin Manjun once or twice. If he admitted to it, it would be hard to guarantee the consequences. With his current strength, if something really happened to him, he would not be able to resist Shin Manjun at all. After he made up his mind, Xiaochen said in a deep voice, "Senior Shin, my alchemy methods came from a mysterious alchemist. I do not understand the refining method of this Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill." Shin Manjuan's eyes were filled with disappointment as she said, "I need to refine this pill to save an old friend's life. If you can really refine it, I can help you raise your cultivation to the Martial Highness realm within a month." Unexpectedly, it was not for her. This surprised Xiaochen. However, looking at Shin Manjuan's vitality, it gave off the feeling that she had lived for a long time. It would not be a problem for her to live for another 100 years. She did not seem like someone who was lethargic. Raising his cultivation to Martial Saint within a month was not attractive to Xiaochen at all. He knew that there were medicinal pills in this world that could raise one's cultivation rapidly. Or they could receive the cultivation of their predecessors and directly raise their cultivation. Xiaochen did not know which method Shin Manjun was referring to. However, regardless of the method, they all had the same drawback. This cultivation was not his. If he could not refine it completely, it might become a hindrance in the future. When Shin Manjun saw that Xiaochen did not seem to be interested in this suggestion, she continued, "If you are worried that you will not be able to refine this cultivation, you can choose other items of equivalent value. Be it spirit stones, secret treasures, martial techniques, medicinal pills, spirit weapons or battle armor, they are all fine." Xiaochen quickly said, "Senior Shin has misunderstood. I really do not know how to refine this Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill. Even if you make a huge promise, there is nothing I can do. Although I do not know how to refine this Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill, I do have an Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill that has been passed down in my clan. I have not used it yet. If Senior needs it, I can exchange it with Senior." After Xiaochen spoke, he stepped forward and took out the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill from his universe ring, handing it to Shin Manjun. To some of the older generation, this item was very valuable. However, it was useless to Xiaochen. He might as well do her a favor. Coincidentally, he had something to ask of Shin Manjun. Killing two birds with one stone, why not? Shin Manjuan's originally despaired heart suddenly rejoiced. She received the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill and checked it carefully. It was indeed a complete Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill. However, it seemed a little different. This is a superior grade Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill. Its effects are twice as good as a regular Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill. It can extend a person's lifespan by 40 years, Shin Manjun said hoarsely when she finally saw what was different. Originally, Xiaochen did not hold any hope. He did not expect to receive such a pleasant surprise. Shin Manjun revealed an extremely happy expression. "Yi Qin, if you need anything you can tell me immediately. If I can do it, I will do it for you immediately. If I can't, I will find someone to do it for you." Xiaochen did not have anything that he needed urgently. However, he was anxious to obtain the ingredients for the beauty-nourishing pill. However, it was not worth it to use them to exchange for the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill. "Can you exchange them for spirit stones? It would be best if you have medial-grade spirit stones." Shin Manjun opened her eyes wide. She did not expect Xiaochen to make such a simple request. She smiled and said, "That is easy. I will give you 500 inferior-grade spirit stones and 20 medial-grade spirit stones. What do you think?" Being able to exchange for so many spirit stones shocked Xiaochen. After a while, Xiaochen said, "Actually, I came to Jade Maiden Peak today because I have a request. I I hope to purchase some spirit herbs. Shin Manjun received the note that Xiao Chen handed over and took a look. After she finished reading, she said, I think you probably do not have any contribution points. So you want to use this as a backdoor. Unfortunately, I am not in charge of the herb fields on Jade Maiden Peak. Furthermore, I need contribution points to exchange for spirit herbs. Otherwise, even if I use spirit stones, I will not be able to purchase them. Xiao Chen continued, in that case I would like to ask, how many contribution points do I need to exchange for these spirit herbs? Can Senior be my guarantor? I will owe you these contribution points first. I will definitely be able to repay them within a month. Shin Manjun muttered to herself for a while before saying, about 500 contribution points. Being a guarantor is indeed not in line with the rules. However, if you urgently need these spirit herbs, I can make an exception for you. Xiao Chen felt joy in his heart. He immediately wrote a promissory note. After Shin Manjun received it, she called someone over. Soon, someone brought over all the spirit herbs that Xiao Chen needed. Keep these spirit stones first. I only have 10 medial grade spirit stones on me. I will get someone to send the rest to you the day after tomorrow. Before Xiao Chen left, Shin Manjun passed the spirit stones to Xiao Chen. After leaving Shin Manjuan's pavilion, Xiao Chen looked at the bright sun in the sky. He was in an extremely good mood. On this trip to Jade Maiden Peak, not only did he manage to complete his original plan, he even obtained so many spirit stones for free. It was simply a windfall. It looked like stealing Gu Yunbin's medicinal pills back then was a wise move. Xiao Chen's face was filled with a smile as he arrived at the herb field where Lu Suifeng was. Along the way he met many Jade Maiden Peak disciples. All of them were as pretty as flowers, they were youthful and very pleasing to the eye. No wonder there were so many people at the foot of the mountain trying to get in. Even if they were doing odd jobs here, it was a blessing to have so many beauties watching them. It seemed like someone had already informed Xiao Chen. Along the way he did not meet with any questions. He directly arrived at the herb field where Lu Suifeng was. Beside the herb field, Lu Suifeng was chewing on a stalk of grass. He wore a conical bamboo hat and sat on the ground listlessly. His expression was extremely unsightly. Chapter 173. Xiao Chen walked over and smiled. Why is your complexion so unsightly? Were you dumped by someone? Lu Suifeng smiled bitterly and said, more or less. Earlier, when last Xiao took off my cloak, she immediately made fun of my pig face for a long time. Furthermore, she actually called Miss Xinyun over as well. My image has been completely destroyed. Do you think Miss Xinyun will still care about me in the future? This fellow wants to chase after someone, but he can't put down his pride. Xiao Chen looked down on this in his heart. He did not want to discuss this topic with him, so he said, I have already obtained the herbs I wanted. I will go down the mountain first to refine the herbs for your sister. When Lu Suifeng heard this, his expression turned serious. I did not expect ancestral martial uncle to give you face. How did you do it? I placed 500 contribution points on ancestral martial uncle. I said I would return it within a month, Xiao Chen answered honestly. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he said in astonishment, you are finished. I can't even get 50 contribution points a month. You actually want to get 500 contribution points in a month? When Xiao Chen heard this, his expression changed. Could it be that 500 contribution points is a lot? Why did Senior Shin not remind me at that time? In reality, Xiao Chen had misunderstood Shin Manjun. Shin Manjun had not done a sect mission for over 100 years already. Her impression of contribution points was still the same as before. Thus, she did not feel that it was difficult to obtain 500 contribution points in a month. She knew she would definitely extend the time. What will happen if I cannot complete it by the deadline? Xiao Chen asked. Lu Suifeng scratched his head and said, that is hard to say. There has never been such a precedent before. However, the most important rule of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is to accumulate contribution points. You will know about it in the future. If you set a precedent and still cannot complete it, the people from the Hall of Contributions will definitely let you off easily. This is because this precedent cannot be set. Xiao Chen thought about it for a while and felt that what Lu Suifeng said made sense. Setting a precedent was already breaking the rules. If they still could not fulfill the agreement, the impact would be too bad. If Xiao Chen were in the upper echelon's shoes and wanted to protect the Hall of Contributions' prestige, he would definitely kill the chicken to warn the monkey, shutting everyone's mouths. Lu Suifeng said, Yi Chen, why don't you talk to Martial Granduncle again and ask him to extend the deadline? As the two of them were talking, a large flock of birds suddenly swooped down from the sky. The timing of this flock of birds was very good. It was the moment when Lu Suifeng was distracted. Lu Suifeng was already in a bad mood. When he saw the situation, he scolded angrily, "Bunch of bastards. There is no end to this." Swoosh. With a flick of his finger, a few stones flew out and a few birds immediately fell to the ground. With a few more rustling sounds, the flock of birds was chased away. Senior brother's finger technique is really good. There will be bird meat to eat again tonight. Ehe. Xiao Yuhuan laughed happily as she picked up the birds that fell to the ground. When Lu Suifeng saw that Xiao Yuhuan still dared to come out, he quickly chased after her and scolded, "Silly girl, you still dare to show yourself? I will beat you to death." "Senior brother, don't worry. This pig head of yours actually has quite a character. Who knows, senior sister Xinyun might have a unique taste and fall in love with you." When Xiao Chen saw the two of them chasing after Xiao Yuhuan, he smiled faintly and headed for Shin Manjuan's pavilion. He felt that it was better to look for Shin Manjun again and extend the deadline to be safer. What? Martial granduncle already left? When is she coming back? When Xiao Chen rushed to the pavilion, the maidservant at the door told him that Shin Manjun left right after Xiao Chen left. "I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 days, maybe 3 or 5 months. Martial granduncle's movements do not follow any pattern." Xiao Chen could only descend Jade Maiden Peak helplessly. There was still a large group of disciples from the other peaks waiting at the foot of the peak. Xiao Chen ignored these discussions and headed straight for Qingyun Peak. The most important thing now was to quickly refine the beauty-nourishing pill. After that, he would think of a way to obtain the 500 contribution points within a month, to prevent himself from getting into trouble. Halfway there, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped. He turned around and saw that there was no one behind him. Suddenly he said, "Friend, after following me for so long, it is time to show yourself." There was no response. Xiao Chen thought suspiciously in his heart. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Ever since he left Jade Maiden Peak, he felt a figure following behind him. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense a few times, but he did not feel anything. However, he did not completely trust his spiritual sense. His spiritual sense did not discover the martial saint behind him in Evil Wind Valley. Xiao Chen said it again, but there was still no one appearing. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with it anymore. Now that everyone knew there was an old peak master in Qingyun Peak, there should not be anyone seeking trouble. Just as Xiao Chen turned around to leave, a figure landed firmly on the ground. Xiao Chen quickly turned around with his guard up. When he saw the appearance of this person, he could not help but feel a headache. If this person wanted to seek trouble with him, there was no need for him to fear the old peak master of Qingyun Peak. That person looked at Xiao Chen quietly. It was unknown what he was thinking. The atmosphere seemed a little off. Xiao Chen looked at Leng Liusu's appearance. Unexpectedly, she did not make a move on him the moment he appeared. This was not in line with Leng Liusu's character. "Yichen, let me ask you. Were you the one who saved me from Leng Tianyue that day?" The two of them stared at each other for a long time. In the end, Leng Liusu could not help but ask. Although Xiao Chen was suspicious of how Leng Liusu knew about this, it was a good thing. This would resolve the misunderstanding between the two of them. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "You can say that. Why did you save me?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "Back then, when I entered a state of berserking qi in the pool of water, you coincidentally saved my life. I saved your life, so we are even." When Leng Liusu heard this, she smiled faintly. "Since you saved me, why did you take advantage of the situation to kiss me before you left? It looks like I did not misunderstand you when I called you a lecher." "Damn, she found out." Xiao Chen said awkwardly, "Did I? I don't seem to remember. Perhaps you sensed wrongly. Am I that unsightly? You kissed me, yet you do not even have the courage to admit it," Leng Liusu said sullenly as her expression changed. Xiao Chen could only correct himself. "You are not unsightly. I did kiss you." Oh. Suddenly, Leng Liusu flew forward and drew her saber with a huang-dang sound. A dazzling saber light created a strong wind as it hacked at Xiao Chen violently. She was still fine earlier, fighting as she pleased. Xiao Chen did not understand. He executed the 3 flowing cloud images and turned it into a vast ocean. The saber swung gently and splashed out like water. Water is good like water. Water benefits all things but does not fight. It looks like it does not fight, but in reality, it fights by not fighting. No matter how strong the external force is, it will not be able to quell the water. Even if it is really quelled, it will immediately recover. Even if you have thousands of soldiers and horses, splitting mountains and seas, I will not budge. I fight without fighting. This was the true meaning of the 3 flowing cloud images. Counterattacking while defending, using the unchanging to deal with the myriad changes. Dang. Leng Liusu took a step back. Her face was filled with astonishment. 3 months ago she could still easily knock Xiaochen back. Now that she had advanced to inferior grade martial saint, she could not knock him back. Lung Liusu pushed off the ground and hacked at him with her saber again. Xiaochen frowned slightly and sheathed his saber with a huang dang sound. He did not dodge this saber strike. Lung Liusu's attack did not contain any killing intent. If they fought, there would be no end to it. Xiaochen did not have the time to waste here, so he could only take the risk. Indeed, Lung Liusu's saber stopped when it was only half an inch away from Xiaochen's forehead. The instant the saber stopped, the wind created by the saber trembled. It blew Xiaochen's hair back gently. "Are you not afraid that I will kill you with one saber strike?" Lung Liusu said coldly. "Of all the masters, you chose to take Lu Riyue as your master." Xiaochen's expression turned cold. He did not like hearing these words. He said indifferently, "Who I take as my master is up to me. I think the grudges between us have been settled. I gave you a chance to kill me earlier but you did not. I will take my leave now." After retreating, Xiaochen immediately turned around and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He dashed on the ground and slowly disappeared from Lung Liusu's vision. Lung Liusu watched as Xiaochen left. She smiled gently. "Leaving after eating, is there such a good thing? Lu Riyue, let's see how you are going to compete with me this time." After returning to Qingyun Peak, Xiaochen stopped thinking about Lung Liusu. He focused on refining the beauty-nourishing pill. The rank of this beauty-nourishing pill was not high, but the ingredients needed to refine it were extremely complicated. Several of the ingredients required aged herbs. Furthermore, in order to prevent failure, he prepared a total of 5 sets of ingredients. This was the reason why the herbs were so expensive. Xiaochen took out the blue dragon medicine cauldron and Feng Feishue's figure immediately appeared in his mind. He smiled gently and collected his thoughts. He said, "It seems like I have not refined a new medicinal pill for a long time. I wonder what my success rate is." Xiaochen took out the herbs from the universe ring one by one and arranged them neatly on the table. He closed his eyes and started to carefully recall the steps to refining the beauty-nourishing pill. Not long after, Xiaochen slowly opened his eyes. He revealed a confident expression. He flicked his finger and 6 strands of purple flames separated by half a meter. They formed a circle and floated around Xiaochen. Today, Xiaochen's cultivation realm was much higher than when he was in Mo City. Naturally, he no longer had to worry about the lack of essence or the lack of control. He could only use 1 strand of flame to extract the medicinal liquid. The instant Xiaochen flicked out the flames with his right hand, he patted the wooden table with his left hand. He used his strength and the 6 herbs flew into the air. They automatically flew into the flames and started to burn. Oh, oh. With a thought from Xiaochen, the spiritual core entered the flames using his spiritual sense. It instantly entered the interior of the 6 herbs and quickly found the nodes. After that, he controlled the flames and started to burn them continuously. The 6 strands of flames quickly revolved around Xiaochen and the herbs in the center of the flames quickly melted. Xiaochen's hands were very fast. He quickly placed 6 porcelain bottles on the table and caught all the medicinal liquid. Immediately, new herbs poured into the flames. Just like that, the herbs on the table slowly decreased while the number of porcelain bottles increased. Not long later, all the medicinal liquid had been burned. The first step of refining the pill was completed. Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. He stretched out his right index finger and the flames gathered again. With a "so" sound, they were sent into the blue dragon medicine cauldron. Chapter 174. Xiaochen followed the steps and slowly poured the medicinal liquids on the table into the medicine cauldron. When all the medicinal liquids were poured in, a fragrant medicinal fragrance assaulted his nose and spread throughout the entire room. Xiaochen patiently controlled the purple thunder true fire and slowly merged the medicinal liquids together. Some of the unnecessary impurities flowed out of the mouth of the blue dragon medicine cauldron. Although the refining method of the beauty-nourishing pill was complicated, its rank was not very high. Thus, it was relatively easy to refine. It just required a little more time. ZZ. After burning for a long time, the medicinal embryo of the beauty-nourishing pill finally formed. Xiaochen started to lower the temperature of the flame and proceeded to the 3rd step of molding, using a warm flame to slowly shape it. This molding was the most important step in the refining process to determine the quality of the medicinal pill. The quality of the molding directly determined the rank of the medicinal pill. Thus, Xiaochen did not dare to be careless. The uneven medicinal embryo slowly became smooth under the control of Xiaochen's purple flame. Finally, a brightly colored medicinal pill was formed. Xiaochen finally revealed a satisfied smile. Next up was the final step of nourishing it. Rings of multicolored pill markings started to appear on the medicinal pill. With a huang dang sound, the refined medicinal pill flowed out of the mouth and into the porcelain bottle. Xiaochen picked it up and sniffed it. He felt slightly excited in his heart. Success. I succeeded on my first try. This is a good sign. Xiaochen revealed a sincere expression of joy. He still had 4 batches of ingredients in the universe ring. He could not waste them. Xiaochen started to continue refining. However, his luck was not as good as the first time. His success rate was only half and he failed twice. However, his overall success rate was not low. After putting away the 3 beauty-nourishing pills, Xiaochen headed for Lu Ryue's courtyard. When he arrived at Lu Ryue's door, he was about to knock when the door opened with a creak, revealing Lu Ryue's somewhat astonished face. The blood on Lu Ryue's body had already been washed clean. She had regained her usual appearance. She was still wearing the tight-fitting training robes, and her complexion looked much better. However, there was a faint scar on her face that had yet to fade. For a girl, this affected her beauty. However, based on Lu Ryue's appearance, she did not seem to mind. Is something the matter? Lu Ryue asked. Xiaochen recovered his wits and nodded. He handed the beauty-nourishing pill to Lu Ryue and said, Elder Sister Ryue, this is a beauty-nourishing pill that I refined myself. It can remove scars and nourish the skin. When Lu Ryue heard this, she smiled. She felt happy in her heart. All girls love to be beautiful. Naturally, Lu Ryue was no exception. It was just that she did not have a strong desire in this aspect. Are you trying to bribe Master? Lu Ryue joked as she received the medicinal pill. Xiaochen smiled faintly. Elder Sister Ryue, I will be going to the Hall of Contributions later. I might not return to Qingyun Peak for a month. Merit Hall? Lu Ryue thought for a while before saying, it is good to go. Many of the martial techniques at the summit of Qingyun Peak require contribution points to exchange for. Come with me. Your basic saber techniques have already reached small perfection. Before we go, I will teach you a secret technique of Qingyun Peak. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He said, Elder Sister Ryue, your injuries have not healed yet. It is not good for you to circulate your essence. Let's talk about it after I return. Although Xiaochen really wanted to learn Qingyun Peak's secret technique, given Lu Ryue's current condition, it was not a good time to teach it. If she circulated her essence while she was recuperating, it would be very harmful to her body. Lu Ryue smiled gently and said, there is no problem. I'm very clear about my own body. Qingyun Peak, Dueling Grounds. Lu Ryue stood across from Xiaochen and said, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's martial techniques all have their own specialties. The speciality of Qingyun Peak's saber technique is its speed, a saber that is even faster than the wind. Hence, the secret techniques of Qingyun Peak are all related to speed. There is a total of 7 secret techniques of Qingyun Peak. According to the Lunar Shadow Saber, there is only one that is suitable for you, Clear Wind Chop. Clear Wind Chop? Xiaochen remembered that he had once obtained a Clear Wind Chop martial technique. He could not help but rummage through his universe ring. After a while, he took out a martial technique manual and handed it to Lu Ryue. This is a martial technique manual that I obtained in the past. Is it this one? Lu Ryue felt it was strange. She received it and took a look. After that, under Xiaochen's astonished gaze, she threw it into the air. Then she drew her small saber and danced in the air. The Clear Wind Chop manual was split open. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Countless sounds of wind could be heard in the air. As Xiaochen stood across from her, he could feel the intense wind. The cool breeze caused his clothes to flutter and his hair to flutter non-stop. The book trembled in the air. The pages of the book turned into loose pages and floated away. Then they neatly fell from the air and stacked on top of each other. By the time the small saber returned to its scabbard, the pages of the book had already been split open. The book that fell to the ground was surprisingly neat. The topmost page was actually the cover of the book. If Xiaochen had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought that the book on the ground was an intact book. It was too neat. This is an incomplete manual that was spread out. It is not very useful. What I executed earlier was the Clear Wind Chop. I'm not sure if you saw it clearly. Lu Ryue explained to Xiaochen. Nonsense, I only read it once. How could I have seen it clearly? Xiaochen shook his head honestly. When Lu Ryue heard this, she said, it is fine if you did not see it clearly. You just have to remember the main point of the Clear Wind Chop. Clear wind, clear wind. Only the clear wind, not the saber. Only the clear wind, not the saber. Xiaochen repeated this phrase in his heart a few times. Suddenly he came to a realization. When Lu Ryue drew her saber, the saber sliced through the air and created a cool breeze. It was clearly an air current created by the saber. However, Xiaoqin could only feel the presence of the cool breeze. He could not feel the saber as clearly as the saber itself. Seeing that Xiaoqin seemed to have understood something, Lu Ryue continued, "The meaning of this phrase is to hide your killing chi in the cool breeze. This way the enemy will not be able to feel the presence of the saber. As such, they will not be able to judge the direction of your saber. It is just like this." After Lu Ryue spoke, she took a step forward. She drew her saber and an intense air current was generated. It immediately created an unending cool breeze. In a daze, Xiaoqin seemed to see the small saber in Lu Ryue's hand suddenly disappear into the air. Although he did not feel any killing chi, he felt it instinctively. He quickly reacted and took 2 steps back. The instant his feet landed on the ground, the small saber seemed to appear out of nowhere and cut the clothes on his chest. Lu Ryue sheathed her saber and turned around. She tossed a book to Xiaoqin and said, "This is the handwritten copy of the cool breeze chop. Although it is handwritten, it is complete. The one in your hand cannot compare to this. Alright, you can go now." Xiaoqin took a look at the secret technique in his hand. After he put it away, he asked, "Is this the end of teaching? It seems like I did not learn anything." Lu Ryue burst out laughing. She used the scabbard in her hand to smack Xiaoqin. "What else do you want? This is the essence of what I comprehended. It is enough for you to avoid taking a detour. Just remember the words I told you, only see the cool breeze, not the saber. That's right, don't take on missions that are too dangerous. After you return, I will teach you listening to the sword and communicating with it." Xiaoqin did not know how to reply. He felt that Lu Ryue's kindness was something that he could not bear. It was too heavy. Lu Ryue said, "There is no need for you to overthink this. Although we are only a few years apart, we are still master and disciple. Teaching you martial arts is part of my duty. Furthermore, helping you is also helping myself." After bowing sincerely to Lu Ryue, Xiaoqin turned around and walked out of the dueling ground. He prepared to leave Qingyun Peak and rushed to the heaven viewing platform. After Xiaoqin was far away, Lu Ryue could not help but cough a few times. The Hall of Contributions, where the sect missions were issued, was located on the bustling heaven viewing platform. This was something that Xiaoqin had heard about along the way. After leaving Qingyun Peak, Xiaoqin immediately increased his speed and rushed to the heaven viewing platform. The heaven viewing platform was very eye-catching in the Lingyun mountain range. That huge platform could be seen even from far away. As the saying goes, looking at the mountain one does not realize how far it is. Only when one walks do one realize how tiring it is. One could easily see the heaven viewing platform from Qingyun Peak. However, Xiaoqin had to run at full speed for 2 hours before he reached the foot of the mountain. The last time he came to the heaven viewing platform, he had used Gu Yunbin's jade ship. It was very convenient and not as troublesome as today. When Xiaoqin reached the peak, he looked at the tall heaven viewing platform. When he thought about how he had to climb all the way to the peak, he could not help but feel a headache. This junior brother is going to the heaven viewing platform, right? Sit on my flying spirit beast. You only need 2 inferior grade spirit stones. Little junior brother, sit on mine. I only need 1 inferior grade spirit stone. Furthermore, my spirit beast is faster than his. Just as Xiaoqin was about to walk up, a group of people suddenly appeared around him. These people all had a flying spirit beast behind them. They seemed to be sitting in a carriage. However, the price was frighteningly expensive. It was just a trip, yet it cost 1 inferior grade spirit stone. It was even more expensive than flying. In the end, Xiaoqin still spent an inferior grade spirit stone and rode on the flying spirit beast. He estimated the height of the heaven viewing platform. With his speed, it would be dark by the time he reached it. Time was not worth it. Furthermore, he did not lack spirit stones. He had just obtained a large sum of spirit stones earlier. There was still a large number of spirit stones in his universe ring. He would not feel any heartache if he used them now. After that person received the spirit stone, he immediately called Xiaoqin to sit on his flying spirit beast. His spirit beast was a little special. It was a wind-attributed bird. With a leap, a gust of wind blew and he rose into the air, flying rapidly toward the top of the mountain. His speed was really as fast as he said. Seeing so many people possessing flying spirit beasts, Xiaoqin could not help but feel strange. How did they obtain flying spirit beasts? Among the spirit beasts that could be tamed, the value of flying spirit beasts was the highest. This was because they were the hardest to tame. When the owner of the spirit beast heard Xiaoqin's question, he smiled and replied, "I used the sect's contribution points to exchange for them. You can use the sect's contribution points to exchange for them in the sect's spirit beast hall. However, the ranks of these spirit beasts are rather low. Their value is not very high. Xiaoqun felt it was strange, so he asked, "What do you mean?" That person explained, "There is no spirit blood jade, and they were not raised from a young age. Thus, the spirit beasts that are purchased are not more than rank 2. It is easy to imagine the strength of a rank 2 spirit beast. If you want to pull them out to fight, it is almost impossible. You would be thankful that they do not drag you down. Thus, you can only use them as transportation tools." Chapter 175. Otherwise, why do you think there are so many people doing this business at the foot of the mountain? They are all cheated badly. Xiaoqun understood something in his heart. Actually, the main problem was not that these spirit beasts were too weak. Instead, it was that they did not communicate well with their masters. This required a special method. Only the great Tang nation's beast abode had such a method. The other nations did not have such a good method to tame them. It was already very impressive to be able to make them understand some ordinary commands. However, this person was talking excitedly. Xiaoqun did not want to interrupt him, so he allowed him to continue. After a while, they arrived at the top of the mountain. After Xiaoqun expressed his thanks, he immediately asked around for the location of the Hall of Contributions. The area of Heaven viewing platform was even larger than a small city. There were many buildings, pavilions, and jade palaces. They were arranged in picturesque disorder. There were many people coming and going. It was very bustling. After asking around for the location of the Hall of Contributions, Xiaoqun started to feel his way there. This was his first time there, so he did not know the way. He took a long time before he found the Hall of Contributions. Hall of Contributions? What kind of place is that? With some anticipation, Xiaoqun slowly walked into the Hall of Contributions. There was an endless stream of people going in and out. Did I come to the wrong place? Xiaoqun looked at his surroundings in astonishment. There were many wooden tables in the hall, and there were groups of people seated at the tables. They were drinking and eating, chatting in low voices. If there was a waiter here, this place would be like a restaurant. Furthermore, it would be the simplest kind, without any luxurious decorations. However, if one looked carefully, they would discover that the atmosphere here was completely different from the taverns at the foot of the mountain. There were no loud noises. There were hundreds of people gathered here, but they could only hear some soft chatter. Furthermore, every single one of them exuded a faint murderous aura. When the murderous aura in the hall gathered together, it was like thousands of streams converging into a vast ocean. If a person with a weaker cultivation walked in, they would immediately faint and crawl on the ground in front of this overwhelming killing qi. Xiaoqun focused and calmed himself. He had a premonition that this place was not as simple as he thought. He grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly and slowly walked towards the counter in front. The tables in the hall were arranged very neatly, forming a wide path in the middle. As Xiaoqun walked on it, he felt a little strange. Only his footsteps could be heard on the path. Dang! A saber tore through the air and flew towards Xiaoqun's face. Xiaoqun drew the lunar shadow saber with a huang dang sound and easily deflected the saber. Just as the steel saber was about to fall to the ground, a huge suction force came over and quickly sucked the steel saber over. The owner of the steel saber was a man wearing Wan Renfeng's attire. He looked at Xiaoqun and said coldly, "Where did this wild brat come from? Don't you know the rules? Is it your turn to accept a mission now?" Xiaoqun looked in the direction of the voice. There were more than 10 inner court disciples wearing the uniform of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak. All of them were looking at Xiaoqun with a murderous look on their faces. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not forbid fighting. As long as it did not kill or cripple someone's cultivation, the law enforcement hall would not interfere. Not far away, someone noticed the Qingyun Peak identity token on Xiaoqun's waist. He could not help but sneer. I was wondering who it was. So, it is someone from Qingyun Peak. People of the Qingyun Peak, obediently find a table and sit down. Today is the day that the Hall of Contributions is issuing high-level sect missions. Once the core disciples of the various peaks have accepted these missions, the order of the Hall of Contributions will be restored. Since it was a sect mission, there would definitely be a difference in difficulty, and the rewards would also vary. Naturally, the rewards for high-level sect missions would be frighteningly high. Moreover, these high-level missions were not available all the time. They were extremely rare. In order to prevent these high-level missions from being snatched away by others, they had to make sure that there were more people and less meat. The disciples of the 5 peaks formed an unspoken rule. Every time there was a high-level mission, the core disciples of the various sects would split the rewards. The people of the Hall of Contributions turned a blind eye to this. The difficulty of a high-level mission would definitely be higher than an ordinary mission. If the core disciples were to complete it, they would be able to complete it earlier. Xiao Qin came at an inopportune time. Coincidentally, there were high-level missions being issued today. The core disciples of the Seven Peaks were discussing how to split the high-level missions. The results were not out yet, so the inner disciples in the hall did not move. This was to prevent others from misunderstanding and thinking that they were going to take a high-level mission. There was a kind-hearted inner disciple at the side who told Xiao Qin everything in detail. He advised him to sit down first and wait for the high-level missions to be taken before taking them. Stop trying to persuade him. He is someone who does not even care about the Biyun Peak's peak master. They are just the core disciples of the 5 peaks. How could they catch his attention? Someone who recognized Xiao Qin said. Aha, that makes sense. I think he is doing this on purpose. He is just an inferior grade martial grand master. I can squash him to death with one hand. I don't believe he can exchange moves with a peak martial king, the Wanren peak disciple who made a move against Xiao Qin said. He was already a superior grade martial grand master. He was 2 grades higher than Xiao Qin. He looked at Xiao Qin provocatively. Is this a high-level mission? If there really is one, it might be possible for me to obtain 500 contribution points in a month. However, this place seems a little noisy. Dragon seizing hand. Xiao Qin snorted coldly and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A huge black hand appeared from nowhere. It passed through the crowd and covered that person's head, smashing down ferociously. The crowd immediately dispersed and the huge black hand smashed down on the wooden table. There was a loud boom, and the huge force caused the wooden table to shatter into splinters that filled the air. Everyone in the great hall of the Hall of Contributions looked at Xiao Qin in astonishment. They did not expect Xiao Qin to make a move here. No matter what, he was just one person. How could he be a match for so many Wanren Peak disciples? You really dare to make a move? If I don't cripple you today and let you know what it means to respect your seniors, then I am not Li Yu, the leader of the group cursed loudly when he saw Xiao Qin make a move. Who? Just as he was about to lead the Wanren Peak disciples forward, a huge black hand suddenly rose up from the ground. It was like a demonic shadow. It clenched and caught him off guard, instantly grabbing him. Xiao Qin pulled gently and a huge force pulled Li Yu forward from the crowd. Then he punched him in the chest. The huge black hand disappeared and the punch landed heavily on Li Yu's chest. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Bang! Li Yu struggled to stand up. However, Xiao Qin stomped on his chest and pushed him back. Xiao Qin used all his strength in this stomp and Li Yu vomited another mouthful of blood. Li Yu resisted with all his might under Xiao Qin's foot. However, it was to no avail. He could not help but shout, "It is just a sneak attack. What ability is that? If you have the guts, let me go and we can fight again." Xiao Qin was not a 3-year-old child. Naturally, he would not fall for his tricks. The Wanren Peak disciples at the side had already rushed over. Because they were afraid of Li Yu who was under Xiao Qin's foot, they did not dare to make a move. When Li Yu saw the situation he shouted, "Attack! This is the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he does not dare to kill me." Kill. When the crowd heard this they no longer hesitated. Saber lights lit up on their sabers and attacked Xiao Qin from all directions. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and executed the 3 flowing cloud images. He did not even draw the lunar shadow saber from its scabbard. His entire body turned into a boundless ocean. Facing the relentless attacks, he did not show any signs of being affected. The lunar shadow saber was like flowing water. It rippled gently, changing its direction continuously. These attacks seemed like they were attacking the surface of the water. They kicked up huge waves. The waves surged and surged. However, after a while, the water surface returned to its calm state. It became as smooth as a mirror once again without any waves. Perfection like water, fighting without fighting. The attacks that landed on Xiao Qin's scabbard were all reflected back. Everyone was shocked. After a while, the flood-like attacks attacked Xiao Qin again. Xiao Qin did not move at all. His heart was as calm as still water. He sheathed the saber in his hand and firmly blocked the attacks of the crowd. Kasie. When the crowd blocked the 5th wave of attacks, Xiao Qin lost his patience. The lunar shadow saber gave off a piercing cold light as it was drawn from its scabbard. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qin held the lunar shadow saber in his right hand and stabbed at Li Yu. With a puc sound, the tip of the saber pierced an inch away from Li Yu's heart. A large amount of blood spurted out from Li Yu's mouth. The originally very quiet hall was now completely silent. Everyone's jaws were slightly agape. They were dumbfounded. Their minds were in a momentary daze. Because of the angle, Everyone thought that Xiao Chen had pierced Li Yu's heart with his saber. They all thought that Xiao Chen had eaten the guts of a leopard. He actually dared to kill someone in the Hall of Contributions. Xiao Chen quickly drew his saber, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. While the many Wanren Peak disciples were distracted, he executed the 3 flowing cloud images in succession. Xiao Chen executed the 3 flowing cloud images one after another. His figure became blurry, and it was as though the entire place was filled with Xiao Chen's figure. When all the figures merged together, every Wanren Peak disciple was stabbed in the chest. Electricity leaped around their wounds, blood flowed unceasingly, it was incomparably painful. Rumble. The Wanren Peak disciples fell down one after another. They cried out in pain. In the quiet hall, their cries were very ear-piercing. Hoo-hoo. Suddenly 2 figures appeared from nowhere. They checked Li Yu's injuries and quickly sealed his acupoints. After that, they exchanged glances and ignored the other injured people, leaving. Xiao Chen understood in his heart that these 2 people were the people in charge of the Hall of Contributions. If he had really killed Li Yu, these 2 people would not have just stood by and watched. Xiao Chen continued walking forward, ignoring the gazes of the crowd. He did not care about anything else. He was preparing to see what kind of high-level mission was the secret agreement of the 5 peaks. In Xiao Chen's opinion, since it was a mission from the Hall of Contributions, everyone had the qualifications to accept it. Taking on all these missions was clearly a form of bullying. Furthermore, he was in urgent need of contribution points. Even if he offended these people, it did not matter. It seemed like he had already offended these people on the heaven ascending platform. Today's incident did not matter. Chapter 176. An old man sat behind the counter with his eyes closed. Xiao Chen walked over and gently knocked on the counter. He said, "Stop pretending to be asleep. Come and take a mission." That old man slowly opened his eyes. There was no light in them, as though he had just woken up. He smiled and said, "I was just taking a nap, not pretending to be asleep. This is your first time taking a mission. Hand over your identity token." The old man received the identity token that Xiao Chen handed over. He looked at it and said, "Qingyun Peak Yichen. I did not expect that after not going out for a while, Qingyun Peak has already recruited someone. Leave the identity token with me first. I will help you register. Go to the 2nd floor to take the mission." 2nd floor? Where is there a 2nd floor? Xiao Chen looked around but did not see any staircases. He could not help but look at the old man suspiciously. The old man was currently looking at Xiao Chen's identity token, carving something. When he saw Xiao Chen looking at him, he thought of something and said, "I forgot this is your first time here. Just push open that door and you will see it." Xiao Chen looked in the direction that the old man pointed. There was a door in the shadows behind the counter. The position of the door was very well hidden. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it. Xiao Chen walked to the door and pushed it gently. Then he stepped in. Before his feet even touched the ground, Xiao Chen felt dazed. The environment before him suddenly changed and he found himself in a huge library. There is actually a small spatial formation here, Xiao Chen thought in astonishment. Then he started to size up the environment. There was something written in front of the door. Messenger pigeons flew in and out continuously. It was clearly a sealed environment. Xiao Chen did not know how these messenger pigeons got in. The first elder of Beichen Peak has issued a mission. He needs a rank 4 spirit core. Quickly record it down. Ordinary mission, 5 contribution points. Jade Maiden Peak is looking for someone to protect the herb fields again. Same rules, simple difficulty, 5 contribution points for half a month. The people from the Spirit Beast Hall need to capture 10 young rank 5 spirit beasts. Difficult mission. 15 contribution points for each young spirit beast. The person who received the pigeon quickly read out the contents of the letter. Someone immediately recorded it down. This was the process of how the Hall of Merit operated. These recorded missions would be sent to the next level for re-examination to see if the difficulty of the mission was too different from the mission itself, or if there was something wrong with the mission reward. After the second trial, there was still the final trial. However, the final trial would only be for the difficult missions. Missions below the difficult rank could be directly issued after the second trial. The sex missions were divided into 3 levels: basic missions, advanced missions, and special missions. Each level was further divided into 3 smaller levels: easy, normal, and difficult. Xiao Chen arrived at the place where the tasks were issued. It was in front of a wooden wall. Behind the wooden wall was the Merit Hall staff that issued the tasks. The man looked at Xiao Chen through the wooden window and asked suspiciously, "Are you here to accept a quest?" This person clearly knew of the unwritten rules set by the other 5 peaks, aside from Jade Maiden Peak and Qingyun Peak. When he saw that Xiaoqin looked unfamiliar and was not a core disciple of one of the 5 peaks, he felt suspicious. Xiaoqin nodded and said, "Pass me the detailed list of advanced missions." "Which peak's disciple are you from? Let me see your identity token." The person did not immediately agree to Xiaoqin's request. Xiaoqin was slightly stunned. He said, "I am a disciple of Qingyun Peak. My name is Yiqin. This is the first time I am here to accept a sect mission. I have already given my identity token to the old man downstairs." "Qingyun Peak?" the person muttered, feeling it was strange. "Wait a moment, I will go and verify it first." Xiaoqin felt slightly angry in his heart. He finally understood why Lu Ryue was so desperate. It turned out that Qingyun Peak disciples were making things difficult for him no matter where they went. The person seemed to be discussing with the upper echelons. After a long time, he returned to the window and handed a list to Xiaoqin. "These are the advanced missions that will be issued today. Take a look." Xiaoqin frowned slightly. He received the list and looked at it carefully. There was a total of 10 missions on the list, and they were all rather difficult. Using the elimination method, Xiaoqin first eliminated the missions that were clearly impossible to complete. For example, killing 10 rank 6 spirit beasts within a week. After eliminating them, there were only 5 missions left. Xiaoqin continued using the elimination method. Those that required cooperation from others had to be eliminated as well. Like this, there were only 3 missions left. One was to guard the spirit vein for a month. After completing it, there would be 800 contribution points. The other was to kill 100 rank 5 spirit beasts. There was no time limit and no restrictions on the species of spirit beasts. After completing it, there would be 1000 contribution points. The last mission was to pick a rank 7 herb, Yellow Springs grass. There was no time limit. After completing it, there would be 2000 contribution points. It was no wonder that the sect's high-level missions would be privately divided up. The rewards were simply too tempting. Even the lowest reward was 800 merit points. Xiaoqin thought about it carefully. In the end, he chose the mission to guard the spirit vein. He still used the elimination method. Although the mission to kill spirit beasts did not have a time limit, it was impossible to complete 100 rank 5 spirit beasts within a month. As for the mission to pick the Yellow Springs grass, Xiaoqin could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Although the rewards were frighteningly high, he did not even know where it was. How was he going to pick it? The mission to guard the spirit vein referred to guarding the spirit stone vein of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for a month. There was no requirement, he only had to guard it for a month. The reward was not high, but it was more than enough for Xiaoqin to repay his debt. "I choose to guard the spirit vein. This is my first time accepting a mission. What procedures do I need to go through?" "Guard the spirit vein? You just need to sign here and come back tomorrow morning. There is no limit to the number of people on this mission. When everyone is here, you can set off. As for the procedures, you just need to bring this wooden token down." That person took out a contract and got Xiaoqin to sign it. After that, he handed him a small and exquisite wooden token. Xiaoqin took it and looked at it. Aside from a string of numbers carved on it, there was nothing special about it. However, when he scanned it with his spiritual sense, Xiaoqin unexpectedly felt a strong aura. A strand of aura from beyond the heavens passed through the Hall of Contributions and pierced into Xiaoqin's mind. "Don't act rashly." Xiaoqin was startled and quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. He looked around carefully and discovered that no one was paying attention to him. He quickly left the place. The owner of the strand of aura on the wooden token was very strong. He might have thought that Xiaoqin was trying to tamper with the aura on it, so he immediately gave him a warning. There were too many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiaoqin felt a sense of reverence in his heart. He no longer dared to release his spiritual sense. He opened the door he came from and was immediately sent downstairs. Shwa. A silver identity token flew towards Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin caught it and looked at it. It was his own identity token. That old man smiled faintly at Xiaoqin. "Young man, you can leave now. Remember the aura on the identity token. Don't act rashly. Otherwise there will be a great disaster." Xiaoqin's expression turned grave. So the aura on the wooden token was left behind by this old man. Xiaoqin nodded and prepared to leave the Hall of Contributions. After Xiaoqin appeared, a group of people immediately stood up from the wooden table and rushed towards Xiaoqin. Although these people were all wearing different clothes, there were 3 golden threads embroidered on their collars. This was the mark of a Heavenly Saber Sect core disciple. These people were all peak martial grand masters, just a step away from becoming a martial saint. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. He knew these people did not come with good intentions. However, he did not feel any fear in his heart as he rushed forward. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation realm, aside from martial saints, martial grandmasters, aside from those with inherited martial spirits, there was basically no pressure on him. "You are Yi Chen." One of the people wearing the uniform of Wanren Peak walked forward and said sternly to Xiao Chen. Killing chi spread out from his body as he stared at Xiao Chen with a sharp glint in his eyes. "That's right. Remember my name, Yang Qi. You can go." Before Yang Qi finished speaking, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. The lunar shadow saber was quickly drawn with a huang dang sound. A cold light hacked at Yang Qi. Seeing that Xiao Chen actually dared to make the first move, the corner of Yang Qi's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Two short sabers, each about half a meter long, appeared in his hands. He waved his right hand in the air and gently swung it, dodging the sharp light of the lunar shadow saber. The short saber in his left hand struck out at lightning speed, piercing towards Xiao Chen's chest. This was the first time Xiao Chen met an opponent who used dual sabers. He was not used to it. Xiao Chen could only dodge the sharp light and execute the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He pushed his feet off the ground and his body moved like a flood dragon. He moved in an arc and dodged Yang Qi's attack. Xiao Chen stabilized his footing and just executed the three flowing cloud images. Yang Qi had already arrived in front of him. The attacks of the dual sabers flowed like the moving clouds and flowing water. Although Xiao Chen could easily deal with every attack of his opponent with the help of the three flowing cloud images, the angle of his opponent's attacks was too crafty. Furthermore, his speed was extremely fast. Slowly, Xiao Chen was unable to keep up with his rhythm. It felt like he was tearing down the east wall to mend the west wall. It was extremely strenuous. Xiao Chen's body moved back continuously. He executed the three flowing cloud images to its limits, like a vast ocean, bitterly enduring. Hu Qi. Suddenly Yang Qi stretched out his hand and threw out a short saber. The short saber spun continuously in the air, flying towards Xiao Chen's face. His speed was extremely fast. The instant the short saber left Yang Qi's hand, another short saber appeared in Yang Qi's hand. When Xiao Chen dodged, this short saber flew out again. Immediately, two short sabers danced in the air. Yang Qi also held a short saber in each of his hands. When the short sabers spun in the air, they returned to Yang Qi. Yang Qi immediately threw out the short saber in his hand and caught the returning short saber. Just like that, the four short sabers spun around in the air. However, Yang Qi's attacks did not stop for even a moment. Xiao Chen, who had been caught off guard in the first place, immediately found himself at a disadvantage. The short sabers had already left several wounds on his arms and thighs. Xiao Chen quickly thought to himself. The three flowing cloud images could defend against some extremely powerful attacks. However, if the enemy's speed and angle of attack reached their limits, the weakness of the three flowing cloud images would become very obvious. I have to think of a solution quickly. Xiao Chen slowly felt that something was wrong. These four sabers were probably not his opponent's limit. Chapter 177. Moreover, he discovered that this martial skill was extremely special. The more short sabers that appeared, the more powerful they were. The more short sabers he used, the faster the speed of his attacks became. When he only had two sabers in his hands, his speed was more than twice as fast as now. This is Wanren Peak's secret technique, chaotic flow of sabers. It is said that when practiced to the highest realm, one can control 18 short sabers. Yang Qi can easily control 4 short sabers now. His status as a Wanren Peak core disciple is really impressive. He was originally a peak martial grandmaster. Furthermore, with the might of the secret technique, Yang Qi would be able to hold his own against an inferior grade martial saint. It should not be a problem for him to deal with an inferior grade martial grandmaster. The most important thing is that he allowed Yang Qi to make the first move. Given this, he basically has no chance. After executing the chaotic flow of sabers, his speed will only increase. Even if he has any martial techniques that can turn the situation around, he will not have a chance to execute them. This brat is very courageous. He dares to injure so many Wanren Peak disciples in the Hall of Contributions by himself. Yang Qi is not the only core disciple in Wanren Peak. Furthermore, there is still a true inheritor who has not appeared yet. He is too courageous. The battle became more and more intense. Xiao Chen's situation was worrying. The surrounding people all commented on him. In the end, he was just an inferior grade martial grandmaster. If he met the stronger Yang Qi, he would not stand a chance. Xiao Chen remained silent. The lunar shadow saber in his right hand rippled like water as he calmly blocked the short sabers in Yang Qi's hands. He held the scabbard in his left hand and moved it up and down, knocking away the short sabers circling in the air. Uchi. Yang Qi drew the 2 short sabers from his waist. In an instant he controlled 6 short sabers. His speed became even faster. The saber lights were like flowing shadows as they spun around. When the weapons clashed, there was a continuous metallic sound. Xiao Chen's arm was slashed a few more times. Although Xiao Chen was at a disadvantage, his heart was as calm as still water. He did not panic at all. A fierce flame started to burn in his right eye. He was preparing to release it after storing up energy. It was not time yet. This was not his limit yet. Xiao Chen thought to himself. The biggest feature of the chaotic stream of daggers was its consistency. The more daggers he controlled, the more consistency he needed. The reason why the more sabers there were, the faster the speed was because they were forced to do so. If the speed slowed down once the number of sabers increased, the continuity would immediately be broken. It was like a rotating chain. If it slowed down, the speed of the car would immediately drop, and there might even be a situation where it couldn't run anymore. If the chain broke, what would happen to the car? If the chain suddenly broke while driving at high speed, the car would immediately roll over and become a wreck. This was the opportunity that Xiao Chen was waiting for. He was waiting for his speed to reach its peak. Then he would be able to defeat him with a single strike. Before that, as long as his vital parts were not hit, he would be able to endure it. Puchi. Another gash appeared on the right button. Blood immediately spurted out. Xiao Chen bit his lips. His gaze was resolute. He did not reveal any expression of pain. Sweat poured out of Yang Qi's forehead continuously, dripping to the ground. He felt anxious in his heart. This chaotic stream of daggers exhausted a lot of essence. However, he had already reached the point where he could control 6 sabers. However, he still could not force Xiao Chen to retreat. If this continued, before Xiao Chen could be defeated, Yang Qi would end up retreating due to the exhaustion of his essence. At that time, all his efforts would be for naught. Kill? Yang Qi's expression turned serious. He clenched his teeth and shouted. Suddenly, 2 short sabers shot out from his sleeves. The tips of the sabers spun continuously, tearing through the air as they flew towards Xiao Chen's chest. Xiao Chen, who was already prepared, immediately leaned back, and the 2 sabers flew past his face. Then he kicked Yang Qi, who was about to charge forward, and forced him back. After he landed, he pushed off the ground again and appeared behind Yang Qi. When the blue dragon cloud soaring art erupted, Xiao Chen actually managed to shake off Yang Qi's airtight attacks. After Xiao Chen landed, he pushed off the ground again and appeared behind Yang Qi. When the blue dragon cloud soaring art erupted, Xiao Chen actually managed to shake off Yang Qi's airtight attacks. Yang Qi's speed was not slow either. His reaction was very fast. After Xiao Chen landed, he somersaulted and attacked Xiao Chen again. The 8 short sabers spun very quickly. At first glance, it looked like there were countless sabers spinning around. The sabers tore through the air, creating a strong air current. Small hurricanes formed. Right now, this should be your limit. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and swung the scabbard in his left hand. As a short saber flew at him, he sheathed it with a schwa sound. Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile as he dodged to the side, avoiding the vital parts. This allowed the short saber to stab into his left shoulder. Blood immediately flowed out and a pained expression appeared on Xiao Chen's face. However, Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving. He quickly tossed aside the scabbard in his hand and grabbed a short saber flying at him, letting the blood flow. Yang Qi's continuous chaotic torrent of sabers was instantly disrupted. Only 3 short sabers remained in the air. Xiao Chen shouted, "Arc light chop." A purple arc of light shot out from above. Electricity flickered on the arc of light. The electricity trembled and a ripple appeared in the air. The 3 short sabers were immediately knocked away. Chaotic torrent of sabers was actually broken like this. Cries of surprise came from the crowd. Xiao Chen actually used a method that was close to self-mutilation to break Yang Qi's peak chaotic torrent of sabers. The instant the chaotic torrent of sabers was broken, Yang Qi's smooth essence instantly turned chaotic. His aura became unstable and he quickly retreated. "You want to run? Can you?" Xiao Chen smiled coldly and shouted, "Purple thunder, true fire, shoot." The blazing flame in Xiao Chen's right eye instantly condensed into a purple beam of light and shot out. This was what Xiao Chen had comprehended from the ice line of the ice ape. Since cold chi could condense into a thin line, then the flame could condense into a light beam as well. The purple thunder true fire that Xiao Chen had been storing up power for a long time instantly pierced through Yang Qi's chest. A finger-sized wound appeared and blood flowed out continuously. Yang Qi staggered and fell to the ground. He pressed his hand against his chest, trying to stop the blood from flowing out. However, it was to no avail. It did not help at all. Xiao Chen ignored him and tossed aside the short saber in his left hand. Then he pulled out the short saber from his right shoulder and picked up his own scabbard. Xiao Chen slowly walked towards the exit of the Hall of Contributions. The crowd automatically parted to form a path for him. Step by step, Xiao Chen arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Contributions. "Stop right there." Finally, the other core disciples of Wanren Peak could not help but call out to Xiao Chen. 3 Wanren Peak core disciples walked towards Xiao Chen. In the earlier battle, because they cared about the face of the core disciples, the 3 of them did not surround and attack Xiao Chen. However, they saw that Xiao Chen had first defeated many ordinary disciples of Wanren Peak. Now he had defeated the core disciple Yang Qi. If they just let him walk out of the Hall of Contributions like this, Wanren Peak would lose all their face. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "What advice do you have for me? You injured so many disciples of my Wanren Peak. Do you think you can just walk out like this?" Xiao Chen found this funny. He said indifferently, "If he did not attack first and then provoke me, would I have injured the disciples of your Wanren Peak? In that case, senior brother Yang Qi was only asking you a question. Why did you take the initiative to attack him?" Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. He said coldly, "Stop talking endlessly. Your skills are inferior, yet you still have such a vile attitude. If you want to stop me, just say it clearly. Do you want to fight one-on-one or all at once? It's up to you." The 3 of them muttered to themselves. If they fought one-on-one, they were not confident of making Xiao Chen stay. However, if the 3 of them attacked together, they would not be able to lose face in public. They were in a dilemma, not knowing what to do. "I am pressed for time. Forgive me for not being able to accompany you. If you want to find me, I will accompany you any time." Xiao Chen could tell what the 3 of them were thinking with one glance. He could not be bothered with them. After he spoke, he walked out. Xiao Chen was indeed pressed for time. He did not have the time to waste here. His mission to guard the spirit vein would begin tomorrow. He only had one night to prepare. The mission to guard the spirit vein sounded very simple. However, it was a high-level mission for the sect. The reward was also very high. There would definitely be danger involved. After all, the person who set up the mission was not a fool. They would not give contribution points to you so easily. Xiao Chen decided to go to the Heaven Viewing Platforms market to take a look. He originally had more than 1,000 spirit stones on hand. Adding the ones he obtained from Shin Manjun, he had close to 2,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. With so many spirit stones, it was sufficient for cultivation. It would be a waste to keep them on hand and not spend them. After consuming a blood-replenishing pill and treating his injuries, Xiao Chen found out the location of the market and slowly made his way there. Aside from the deep wound on his right shoulder, the others were all superficial wounds. After the blood-replenishing pill's medicinal energy spread out and he rested for a night, he should be fine. After wandering around for a long time, Xiao Chen finally found the entrance to the Heaven Viewing Platforms market. When he entered, he actually had to pay an entrance fee of 1 spirit stone. He could not help but feel that he was black-hearted. A regular inner disciple only had a monthly stipend of 15 spirit stones. If they did not have any other additional income and lost this spirit stone, they would feel a heartache. The market was very bustling. There were many Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples here. They could sell or exchange goods here. There were also official shops that sold all sorts of items. Martial techniques, spirit weapons, battle armors, cultivation techniques, and everything else. However, in this place, everything was priced with spirit stones. The money of the mundane world was not very useful here. However, there were special places where one could use silver taels to exchange for spirit stones. Back when Xiao Chen was in Whitewater City, he had swept away the Jiang clan's hundreds of years of savings. He had obtained a total of 30 million gold taels and spent another 20 million gold taels at the Flying Snow Manor. There were also 10 million gold taels worth of banknotes in his universe ring. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen decided to exchange them all for spirit stones. In the past, Jean Fatso had unintentionally revealed that the peak auctions in the continent all used spirit stones for transactions. Gold was not even worth mentioning there, it was completely useless. Rather than letting it rot in the universe ring, Xiao Chen might as well use this opportunity to exchange for spirit stones. Chapter 178. In this market, the place where spirit stones and gold banknotes were exchanged was a shop set up by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. There was a fixed processing fee. When Xiaochen arrived at the shop, there were still some people inside. They were all inner sect disciples preparing to go down the mountain. Most of them were here to exchange spirit stones for gold banknotes. The owner of the shop was an ordinary person who did not cultivate. He wore fine silk clothes and had a small mustache. A bright light flashed in his eyes. He had the look of a typical merchant. After everyone left, that person walked over to Xiaochen with a smile. "This little brother has waited for so long. Are you spending a lot of money?" "His eyes are pretty good," Xiaochen smiled faintly. "Just call me Xiaochen. I have not asked for the owner's name yet." "Haha, I can't be called the owner. I'm just helping out. If you do not mind, you can just call me Old Hu." The owner revealed a smile and said unhurriedly. Xiaochen did not say anything and took out stacks of gold banknotes from his universe ring. He placed them neatly on the table and slowly covered the entire exquisite wooden table. A look of astonishment flashed on Old Hu's face. His mustache curled up as he slowly walked to the door of the shop. He cautiously closed the door and hung up a closed sign. After that, he turned around and faced Xiaochen. "You really cannot judge a book by its cover. Little brother Yi is indeed spending a lot. I estimate that there are at least 10 million gold taels worth of gold banknotes. Are you going to exchange them all for spirit stones?" Xiaochen nodded. Old Hu smiled. "This must be your first time exchanging here. Exchanging on such a large scale would be very disadvantageous for you. Could it be that the exchange rate would change based on the amount of gold banknotes?" Xiaochen felt suspicious as he asked, "What do you mean?" "Look over there." Old Hu turned around and pointed to a wooden board on the wall in the middle of the shop. Xiaochen looked in the direction he pointed. The wooden board clearly stated the exchange rate of gold banknotes for spirit stones. 3,000 gold taels could be exchanged for one inferior grade spirit stone. However, at 100,000 gold taels, it became 5,000 gold taels for one inferior grade spirit stone. The larger the value of the transaction, the lower the exchange rate. Xiaochen looked down and saw that it had reached 10 million gold taels. The exchange rate had reached 10,000 gold taels. 10,000 gold taels could only be exchanged for one inferior grade spirit stone. Xiaochen was speechless. 10,000 gold taels for one inferior grade spirit stone. That was to say, the 10 million gold taels he had could only be exchanged for 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. What's going on? Exchanging for one at a time only requires 3,000 gold taels. Why is it that as the amount increases, the exchange rate decreases instead of increasing? Xiaochen asked in confusion. If he exchanged once a day, he would be able to exchange for close to 4,000 inferior grade spirit stones. However, he could only exchange for 1,000 at a time. That was 4 times less. No one would be able to accept this. Old Hu smiled faintly. In the past, there were people who used large sums of money to exchange for spirit stones. They were all rich clans who had no way of obtaining spirit stones and came here to take advantage of the situation. Think about it, which is more valuable, spirit stones or gold? Spirit stones are gone after they are used, they are expendable. However, gold is liquid and will never disappear. Furthermore, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion does not have that many spirit stones for people to exchange for. Hence they set up this rule. However, if you want to exchange spirit stones for gold, the greater the exchange rate, the higher the exchange rate. This is the reason why gold has a price but spirit stones are priceless. Xiaochen thought about it and agreed. For cultivators, it was much easier to obtain gold than spirit stones. If the exchange rate was too high, they would be at a disadvantage. After all, this money belonged to someone else. Xiaochen felt the heartache for a while. In the end, he still chose to exchange for spirit stones. Old Hu immediately counted the spirit stones with a smile on his face. After he finished counting, he immediately gave Xiaochen 1,000 spirit stones. After Xiaochen took the spirit stones and walked far away, Old Hu revealed an expression of wild joy. He thought to himself, if there are a few more fools like this, I will probably be promoted soon. Actually, Xiaochen also felt that he was at a disadvantage. Old Hu's final smile clearly showed that he was impatient. However, this was, after all, something that he snatched. It was fine as long as he could exchange it for spirit stones. When Xiaochen arrived at the area where he could freely set up stalls, he started to wander around. There were so many things that it was dazzling. Xiaochen took a quick look and discovered many rare treasures. The horn of a rank 5 spirit beast, silver horned tiger. 20 spirit stones or a rank 4 or higher medicinal pill for treating injuries. Xiaochen's gaze stopped at a stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. He was an inferior grade martial saint. After reaching a certain age in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, if one had not reached the corresponding cultivation realm, they would not receive any benefits. They could choose to leave the mountain or stay in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, they had to do everything themselves. Furthermore, they had to pay a certain amount of spirit stones every month. The middle-aged man in front of Xiaochen should belong to the latter category. Due to the dense spiritual energy in the Lingyun mountain range, he could not bear to leave. Hence he chose to stay. I want this beast horn. However, can it be cheaper? How about 10 spirit stones? A youth stood in front of the stall and bargained. The middle-aged man shook his head. No way, this is already the lowest price I can offer. I cannot go any lower. 15 spirit stones, this is the highest price I can offer. What do you think? If you want to sell it, be more straightforward. Consider yourself lucky. I need this beast horn to refine a medicinal pill. Otherwise no one would buy it. That person was clearly dissatisfied as he continued to bargain. The middle-aged man still shook his head. I will not sell it for less than 20 inferior grade spirit stones. The horn of this silver horned tiger grows by 1 centimeter every 10 years. For it to grow to this length, it would take at least 150 years. The spiritual energy contained in such a beast horn is very dense. Be it made into a strong bone weapon or ground into powder to refine into a medicinal pill, its value would be very high. 20 spirit stones is already the lowest price. Bang! That person tossed the beast horn he was fiddling with onto the stall. He said in disdain, trash, shamelessly staying on the mountain. I'm buying your things because I think highly of you. Let's see who will buy this beast horn from you. When the time comes, let's see how you hand over the spirit stones to the main hall. Just wait to be kicked off the mountain. I gave you face but you do not want it. You are simply looking for trouble. The youth was only a medial grade martial grand master. When the middle-aged man was mocked in front of him, his expression did not change. He was extremely calm. At the very least, I have to be worthy of my investment. Selling this item at a low price is selling myself at a low price. If I am chased off the mountain, I am willing to do so. After the youth mocked the middle-aged man a few more times, he left while cursing. Before he left, he occasionally turned his head back and stared at the silver-horned tiger's beast horn. He was clearly dissatisfied. Xiaochen walked over and carefully inspected the beast horn. He extended his spiritual sense into it. It was as the middle-aged man had said, it was indeed a 100-year-old beast horn. The spiritual energy was extremely dense. It was the best material for the life bestowal spell. Although with Xiaochen's current cultivation realm, he could use ordinary materials for the life bestowal spell. However, the effects would not be as strong as using good materials. Friend, you are also here to buy this beast horn. If you want a bargain, then there is no need to buy it. I will not lower the price. Xiaochen smiled faintly. I do indeed want to bargain. There is something wrong with this price. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Just as he was about to speak, Xiaochen continued, the price is on the low side. 20 spirit stones is already a bargain. I will offer 50 spirit stones. That would be worthy of your investment. After Xiaochen spoke, he took out 50 spirit stones and handed it to that person. Then he picked up the beast horn and placed it in his universe ring. Then he turned around and left. The middle-aged man's words had moved Xiaochen. He was alone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The amount of disdain and indifference he received was definitely more than what he received in the past. Yet, he was still able to maintain such a state of mind under such circumstances. This caused Xiaochen to feel compassion for him. So, he decided to help him out. After all, 50 spirit stones was just a small sum to him. Who knows, it might be able to help others. Little brother, why are you helping me? The middle-aged man quickly caught up to Xiaochen and asked. Xiaochen turned around and smiled gently. The river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years. Who knows what the future will be like? Who knows, if I help you today, you might be able to make a name for yourself in the future. I might even be able to gain a favor for free. The river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years. Who knows what the future will be like? The middle-aged man muttered to himself, however, will I, Lan Cho, have such a day? Taking advantage of the moment when the middle-aged man was distracted, Xiaochen turned around and used his movement technique to quickly leave this place. It was just a small matter, there was no need to pay too much attention to it. It was still early, so Xiaochen continued to stroll around. He saw a few more things. There was the blood of a high-ranked spirit beast, as well as some rare ores and herbs. Another 100 spirit stones were gone in an instant. A stall with many people gathered in front appeared in Xiaochen's vision. Feeling curious, Xiaochen pushed through the crowd and squeezed his way in. The stall owner was a youth about 20 years old. His cultivation had already reached peak martial grand master. He wore the uniform of Beichen Peak, and there were 3 golden threads embroidered on his collar. This was a core disciple of Beichen Peak. There was only one thing displayed on his stall. It was a piece of wood that was half a meter long and as thick as a finger. The piece of wood was placed calmly on the stall, but there was a faint cyan spirit chi that was visible to the naked eye rising up like smoke. Fusang's spiritual tree. Xiaochen exclaimed in his heart. The spiritual energy was inexhaustible. There was an immortal flower on the tree that bloomed once every 1,000 years. The flower took 10,000 years to bear fruit. It was the immortal divine fruit. After consuming it, one could live as long as the heavens and earth, never dying or aging. When the branch was broken, there would be azure smoke coming out. The piece of wood displayed in the stall was exactly the same as the description of the Fusang tree in the legends. No, that's not right, this is not the real Fusang spiritual tree. Xiaochen extended his spiritual sense and discovered the essence contained in the wood. Although the essence contained in it was extremely dense, it was currently slowly decreasing. Even after the Fusang spiritual tree's branches were broken, the essence contained in them was endless and showed no signs of decreasing. Chapter 179. This should be a broken branch from a subspecies of the Fusang tree. However, even so, it was still very valuable. This was because this type of tree was intelligent and knew how to cultivate. If it was an older spirit tree, it would be even stronger than a regular cultivator. According to legend, the Fusang tree was as strong as Emperor Wu. Why is no one buying such a good thing? Xiaochen thought doubtfully, could it be that the price is too high? This is a broken branch from a 1,000-year-old Wutong tree. I need a red nascent fruit. I will only exchange it, not sell it. If there is none, I will use it myself. The bark of the Wutong tree was green like jade, and its leaves were like flowers. It was beautiful and elegant, and had natural spiritual energy. According to legend, when the leaves fell to the ground, they would turn into golden leaves. Even the divine phoenix of the ancient era did not perch on this tree. Although it could not compare to the Fusang tree, it was still a famous spirit tree. If it really existed for 1,000 years, then just one of its branches would be worth a lot. Not only could it be used to refine medicine, but it could also be used to directly absorb the spiritual energy from it. It could even be used to raise a cultivator's cultivation. Or it could be made into an accessory and worn on the body. It could also calm the mind and calm the mind, allowing one to achieve twice the results with half the effort when cultivating. When Xiaochen heard that this person wanted to exchange for the red nascent fruit, he was excited. His expression did not change as he searched the universe ring with his spiritual sense. Soon he found the item in a corner. He could not help but rejoice. Since he obtained this item in the periphery of Seven-Horn Mountain, he had not used it. He had nearly forgotten about it. He did not expect it to be so useful here. I'll pay 80 spirit stones for this item. Is that possible? Someone asked eagerly. 80 spirit stones was already a very high price to buy this incomplete Wudong spiritual wood. However, that Beichen Peak disciple shook his head and said, "No, I urgently need the red nascent fruit to cultivate. The red nascent fruits on Jade Maiden Peak are not ripe yet. I can only try my luck here. If there are none, then I will use this Wudong tree for myself." Thinking about it, he was a core disciple of Beichen Peak and should not lack spirit stones. Just the stipend of a core disciple was much higher than that of an ordinary disciple. In addition to the missions he completed, he should have enough spirit stones. The man was unwilling, but he still shook his head and left. The onlookers also slowly dispersed. Although a spirit herb like the red nascent fruit was not rare, it took several decades for it to ripen. Obtaining it required luck. Seeing the crowd slowly disperse, the Beichen Peak core disciple revealed a disappointed expression. He got up and prepared to pack up and leave. Xiaochen quickly went over and said, "Wait a moment, I have a red nascent fruit. I wonder if I can exchange it with you?" When the Beichen Peak disciple heard this, he rejoiced and said, "If it is a ripe red nascent fruit, I am willing to exchange for it with more spirit stones. If it is not ripe, you will have to add some spirit stones." When Xiaochen heard this, he took out the red nascent fruit from his universe ring and handed it over. The red fruit gave off a fragrance and a dense spiritual energy assaulted the nose. Its glass-like surface seemed to have a fiery glow. A matured red nascent fruit. It's really matured. That person had an excited expression on his face as he said, "My name is Fang Ning. Thank you for the red nascent fruit. I will give you another 10 inferior grade spirit stones." Fang Ning was incomparably happy in his heart. He had been stuck at peak martial grandmaster for a very long time. Because he cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique, he had been unable to break through. Now that he had the red nascent fruit, advancing to Martial Saint was just a matter of time. He did not expect to be able to obtain 10 inferior-grade spirit stones. This was a pleasant surprise. Xiao Qin carefully put away the spirit stones and Wudong's spiritual tree that Fang Ning handed over. His face also revealed a joyful expression. He had been searching for similar spiritual trees for a very long time. However, he always ended up with nothing. Reality proved that the life bestowal spell was most effective when using spiritual wood. Even the beast horn, which was filled with spiritual energy, could not compare to it. After obtaining the red nascent fruit, Fang Ning immediately packed up his stall and left. He could not wait to leave the market and prepare to enter closed-door cultivation. Xiao Qin stopped this person and said, "Brother Fang, can you tell me where you found this Wudong spiritual tree?" Fang Ning stopped and shook his head. He said sincerely, "Brother, it is best that you do not know. That place is extremely dangerous. I went there with my master. The tree has already turned into a spirit. It is not easy to deal with." After he spoke, he left without looking back. No matter how Xiao Qin called out to him, he did not stop. Xiao Qin was slightly disappointed. He looked at the sky and saw a large patch of burning clouds in the west. The sunset dyed the entire sky red. It was already dusk. As it was still early, Xiao Qin decided to continue going to the official shops of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to see if there were any good items. About 200 meters behind him, there was a sinister gaze staring at Xiao Qin. This person was the person who wanted the saber-toothed tiger's beast horn. "You caused me to be unable to complete my master's mission. I want to see who you are. How dare you snatch something that I am interested in?" Feeling that gaze, Xiao Qin extended out his spiritual sense. When he saw the appearance of this person, he smiled faintly and ignored him. He continued walking forward. There were very few people in the official shops. It was not as lively as the free market. Xiao Qin took a quick look and was not interested in it. The items sold here were very expensive. They were all herbs, medicinal pills, martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and the like. They might be of interest to others, but to Xiao Qin they were of no interest. Xiao Qin had the battle sage origins. He could imitate all the martial techniques in the world. If it was not an extremely rare martial technique, he would not be interested in it. As for medicinal pills and medicinal herbs, he needed to prepare them when he was cultivating. Now was not the time yet. Xiao Qin only bought a few good quality antidotes for emergencies. After that, he did not buy anything else. He left the place in disappointment. Xiao Qin was about to depart at dawn. He intended to find a desolate place and spend the night there. There was no need to care too much about one night. When Xiao Qin was about to leave the market, a figure quickly charged at him, trying to stop him before he left the market. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and locked onto the person behind him with his spiritual sense. A huge black hand appeared from nowhere. Xiao Qin clenched his fist and grabbed that person. Xiao Qin casually waved his hand and tossed that person high into the air. Then he landed on the ground with a loud bang. The huge black hand descended from the sky again. It clenched its fingers into a fist and punched continuously. It only stopped after that person vomited blood and fainted. From start to finish, Xiao Qin did not turn around. He withdrew his hand and quickly left this place. This person was just a wretched tramp, yet he dared to stop him. He was simply reckless. Under a towering tree on the heaven viewing platform, Xiao Qin looked up at the lush tree and revealed a satisfied expression. "I'll spend the night here." He pushed off the ground and leaped onto a branch of the tree. Then he changed into a comfortable position and lay down. Xiao Qin took out a carving knife and the saber-toothed tiger's horn and prepared to start carving. Xiao Qin had never seen the saber-toothed tiger before. Hence he could not use the life bestowal spell. The materials to carve the Golden Lion King were not right. Furthermore, the Golden Lion King was too big. If he used it to carve, he would only be able to carve a flawed Golden Lion King. It was not worth it. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin measured the size of the beast horns. In the end, he decided to carve 5 rank 5 ice apes. The rank of the ice apes was not too high. It was easier to control them and it would exhaust less essence. The ice apes were only martial saints. However, when there were more of them, their combat prowess could not be underestimated. After Xiao Qin made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. He leaned against the tree and started to carve seriously. Shwa, shwa. Xiao Qin infused his essence into the carving knife. Bone shards fell off the white horns continuously. He recalled the appearance of the ice apes in his mind. His hands moved like flowing water as he carved. Xiao Qin's carving skills had already reached the acme of perfection. Not long after, an exquisite sculpture of an ice ape appeared in his hands. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and placed it in the universe ring. Then he continued to carve. When he finished carving the 5 sculptures, the sky had already turned dark, night had already fallen. Xiaochen took out the Wutong spiritual wood and observed it carefully. Then he carefully placed it in the universe ring. This item could only be found and not sought. Xiaochen did not want to waste it, it would be useful in the future. Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated and the dense spiritual energy in the surroundings immediately poured into his body. The density of the Lingyun mountain range's spiritual energy was truly tempting. Xiaochen sighed in his heart again. No wonder it made people yearn for it. Cultivating here for a year was equivalent to cultivating outside for 3 years. The spiritual energy circulated in his body for a great cycle. Finally, it gathered in the dantian where his martial spirit was. Within that strange space, it fell like rain pouring into the surging river. When he was a martial disciple, the source of his essence was a few white clouds. When he was a martial master, it was a clear pond. Now that he was a martial grand master, it had turned into a gushing river. Every time he advanced a realm, the density of the spiritual energy in his body would increase exponentially. It was extremely horrifying, causing Xiaochen to feel both shocked and happy. The amount of essence that Xiaochen could use now was something that no one within the martial grandmaster realm could compare to. Furthermore, the purity of his essence was also much higher than that of regular cultivators. Such a good thing was indeed a pleasant surprise. However, if one were to ask about it, they would not know the reason for it. The only thing Xiaochen could be sure of was that it was not because he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was only a cultivation technique. According to the records in the Compendium of Cultivation, such a phenomenon would not occur. If he really wanted to find the reason, he could only look for it from the blue dragon in the river. However, the Shao clan's inheritance was broken long ago. There was no way to find out about this. Perhaps Feng Feishue, who was in the imperial capital, would have some understanding. However, she was temporarily unable to go there. Since he could not figure it out, he could not be bothered to think about it. Xiaochen collected his thoughts and entered a state of cultivation. Early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated through the leaves and shone on Xiaochen's face, Xiaochen opened his eyes and took a deep breath. After a night of cultivation, his mental state had returned to its peak. The medicinal energy of the blood-replenishing pill had already completely permeated into his body. The injuries from yesterday had completely healed. His mental state had returned to its peak. Hu Qi. Suddenly, the wooden token at his waist started to shake non-stop. With a wung sound it flew out. Xiaochen understood in his heart. The people from the Hall of Contributions were urging him to depart. Bang! Just as Xiaochen was about to land on the ground, a petite figure beat him to it and jumped down from the top of the tree. She stretched lazily on the ground and turned her head to smile at Xiaochen. Then she quickly left in a flash. Xiaochen did not expect that he would meet someone with the same intentions as him in a random tree. He cursed himself for being careless in his heart. Before he came, he should have used his spiritual sense to scan the area. If this person had bad intentions, he might have been in danger last night. Chapter 180. At this moment, Xiaochen did not have much time to think. The wooden token had already flown far away. If he did not catch up, he would be late. He leaped into the air like a flood dragon soaring into the sky. The wooden token flew very steadily, but it was very fast. Xiaochen chased after it and was surprised to discover that the wooden token did not lead to the Hall of Contributions. Finally, it stopped in an unknown courtyard. Xiaochen walked in with some suspicions. He discovered that there were already at least 10 people in the courtyard. The girl he saw on the towering tree was here as well. When she saw that Xiaochen was here as well, she revealed an astonished expression. Xiaochen counted the number of people. Including him, there was a total of 10 people. Every one of them was at least a medial grade martial grandmaster. That girl's cultivation was the highest. She was a peak superior grade martial grandmaster. Advancing from martial grandmaster to martial saint was a hurdle. The earlier one entered the martial saint realm, the higher their future accomplishments would be. Because of this, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a rule that if one was not able to reach the martial saint realm before the age of 25, they would lose their qualifications to become an inner disciple. Aside from Xiaochen, the rest of them knew each other. They were gathered together and chatting in soft voices. I wonder if I will be able to return alive after going there. I nearly died there the last time. Indeed, if I were not in urgent need of contribution points, I would not have risked my life. Recently, I feel that my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. I have to buy some medicinal pills to aid my cultivation. When Xiao Chen heard this, his expression changed slightly. He looked at the collars of these people and discovered that there were only 2 golden lines embroidered on them. This was the mark of an ordinary disciple. These people were not inner or core disciples. However, how did they receive a high-level mission from the sect? Could I have been cheated? Xiao Chen thought back to his encounter on the 2nd floor. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. In reality, he had indeed been cheated. On the 2nd floor of the Hall of Contributions, that person had given him a list of high-level missions. All of them were extremely dangerous and there were very few people who would accept them. Everyone could accept the normal high-level missions. That person did not show him any of them. He did not know what was going on. Which peak are you from? What's your name? You look unfamiliar. I am Mu Xinya from Gangyu Peak. We just met. Just as Xiao Chen was deep in thought, the girl took the initiative to greet Xiao Chen. For some reason, Lu Riyue and Lu Suifeng did not wear Qingyun Peak signature clothing. Even Xiao Chen did not wear it. He was still wearing the clothes he had brought, so outsiders couldn't tell which peak Xiao Chen was from at a glance. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and carefully sized up the girl in front of him. This girl was only 16 or 17 years old, and her appearance was top-notch. She always had a smile on her face and there were 2 mandarin duck knives at her waist. She gave off the vibe of a little girl next door, appearing extremely lively. Xiao Chen said with a faint smile, Yi Chen of Qingyun Peak. Mu Xinya and the other 8 men looked at Xiao Chen in astonishment, sizing him up carefully. After a while, Mu Xinya said, Didn't you go to the 2nd floor first yesterday? Why did you take on this mission? Didn't they show you the other high-level missions? Seeing that Xiao Chen did not understand, Mu Xinya explained the reason in detail. After Xiao Chen heard it, he suddenly understood. No wonder that person only took out the mission list after he left for a long time. Furthermore, the danger of the mission was very high. There were very few options to choose from. With all these factors combined with Mu Xinya's explanation, it could only mean that this group of people had fooled him. Seeing that Xiao Chen's expression was not right, Mu Xinya advised him, Don't think too much. Since you have already accepted the mission, just do your best to complete it. The punishment for failing the mission is very severe. The others were not core disciples, so they could understand Xiao Chen's feelings. They all advised him. After a while, Xiao Chen became familiar with these people. Among these people there was a Beichen Peak disciple called Ma Chen. He had the most experience with this mission. He had been there twice before. He did not hide anything and told everyone what he knew. The location of the mission is a few hundred meters underground. Our main mission is to protect the ordinary people mining. We will often meet with strange things underground. We must not be careless. If there is something we cannot deal with, immediately retreat and call the elders over. Our lives are more important. Po, po, po. As Ma Chen spoke, footsteps came from outside. 3 old men dressed in black appeared in front of everyone. The collars of the 3 old men all had 2 crossed golden sabers embroidered on them. This was the symbol of the Heavenly Saber Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder had a venerated position in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They had the authority to issue missions directly. The auras of the 3 of them were unfathomable. Their auras were as vast and boundless as the sea. Xiao Chen made a conservative estimate that the 3 of them were at least martial kings. This was especially so for the old man in the middle. He gave off an incomparably deep impression. His old face was filled with wrinkles, and his eyes occasionally flickered with a cold light. It was a very frightening sight. The old man looked at the crowd and frowned slightly. He said unhappily, The number of people is getting lesser and lesser. Unexpectedly, there is still an inferior grade Martial Grand Master. The Hall of Contributions is suppressing our missions too much. The inferior grade Martial Grand Master was referring to Xiao Chen. Even if Xiao Chen was dissatisfied, he did not dare to throw a tantrum. He kept his mouth shut and remained silent. Never mind, just make do with it. There has not been anything big recently, it has been rather peaceful. 10 people is enough, someone at the side said. The old man in the middle nodded. I will explain the mission to you in detail now. I will make it short and not be long-winded. The mission is very simple. It is to patrol the underground. It is to protect and monitor the ordinary people mining spirit stone. After sitting there for a month, the mission will be completed. That is really simple. It is as good as not saying anything, Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. After the old man spoke, he took out a jade bottle and pointed it at the crowd. Relax, do not circulate your essence to resist. So, a huge suction force came from the jade bottle. When Xiao Chen heard the old man's words, he did not circulate his essence to resist. He was sucked into the jade bottle in an instant. This jade bottle was actually a secret treasure. The bottle formed a small world within it. It was pitch black. One would not be able to see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. The other 9 people were nowhere to be seen. They did not know where they went. In this pitch-black space, time seemed to stop. Xiaoqin knew that this space was similar to the space in his universe ring. He did not panic. He sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. He slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation to pass this boring time. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, Xiaoqin felt something solid under his feet. He was already outside. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was in a damp stone room. When Xiaoqin stood up, he immediately felt the surrounding spiritual energy was shockingly dense. It was unbelievable. It was as though he could touch the ethereal spiritual energy just by stretching out his hand. Is this the spirit stone? Mu Xinya, who was at the side, looked around curiously with her eyes wide open. The remaining 8 people and the old man who brought them were not here. Only the 2 of them were here. There was a stone table and 2 simple stone beds in the stone room. All sorts of daily necessities were present. Could it be that the 2 of us have to stay in this place for the next month? Xiaoqin felt a headache just thinking about it. On the other hand, Mu Xinya still had a smile on her face. She looked around her surroundings and occasionally flipped through the tools in the stone room. Shwa! A stone door in the middle of the stone room opened. A middle-aged man dressed in black walked in and said, "The 2 of you have been placed in the same group. You will be staying here for this month. In the future, if you have any problems, you can look for me. Let's go, I will bring you around to familiarize yourself with the environment." They really have to stay together? Xiaoqin felt awkward just thinking about it. He said to that person, "Senior, is there really no problem?" That middle-aged man felt it was strange. "What's the problem? Why are you still trying to act innocent after getting such a good deal? This place is split into pairs. If you want to change, I can change for you immediately." There's no need. Xiaoqin quickly waved his hand. If he were to stay with a man, it would be even more unbearable. The middle-aged man nodded. "There's no need to call me senior, I am not that old. Just call me Marshal Uncle Yi or Yiwen will do. Let's go quickly." "That's right, wait a moment. I nearly forgot. Hold on to this first." The middle-aged man handed the 2 of them a map made of beast skin. Xiaoqin received it and took a look. He discovered that it was a map of tunnels that looked like a maze. The zigzagging lines were dazzling. The words 8th layer were written on the map. Xiaoqin found the scale of the map. Just the tunnels of this layer were several thousand square meters. It was very startling. Xiaoqin found his location on the map. He discovered that there was a glowing spot on the map. He did not know what it was. Yiwen explained, "This glowing spot is the identity token on your waists. As long as you do not lose your identity token, you do not have to worry about getting lost. Aside from when you are resting, if the identity token is not moved for a long time, it means that you are in danger. Someone will immediately reinforce you." This was probably meant to monitor them. With this map, their whereabouts would be completely grasped by others, Xiaoqin thought to himself. After that, Yiwen pointed out the location of the headquarters on this layer. Then he told them that the black line was a dead end, they could not go there. After explaining for a long time, Xiaoqin and Yiwen had a rough understanding of this layer. They were no longer at a loss, not knowing anything. After Yiwen told them about the mechanism of the stone door, he brought them out to familiarize themselves with the cave. Not long after they left the stone room, they saw a group of ordinary people with dark complexions. It was unknown how long they had not bathed for. On the wide passageway, these people were digging the ground with forks in their hands. Their expressions were numb and lifeless. The task of excavating spirit stones was arduous and huge. It was not realistic to use the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples to excavate. These people were sent here after they signed a life and death contract with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They were told of the hardships and dangers of this place. However, because of the high rewards, these people wanted to work here for 5 years and earn a fortune before leaving. Chapter 181. Riches came from danger. If they managed to return alive after working for 5 years, the rewards they would obtain would be enough for them to enjoy riches and glory for the rest of their lives. However, would they really be able to return alive? Hu Qi. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, a resplendent spiritual light suddenly appeared in the mine. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the entire mine became even more abundant. This is a medial-grade spirit stone raw ore. Run. The group of miners dug out the medial-grade spirit stone raw ore. However, their expressions were filled with horror. They threw away the tools in their hands and ran in the direction of Xiaoqin and the others. Jie. De. A miner's reaction was too slow and he was immediately grabbed by a skinny arm. With a casual rip, the miner was torn in half. That skinny arm then dug out the miner's bloody heart. After the crowd dispersed, Xiaochen finally saw the owner of this strange hand. It was a rotten corpse that was emitting a black aura from head to toe. He placed the heart into his mouth and chewed it unceasingly while emitting a zzz sound. The group of miners hid behind Xiaochen and the others. Although they had panicked expressions, they were already used to it. When they saw this rotten corpse, they did not find it too strange. Yiwen revealed a cautious expression. He stared at the raw ore that was giving off a spiritual light behind the corpse. The two of you just watch and don't make a move. In the future, if you meet a monster of this level, you just have to disperse the crowd. Oh. The small saber in Yiwen's hand was drawn from its scabbard. It spun continuously in his right hand, creating a strong air current in the mine. The corpse felt a dangerous aura. It roared strangely and turned into a black phantom, pouncing at Yiwen. Its sharp fingers glowed with a cold light as they scratched Yiwen's face. Scram! Yiwen shouted loudly and the small saber in his right hand spun continuously. He quickly struck the corpse's body and a strong force immediately pushed the corpse far away. A black, rancid liquid flowed out of its body and splattered in the air. The corpse had already been dead for an unknown number of years. It did not know pain and did not feel anything. After it was knocked back, it roared and a disgusting liquid flowed out of the corner of its mouth. It pounced at Yiwen again. Yiwen and the corpse fought and slowly retreated to the left, slowly shifting the battlefield. After a while, the group was already quite a distance away from the mummy. At this moment, Yiwen's aura exploded out. He released his strength without holding anything back. Strands of resplendent saber chi struck the corpse. Just as the black liquid was about to land on Yiwen's body, an essence barrier immediately popped up on his body, blocking it. Z. The black liquid was actually corroding his essence. Yiwen shouted and his essence trembled. The black liquid was immediately blasted away. Dang. One man and one corpse. The speed of the battle was getting faster and faster. Ordinary people could no longer see the two of them. They could only hear the constant clanging sounds in the air. A bright light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. He could barely see the situation in the arena. The claws of the corpse were actually as hard as profound iron, able to resist Yiwen's saber light head-on. Hoo! A cool breeze blew and the small saber in Yiwen's hand actually disappeared. Xiaochen was startled. This was one of Qingyun Peak's secret techniques, clear wind chop. Shwa! When the small saber reappeared, one of the corpse's arms was chopped off. After losing an arm, the corpse's combat prowess immediately dropped. Just as Xiaochen thought there was no more suspense, the corpse suddenly spat out a black pearl. Yiwen's expression changed. It actually managed to cultivate a spirit core. Fortunately, I discovered it early. Otherwise, if it had developed intelligence, it would have been troublesome. Yiwen retracted the small saber and brandished it in the air, creating 18 afterimages. In an instant, the entire mine was filled with Yiwen's figure. When the 18 afterimages merged together, the resplendent light of the saber dimmed. It carried a huge force and with a schwa sound, it chopped the black pearl in half. Yiwen's hands did not stop moving. The small saber spun intensely in the air, forming a strong hurricane. Go! The small saber left Yiwen's hand and the hurricane instantly sucked the corpse in, spinning it forward. The saber flashed in the wind and a black liquid flowed out before it was scattered by the hurricane. Under Yiwen's control, the hurricane moved very slowly. After a while it stopped. With a huang dang sound, the small saber stabbed into the ground. The corpse landed heavily on the ground with a bang, and bounced a few times. There was not a single part of its body that was intact. It was only left with a skeleton. Who? Just as everyone thought that the matter was over and they heaved a sigh of relief, the corpse pushed off the ground and rushed at Mu Xinya, who was beside Xiaochen at lightning speed. The sudden turn of events caught Mu Xinya off guard. She could not react in time and her complexion changed greatly. Drawing the saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the lunar shadow saber gave off a huang dang sound and created a saber wind. Its speed was at its peak, directly chopping the corpse in half. Yiwen rushed over and shot out 2 streams of red flames from his hands, burning the corpse on the ground. After that, he turned around and picked up the medial-grade spirit stone raw ore. He revealed a faint smile on his face. Medial-grade spirit stone raw ore was already very rare. Normally, it would be difficult to find one even after a few months. To Yiwen, it was already very worthwhile for him to obtain it by killing one person. Yi Wen waved his hand and smiled. Supervisorly, I will give you a lot of credit this time. Let me introduce you. These two are the new caretakers. If you have any problems you can look for them. A tall and sturdy man walked over. This person was the supervisor of this group of miners. Yi Wen introduced them to Xiao Chen and Mu Xingya. He casually handed the medial grade spirit stone raw ore to supervisorly before leading Xiao Chen and Mu Xingya away. As they walked, Yi Wen introduced them. If you run into a medial grade spirit stone dry corpse, it is not something the two of you can deal with. Do not act rashly. Xiao Chen could not help but ask, where did these corpses come from? Why are they so horrifying? Yi Wen said indifferently, they crawled over by themselves. You are currently several thousand meters underground. This spirit mine has existed for tens of thousands of years. The corpses that once existed underground will slowly crawl over due to the attraction of spiritual energy. After a long time they will turn into corpses. Basically, every medial grade spirit stone raw ore will have such corpses. The three of them spoke as they walked. Along the way they ran into a few other miners mining. However, they did not run into anything like a medial grade spirit stone raw ore. The other corpses that they ran into did not have much combat prowess. Yi Wen simply chopped them in half with a saber light. Aside from the corpses, the three of them ran into an even more common monster. It was a type of spirit-swallowing worm that fed on spirit stone raw ore. Yi Wen dealt with a spirit-swallowing worm and said, actually corpses are not a big problem. The greatest enemy in the spirit mine is actually this kind of spirit-swallowing worm. If you discover it, you must eliminate it quickly. If you let it burrow into the ground, it will be problematic. Every time you kill a spirit-swallowing worm, you will gain 5 contribution points. Xiao Chen grasped his lunar shadow saber and carefully examined the corpse of the spirit-swallowing worm. This was a spirit-swallowing worm that was about half a meter long and as thick as an adult's arm. It could spit out a kind of green venom to attack its enemies. Its reaction speed was also very fast. If it were not for Yi Wen's attack speed being too fast, it would have burrowed into the ground and escaped without a trace. As the three of them spoke, they arrived at an entrance that branched off. 3 paths appeared in front of them. Yi Wen pointed to the front and compared it to the map. There are no paths to place a miner's lamp in the mine. The map shows that it is black. Such a mine has already been dug out. You should not take this path. The two of them nodded their heads and Yi Wen continued to lead the two of them forward. After touring the entire mine once, he finally brought the two of them to the headquarters of this layer of the mine. Even though it was the headquarters, it was very simple and crude at this depth of 1,000 meters. It was a huge stone room. There were many spirit stone raw ores piled up according to the grade of the spirit stones. There were more than 10 superior grade martial saints guarding this place. When these people saw Yi Wen walk over, they quickly said respectfully, Elder Yi, everything is normal. There are no problems. Yi Wen nodded and pointed to Xiao Chen and Xiao Chen. These are the new guards that the higher-ups sent down. Check them and see if they have any spatial rings on them. One of the main reasons why a super-large sect could survive for tens of thousands of years was because they controlled a spirit mine. All the information about the spirit mine was the most important secret of the sect. After being here for so long, Xiao Chen did not even know where the spirit mine was. What made them even more speechless was that the two of them did not even know where the exit of the mine was. If something happened, the two of them might be trapped here until they died. Xiao Chen did not expect them to be so cautious and check if the two of them had any spatial rings. Immediately, a man and a woman walked over to the two of them and started to search them. Xiao Chen was slightly startled. The things in his universe ring were all very valuable. There were even many things that could not see the light of day. There were some spirit weapons, medicinal pills, and herbs from the Jiang clan that he had not dealt with yet. If they were in the hands of others, he would not be at ease. Junior brother, take off the ring on your hand. Let me take a look. The person who searched Xiao Chen did not find anything else. Only the ring on his hand was suspicious. Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly. At this point, if he had any reaction, it would make others even more suspicious. So, he took the initiative to take off the ring and hand it over to that person. The spatial rings of this world were made from a material called receiving stone. It was completely different from the material used in Xiao Chen's universe ring. That person looked for a long time but could not figure anything out. So he could only hand the ring over to Xiao Chen. Wait a moment, let me take a look at the ring first. Just as Xiao Chen was about to heave a sigh of relief, Yi Wen's gaze drifted over and he quickly spoke. In theory, it was impossible for an outsider to open the universe ring. However, there were no absolutes in this world. Xiao Chen could not be sure. He said, Martial Uncle Yi, is there anything wrong with this ring? Chapter 182. Yiwen tossed the ring into the air and smiled faintly at Xiaoqin. There is no problem. You just have to pay attention to it. What do you mean I just have to pay attention to it? Xiaoqin thought to himself. Yiwen's gaze towards him was filled with a deep meaning. It was more like a warning than anything else. Let's go. Go back and have a good sleep tonight. That's right, there is one more important thing I have not told you. Do not cultivate underground. If you are not careful, you might explode and die. There have been many precedents. I hope you will not mess around, Yiwen warned the two of them. This way I will not be able to cultivate for a month. Xiaoqin could not help but feel disappointed. When he first came down and saw the dense essence in the surroundings, he was filled with hope. The two of them spoke as they returned to the stone room. When Mu Xingya saw that Yiwen was not around, she said, Senior brother Yi, thank you for saving me earlier. Xiaoqin smiled faintly, it's fine. We are just helping each other. Who knows when I might be saved by you. After they returned to the stone room, Xiaoqin let Mu Xingya choose a bed first. Then he slowly laid down on the other stone bed. The stone room was rather spacious. It was not cramped for two people to stay in. There were night pearls embedded in the walls, making the room bright. Xiaoqin laid on the bed. He had not sorted out his thoughts. Leaving all his escape routes in the hands of others did not give him any sense of security. His spiritual sense was like a thin thread as it extended upwards. However, it was as Yiwen said. This place was a few thousand meters underground. Xiaoqin's spiritual sense extended upwards for close to 2,000 meters. However, aside from seeing a few similar layers of ore, he did not know how far he was from the surface. Xiaoqin withdrew his spiritual sense and could not help but think, where is the exit? Xiaoqin did not give up. He scanned the entire ore layer with his spiritual sense. Finally, he found the headquarters of this layer. However, he was blocked by a formless barrier. He could not get past it. After trying a few times, Xiaoqin did not succeed. He could only give up helplessly. In the stone room there was a simple hourglass that counted the time. According to Earth's time, it was around 7 o'clock at night. It was still early. Although he could not cultivate in this place, Xiaoqin did not have the habit of sleeping early. He took out the clear wind chop that Lu Riwei gave him and looked at it carefully. The clear wind chop that Yiwen used today was quite shocking. Senior brother Yi, I'm done bathing. You can go take a bath. Pushing open another stone door in the stone room, there was a simple bathroom inside. There was a pool filled with underground water, so there was no need to worry about cleanliness here. After Mu Xingya came out, she immediately said this to Xiaoqin. The little girl's clothes were very neat and tidy. She did not reveal anything, so Xiaoqin did not feel awkward. Xiaoqin put down the book and nodded. He was not a clean freak. After he went in, he simply washed up, put on his clothes and walked out quickly. Mu Xingya's character was rather lively. When Xiaoqin was reading, she kept asking him questions. The smile on her face never faded. She was very optimistic about this mission. Senior brother Yi, why did you enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Furthermore, you even entered the weakest Qingyun Peak. Mu Xingya's questions assaulted him once again. There was no end to them, causing Xiaoqin to be unable to concentrate. He smiled bitterly and helplessly put down the book. After thinking for a while, he replied, in the beginning it was to save a friend. After that, I discovered that I could raise my strength here, so I slowly stayed. Mu Xingya revealed a mischievous smile. I guess that friend of yours must be a girl. You can say that. Xiaoqin smiled and changed the topic. What about you? Why did you enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Mu Xingya changed her position on the stone bed. She lay on the wall and said, my parents called me in. I have only been here for a month. Actually, I did not want to come. Xiaoqin was secretly astonished. She was already a peak martial grand master even before she came up the mountain. It looks like Mu Xingya's family background is not simple. After answering this question, Mu Xingya's mood seemed to turn heavy. She was not as excited as she was earlier. After chatting for a while, she went to sleep. Xiaoqin could not sleep. He continued to look at the clear wind chop in his hand. The essence in his body followed the path described on it and slowly circulated. Instantly he felt a surge of energy. Unfortunately, there was no suitable place to cultivate. Xiaoqin gave it a try before giving up. After midnight, his eyelids started to struggle and he fell asleep in a daze. Xiaoqin woke up on time the next morning. The sound of him getting up startled Mu Xingya awake. After the two of them washed up and ate their rations, they started to patrol according to the route Yiwen gave them yesterday. Not long after, Xiaoqin saw the group of miners who dug out the medial grade spirit stone raw ore yesterday. When the leader, Supervisor Li, saw the two of them arrive, he quickly put down what he was doing. He came over to greet them. "Greetings, sir and madam. Do you have any instructions?" Xiaoqin sized up this person carefully. He was close to 2 meters tall. Xiaoqin had to look up at him. However, what caught Xiaoqin's attention were his eyes. The eyes of the other miners were dim and had no focus. However, his eyes were still filled with color. There was not a hint of dispiritedness in them. If it were not for the fact that his clothes were too dirty, no one would think of him as a miner. "Nothing much, we are just here to patrol. If there is anything, immediately send out a signal." Xiaoqin nodded and left with Mu Xinya. Patrolling was an extremely dry task, especially when it was a few thousand meters underground. Xiaoqin finally understood why there were so few people on this mission. In such a hellish environment, if anyone came here once, they would not come a second time unless they were in urgent need of contribution points. The interior of the mine was not as peaceful as it looked on the surface. After yesterday's experience, Xiaoqin did not dare to be careless. He carefully followed the map as he walked in the mine. Wuxia. The sharp sound of a bugle horn suddenly resounded in the mine. Xiaoqin and Mu Xinya looked at each other. There was a situation. They quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. The two of them were very fast. Not long after they arrived at the source of the sound, they discovered a corpse slowly crawling out of the ground. The miners scattered. Xiaoqin said to Mu Xinya, "Gather these people together. Don't run around. It is just an ordinary corpse. I will go and deal with it first." Mu Xinya asked worriedly, "Can you do it?" "Even if I can't, I have to." After Xiaoqin spoke, he immediately rushed forward and started fighting with the corpse that just crawled out of the ground. This was the first time he faced such a disgusting monster. Xiaoqin did not dare to be careless. He carefully blocked the corpse's attacks. He slowly felt that this corpse's attacking methods were limited. It was purely relying on its speed and its sharp claws to attack. This should be the lowest grade corpse. Not long after, Xiaoqin completely grasped its attack patterns. He did not intend to drag the fight out. Xiaoqin executed the 3 flowing cloud images and his figure immediately became blurry. He was like a small river as he circled the corpse and sent out 3 saber strikes at lightning speed. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The corpse's 2 arms and head were instantly separated from its body. A large amount of black liquid splashed out. Knowing how powerful this liquid was, Xiaoqin sent out a saber light to block it. The corpse that had lost its arms and head was not completely dead. It instinctively charged at Xiaoqin. However, it was no longer a threat. Xiaoqin executed drawing the saber and chopped it in half. This time it could not be more dead. Sheathing his saber, Xiaoqin faced the miners that Mu Xinya had organized and asked, "Who is the supervisor?" A miner walked out with his back bent. He said to Xiaoqin, replying to "Little sir, I am the supervisor here." This person's complexion was dark and his eyes had no light in them. Xiaoqin sighed silently in his heart. He said, "Clean up the corpse. According to the rules, you can rest for 2 hours. I will not interfere." This was what Yiwen had instructed. If a corpse appeared, the miners could rest for 2 hours before going back to work. There was no need to bother with it. The two of them stayed here for a while. When they saw that nothing happened, they left the area and continued patrolling. When they arrived at a fork in the road, 3 tunnels appeared in front of them. However, 2 of them did not have any lamps installed. It was completely dark. According to the rules, this was a dead tunnel and there was no need to patrol it. Just as they were about to leave, Xiaoqin suddenly saw a pair of green eyes flash in one of the tunnels. However, when he looked carefully, he did not discover anything. He extended out his spiritual sense and searched for a long time. However, he did not discover anything. "Senior brother Yi, what's wrong?" Mu Xinya asked suspiciously. Xiaoqin felt that something was wrong. He said, "Don't move. I'll go in and take a look. There seems to be something in there." Mu Xinya looked in the direction Xiaoqin was looking. "Isn't that a dead tunnel? I'll go with you." "There is no need. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me." After Xiaoqin spoke, his figure flashed and he entered. His eyes gave off a faint purple glow in the darkness. In the pitch-black tunnel, he could clearly see everything within 10 meters of him. Xiaoqin walked 200 meters in and did not discover anything. Just as he was about to leave, he heard footsteps behind him. It was Mu Xinya following him. "Let's go, there is no need to follow me. My eyes are playing tricks on me," Xiaoqin said to Mu Xinya behind him. However, the instant Xiaoqin turned around, he saw Mu Xinya's expression turn unsightly. She quickly drew the Yuanyang twin sabers at her waist. A cold light flashed in the tunnel. The Yuanyang twin sabers in her left hand gave off a melodious hum as it flew towards Xiao Chen's head at lightning speed. The Yuanyang twin sabers were mostly used by women. Because the sabers were rather short, most men would feel that it was not domineering enough when they used it. If one only looked at its outer appearance, it would fit the delicate nature of a girl. However, in reality, the might and aura of the Yuanyang twin sabers were not delicate at all. Xiao Chen watched as the Yuanyang twin sabers emitted a cold light in the dark night. Xiao Chen's thoughts paused for a moment. However, after a while he immediately made a move. Due to his trust in Mu Xinya, he did not make a move to strike her down. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His figure moved quickly in the tunnel like a flood dragon. Soon he arrived behind Mu Xinya. Chapter 183. Hu. The Yuanyang saber stabbed into the ceiling of the mine. Xiao Chen could vaguely see a blurry figure entering the hole in the wall. Spirit-swallowing worm. Xiao Chen immediately understood what was going on. His eyes were not playing tricks on him. Those green eyes were the eyes of a spirit-swallowing worm. When Xiao Chen entered, it craftily entered the hole. When Xiao Chen turned around, it suddenly appeared wanting to attack him. Coincidentally, when Mu Xinya saw this, she did not have time to explain and immediately attacked. She wanted to save the unaware Xiao Chen. Mu Xinya held the other Yuanyang saber in her right hand and pulled it gently. There was an invisible ripple in the air. The Yuanyang saber stabbed into the ceiling, trembled and flew into Mu Xinya's hand. "Senior brother Yi, are you all right?" Mu Xinya asked Xiao Chen worriedly. Xiao Chen checked his body and discovered that there was some green liquid on his left arm. It seeped through his clothes and entered his body through the pores of his skin. After that, it quickly merged with his blood. The blood mixed with the green poison flowed quickly in his body. Not long later, Xiao Chen felt dizzy. This was the effect of being poisoned. Xiao Chen quickly took out the detoxification pill from the universe ring and swallowed it. He sat down cross-legged and circulated the essence in his body, quickly spreading out the medicinal energy of the pill. The detoxification pill that Xiao Chen bought by chance was unexpectedly useful here. The pill quickly dissolved and separated the green liquid from his blood. After a while, Xiao Chen felt something sweet in his throat. He spat out the green liquid. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and immediately felt much better. The dizziness had already disappeared. The poison of the spirit-swallowing worm was really tyrannical. Just a little bit of it and there were such serious consequences. If he had not prepared the detoxification pill, he might have died here. He got up and looked at the worried Mu Xinya. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I'm fine, the poison has already been forced out." "Thank you." When Mu Xinya heard this, she smiled. "It's fine. Let's go then. We still don't know when that bug will come out." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "This is 5 merit points. Furthermore, it injured me. How could I let it run away so easily?" Since Xiao Chen knew of the existence of the spirit-swallowing worm, there was naturally no reason for him to let it go. As long as he was careful and did not get ambushed, there would be no problems. The spirit-swallowing worm was only as strong as a martial grand master. He spread out his divine sense and extended it into the soil in the mine. He followed the aura left by the spirit-swallowing worm and traced it all the way. My goodness, he actually didn't go far. His divine sense circled around and came back. Xiao Chen looked at the mine above his head and could not help but exclaim in surprise. The spirit-swallowing worm was actually hiding above their heads. But Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and drew the lunar shadow saber. Countless arcs of electricity revolved around the blade of the saber, illuminating the dark mine. Pu-ci. The resplendent lunar shadow saber stabbed in with a schwa sound. There was a zzz sound coming from the soil. A green liquid flowed down the blade of the saber and flowed down to the hilt. Xiao Chen knew how powerful it was. He circulated the essence in his body to the saber and shook it off. He immediately shook off the poisonous liquid and felt something twisting around the saber. Trying to run? It's too late. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and his essence exploded. The cave above his head instantly exploded and the spirit-swallowing worm fell down together with the rocks. There was a rumbling sound in the mine as rocks fell continuously. The two of them dodged to the side and waited for everything to calm down. Then they started to chase after the spirit-swallowing worm that was dragging its broken body. When it fell to the ground, this spirit-swallowing worm had lost half of its combat prowess. Furthermore, there was the damage that Xiao Chen inflicted on it earlier. Not long after, this spirit-swallowing worm was dismembered by the two of them. After Xiao Chen obtained 5 contribution points, Mu Xinya asked in confusion, "Senior brother Yi, how did you find it?" Naturally, Xiao Chen could not tell Mu Xinya the real reason. He made up a random reason and dug out the spirit core of the spirit-swallowing worm. Because it had been consuming spirit stone raw ores for a long time, the surface of the spirit-swallowing worm's spirit core was very smooth. The spiritual energy it contained was comparable to that of a rank 5 spirit beast. Xiaochen put away the spirit-swallowing worm's spirit core and smiled. I have obtained 5 contribution points. We will split it equally. Mu Xingya smiled gently. You take 30 and I take 20. Contribution points are useless to me. Contribution points are useless to you? Xiaochen looked at Mu Xingya with some doubt. If contribution points are useless, then why did you accept this mission? Mu Xingya seemed to realize that she had said something wrong. She smiled. Don't misunderstand. I was saying that a few contribution points are useless to me. You were the one who discovered the spirit-swallowing worm. I will just take 2 contribution points. So that's how it is. Xiaochen smiled and did not pursue this topic. The two of them left the mine and started to patrol the area according to the map. After that, everything was calm. Nothing big happened. Along the way they discovered a few spirit-swallowing worms. Unfortunately they were too smart. They burrowed into the ground and ran far away. When it was late at night, the miners started to rest. Xiaochen and Mu Xingya's work came to an end. Xiaochen made a trip to Yi Wen's place to inform him of what happened today. After handing over the spirit-swallowing worm's spirit core to Yi Wen and recording it down, he could go to the Hall of Contributions to collect contribution points. Nothing happened along the way. Xiaochen thought for a while and was not in a rush to return to the stone room to rest. In a dead tunnel he found a rather spacious area. Xiaochen drew his lunar shadow saber and started to practice his saber techniques. Although he could not absorb spiritual energy to cultivate here, he could not neglect his saber techniques. Xiaochen first practiced the 8 movements of the saber for 2 hours. He stabilized the basic saber techniques that he had reached small perfection. Then he started to practice the rushing thunder saber technique and the 3 flowing cloud images that he had already learned. After 4 hours he finished warming up. Xiaochen rested for a while before he started to practice the clear wind chop. He had already memorized the circulation path of the clear wind chop the night before. At this moment he slowly executed it. The saber danced in the air, instantly creating a cool breeze. The saber danced up and down in the cool breeze. Xiaochen practiced tirelessly. He executed the clear wind chop hundreds of times, completely exhausting the essence in his body. However, he could not figure out the trick to it. Not to mention being like Lu Riyue and Yi Wen, who were able to hide their sabers in the cool breeze, he could not even hide his killing chi. He could only create a cool breeze. He was far from reaching the state where he could only see the cool breeze and not the saber. Where did I go wrong? Xiaochen sat on the ground and thought hard about the logic behind it. There was a saying, the master leads the way, but the cultivation depends on the individual. Lu Riyue could only tell him some of the essence of the clear wind chop to prevent him from taking the wrong path. As for how to comprehend it, that would depend on Xiaochen's own hard work. Even if others told him and allowed him to reach small perfection, he would not be able to comprehend it himself. He would not be able to master the martial technique and would never be able to cultivate it to great perfection. Xiaochen did not dare to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. He took out an inferior grade spirit stone from the universe ring and absorbed the energy in the spirit stone. Xiaochen's body was instantly filled with essence. Xiaochen got up and continued practicing the clear wind chop. Immediately, a cool breeze blew in the mine. As Xiaochen increased his speed, the wind became even faster. Within the strong wind, Xiaochen's mind was calm. Suddenly he had an idea. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art in his body. Amidst the roaring wind, he soared up like a flood dragon. The clear wind chop was originally a secret technique. It did not have a movement technique to complement it. When it was used, it depended on the user's coordination. It could not be used while moving at high speeds. However, this blue dragon cloud soaring art was surprisingly compatible with the clear wind chop. It was only the first time they worked together and Xiaochen successfully executed the clear wind chop in midair. Xiaochen's face lit up with joy. It was as though he had discovered a new continent. He executed the clear wind chop as he retreated quickly. He executed the clear wind chop as he somersaulted. He executed the clear wind chop as he spun. Instantly he executed the clear wind chop from different angles. Using a secret technique and a heaven rank movement technique at the same time exhausted more essence than Xiaochen had imagined. This time, Xiaochen only managed to execute about 20 strikes before his essence was completely exhausted. Although the clear wind chop had not reached small perfection and was still unable to hide his killing chi, Xiaochen discovered that it could be used with the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Thus he was not too disappointed. After resting for a while, Xiaochen did not continue practicing. If he just practiced bitterly without thinking, even if he practiced for 100 years, there would not be any improvement. Furthermore, the environment in the mine was not suitable for bitter cultivation. If he relied on spirit stones to replenish his essence, it would weaken his sensitivity to the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Hiding his killing chi was the first step to succeeding in the clear wind chop. Xiaochen was currently thinking about this problem. How could he hide his killing chi in the unfathomable cool breeze? When Xiaochen returned to the stone room, he was surprised to discover that Mu Xinya was not on the stone bed. Could it be that she went to practice the saber like me? Why is she not back yet? Xiaochen thought doubtfully. Never mind, I should not care about this. I should just take care of my own matters. Xiaochen entered the bathroom and soaked comfortably in the pool for a long time before he came out. The next morning, Xiaochen woke up from his deep sleep. He discovered that Mu Xinya had already finished washing up and was waiting for him to go out on patrol. Senior brother Yi, where did you go last night? It has been a long time since you came back, Mu Xinya said to Xiaochen with a smile as the two of them went out. When Xiaochen heard this, he was stunned. He did not expect Mu Xinya to take the initiative to ask this question. He smiled and said, I am not used to sleeping so early, so I went out to practice the saber. Mu Xinya smiled and said, let's go. Since I fought alongside you today, I can take a look at the martial techniques you have been practicing bitterly. Xiaochen smiled and did not say anything. The boring and dry patrol began once again. The two of them had already patrolled the area once yesterday. When they went out again today, they were very familiar with the place. They were not as unfamiliar as yesterday. The first batch of miners they met was still the group led by Supervisor Li. When Supervisor Li saw the two of them, he wanted to come over and greet them. Xiaochen waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. Chapter 184. After staying here for a long time and seeing that nothing had happened, the two of them headed to another mining area. They did not dare to be careless along the way. If anything happened and the spirit-swallowing worms sprayed them, they would suffer. The morning passed just like that. The mine was frighteningly quiet. The 8th layer of the mine was much smaller than Xiaochen had imagined. The densely packed paths on the map looked scary, but most of them were dead ends. There were not many places to patrol. This was probably why only 2 people were needed to patrol this area. Actually, in Xiaochen's opinion, even if the 2 of them were not here, there would not be any problems. Out of the 10 martial saints guarding the headquarters, 2 of them would be able to do their job easily. In just one morning, the 2 of them had already patrolled the entire mine. They took out the dry rations they brought with them and started to rest. Mu Xinya's chatterbox did not stop for even a moment. The moment she sat down, she asked, Senior brother Yi, do you think there is a pattern to the appearance of these spirit-swallowing worms? When the 2 of them were patrolling earlier, they discovered some spirit-swallowing worms. However, before they could make a move, they had already fled. They could not do anything about it. Xiaochen had not noticed the pattern. He could not help but ask, what did you see? Mu Xinya laughed, this lady has the magic eye. Of course I can see it. Where do you think the spirit-swallowing worms are usually found? Are they places with miners or places without miners? Xiaochen's eyes lit up. He seemed to have made a connection in his mind. It seemed like there were no spirit-swallowing worms at places with miners. The spirit-swallowing worms were not like corpses. When they came out, they moved slowly, giving the miners time to call for help. Then they would spit out a few mouthfuls of poison, easily killing the miners. However, such a thing had never happened before. There was no precedent of the spirit-swallowing worms attacking the miners. However, what did this have to do with the pattern of the spirit-swallowing worms appearing? Mu Xinya had a pleased smile on her face. Did you think of something? Looking at your doubtful expression, you must not be able to figure out what is going on. Let me tell you. The spirit-swallowing worm naturally relies on swallowing spirit stone raw ores to survive. You didn't see it, so it can only mean that your work and rest schedule are different from theirs. Xiaochen was suddenly enlightened. He immediately understood the key points and said, the 2 of us started to rest after the miners, which means that the spirit-swallowing worms would only come out when we were resting. Mu Xinya nodded, actually you can look at it from another angle. After the spirit-swallowing worms rest, the miners and us will start working. When the spirit-swallowing worms come out, we will start resting. Mu Xinya's words were just the reverse of Xiaochen's words. On the surface the meaning was the same. However, if one thought about it carefully, they would discover that the meaning was completely different. Xiaochen was not stupid and he soon figured out the key points. The miners and their working hours were not set randomly, but according to the activity patterns of the spirit-swallowing worms. It was to avoid the activities of the spirit-swallowing worm, but why? The spirit-swallowing worms were not very strong. If they could gather them together and catch them all in one fell swoop, wouldn't that be better? Yiwen had once said that the greatest enemy in the mine was not the corpses, but the spirit-swallowing worms that ate spirit stone raw ores to survive. Could it be that Yiwen did not speak the truth? Xiaochen thought to himself, these insignificant spirit-swallowing worms can't be hiding something, right? Mu Xingya leaned over and said in a cheeky manner, Senior Brother Yi, do you think we should go out and earn some contribution points tonight? I guarantee that we can earn at least 100 points. All we need is one night. This should be the reason why Mu Xingya came back so late last night. When Xiaochen heard her suggestion, he thought of something. However, he immediately rejected this idea. These are just your guesses. There is no evidence, so don't say it in the future. But Seeing that Xiaochen did not believe her, Mu Xingya's adorable face could not help but turn anxious. Xiaochen interrupted her, no buts. Let's spend this month in peace. I feel that it is not safe to stay here. It is best not to complicate matters. Uchi. An ear-piercing alarm rang out in the mine. The expressions of the two of them changed as they quickly stopped talking and rushed towards the source of the sound. Before they arrived, they ran into the escaping miners. The miners were staggering as they ran in a panic. It was very strange. Xiaochen was startled. Low-grade corpses should not have such a strong deterrent force. To think that these miners would be so frightened. He quickly went to the supervisor and asked him about it. The supervisor's complexion was pale as he said, My two lords, let's run quickly. We do not know what we dug up this time, but 2 mutated corpses appeared. Half of our brothers died. 2 mutated corpses. Xiaochen frowned and sank into deep thought. The so-called mutated corpses were the ones that Yiwen had spent a lot of effort to kill. 2 mutated corpses. What did they dig up to attract 2 mutated corpses? Could it be a superior grade spirit stone? No matter what, I have to check out the situation first. I cannot just listen to the words of these people. Let's not bother about these miners first. After such a big thing happened, it was unrealistic for them to continue mining. After he took out the map and asked the supervisor for the location of the incident, Xiaochen immediately brought Mu Xingya to the location of the incident. He quickly rushed over and extended his spiritual sense to a radius of 200 meters around him. Stop. Xiaochen, who was rushing forward quickly, suddenly stretched out his hand and signaled for Mu Xingya to stop. He looked at the map and found that they were only about 600 meters away from the location of the incident. To a martial saint, 600 meters would only take a few breaths of time. A conservative estimate of the mutated corpse's strength was that of an inferior-grade martial saint. Xiaochen did not dare to be careless. If he were to charge in recklessly, he might lose his life if he was not careful. He turned his divine sense into a thin thread and slowly slithered into it. After a while, Xiaochen saw the scene of the incident. The ground was a mess and the corpses of the miners were everywhere. The hearts of the corpses had all been dug out. The ground was stained with blood. Xiaochen scanned the area with his spiritual sense, but to his surprise he did not find any corpses. Strange, where did these man-eating corpses run off to? Xiaochen thought suspiciously. He used his spiritual sense to search the surroundings carefully, but he still did not find any corpses. After double-checking, Xiaochen brought Mu Xingya to the location of the incident. They started to search for the thing that the miners said they found. This was the first time she saw so many miners die. Mu Xingya's expression was somewhat unsightly. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he patted her shoulder and consoled her. Don't think too much, this kind of thing is unavoidable. Before they came, they all signed a life and death contract. If they died, their families would receive a large sum of compensation. To them there is no regret. From the moment they signed the life and death contract, they had already thought of this. Mu Xingya's expression was still somewhat unsightly. She forced a smile and said, I know. Let's quickly search for the thing that they were talking about. The two of them started to search everywhere. Before they came, Xiaochen had already used his spiritual sense to scan the area many times. However, he did not find anything. Now that they were here personally, they started to search. However, they still could not find the thing that the supervisor was talking about. Could it be that the supervisor was lying? Or could it be that after the 2 corpses killed the miners, they took away the thing that they dug out? Compared to the latter, Xiaochen was more willing to believe the former. This was because if the latter was the case, it would mean that these 2 mutated corpses already had a simple level of intelligence. If that was the case, then it would be an extremely horrifying matter. A corpse with intelligence would be much harder to deal with than a corpse that only relied on its instincts to fight. If these two corpses continued to hide and cultivate in this mine for a long time, their cultivation might increase at a horrifying rate, becoming something like a corpse king. Just thinking about it made Xiao Qin tremble in fear. Stop searching. It is already very obvious that the two corpses took away the thing, Xiao Qin said slowly. Although he did not hope for this answer, the truth was already laid out in front of him. It was impossible for the supervisor to lie to him. This was because he had no way of walking out of this layer of the mine. If he lied to Xiao Qin, he would be immediately punished after it was discovered, unless he was tired of living. After Xiao Qin spoke, he quickly brought Mu Xinya back to the headquarters. After such a big matter happened, it was not something that the two of them could deal with. When he saw Yi Wen at the headquarters, Xiao Qin told him everything in detail. Yi Wen frowned tightly and said, "Where are the miners that survived?" Xiao Qin replied, "After such a big matter happened, I let them rest. Go to the dormitory and get the supervisor to see me." Yi Wen turned around and instructed a person. Then he said to Xiao Qin and Mu Xinya, "Accompany me to the location of the incident." After running back and forth, anyone would feel dissatisfied. However, Xiao Qin could only endure it. He brought Yi Wen back to the location of the incident. After they arrived, Yi Wen started to inspect them carefully without saying a word. After a while, the person who Yi Wen had instructed to bring the supervisor ran over with an anxious expression. "Elder Yi, we did not discover this group of people in the dormitory. Furthermore, the miners that were on break today as well as the miners from other places, said that they did not see this group of people. I also looked around for them but I could not find them. It was like this group of people disappeared." Xiao Qin's heart trembled as he said hoarsely, "How can this be? How can they disappear? I and Mu Xinya clearly saw them." Furthermore, it was a large group of miners, Xiao Qin thought suspiciously in his heart. Mu Xinya, who was at the side, also felt it was strange. She said, "That is not possible. We saw at least 20 miners along the way. Furthermore, the supervisor even spoke to us. How could they disappear?" Yi Wen muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Don't bother with this matter. I will send someone to investigate. You all continue patrolling." Chapter 185. For the entire afternoon, Xiao Qin was distracted. He could not understand how that group of miners disappeared. How could a group of living people just disappear like that? Furthermore, these people all had alarms in their hands. If they met with danger, they would sound the alarm immediately. That ear-piercing sound could be heard anywhere in the mine. Mu Xinya was also puzzled. "Senior brother Yi, what do you think is going on? This is too strange." Xiao Qin smiled faintly. "Even someone as smart as you cannot figure it out. How would I know?" When she heard Xiao Qin's words, Mu Xinya revealed a smile. "Actually, I have an idea as well. It is impossible for these people to disappear. There are so many dead ends in the mine, you cannot even see your fingers if you stretch them out. If they just randomly chose a dead end to hide in, it would be very difficult to find them." Xiao Qin shook his head and retorted, "That's impossible. Why would these people hide? They are all ordinary people. Without our protection, there is no way for them to survive in the dead ends. Even if there is no danger, they would starve to death without food." Mu Xinya said, "Then tell me, where did they go? Could it be that they are all hiding underground?" If there was something he could not figure out, he would put it aside for now. This was Xiao Qin's usual way of doing things. Since he could not figure it out, he would not bother thinking about it. Let's not bother about it. Just leave it to Marshal Uncle Yi and the others to investigate. We should be careful and leave this place within a month. Xiao Qin now regretted accepting this mission. The mine became increasingly strange. The uneasy feeling in his heart also became stronger. Xiao Qin only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The following week was rather peaceful. There was no conclusion to what happened that day. The people that Yi Wen sent out searched the mine for a long time, but they could not find the missing miners. During the day, Xiao Qin and Mu Xinya continued to patrol. Occasionally they would run into corpses, but the two of them could easily deal with them. The two of them also became more coordinated. That night, Xiao Qin continued to practice in a wide tunnel. He took out a few night illumination pearls from his universe ring and placed them around the tunnel. The dark tunnel immediately lit up. The night pearl was something that Xiao Qin had obtained from the Jiang clan's hidden treasure pavilion in the past. When he was tidying up the universe ring the day before yesterday, he had discovered it by accident. It was a good time to place it here. A bright space was much better than pitch-black darkness. Xiao Qin first practiced the 8 basic saber techniques. He could not fall behind in his comprehension of the basic saber techniques. After that, Xiaochen executed all the martial techniques he knew one by one. Rushing Thunder Saber technique, Dragon Seizing Hand, Flight on Wings, Astral Swordplay. Regardless of whether he learned them himself or imitated them with the Battle Sage origin, he practiced them all. Only when he had exhausted all of his primal chi did he stop and rest for a while. Xiaochen took out an inferior grade spirit stone from the universe ring and absorbed it. His essence instantly recovered. Xiaochen got up and started to practice the clear wind chop. He had spent most of his time practicing the clear wind chop in the past few days. The coordination between the blue dragon cloud soaring art and the clear wind chop was getting better and better. Xiaochen was like a swimming dragon. When he flew in the air, the clear wind chop could be released from any angle. However, no matter how practiced he was, Xiaochen could not hide his killing chi. The instant the lunar shadow saber was drawn, the killing chi would automatically leak out. There was no way to control it. Xiaochen leaned against the wall of the tunnel helplessly. He was thinking about the problem of killing chi. The so-called killing chi referred to the tyrannical aura that would automatically form after a cultivator killed a certain number of people. Normally, these people would just need to exchange glances with others and their killing chi would automatically leak out, causing others to feel fear. When fighting, they would not be able to concentrate. Furthermore, there were some horrifying people who could control their killing chi freely. The killing chi that filled the air would condense into a line and turn into a spear or saber, piercing into a person's mind and injuring their spiritual sense, causing them to lose their combat prowess. However, such a state could only be achieved by those who used killing to prove their Tao. Lu Riyue and Yi Wen were obviously not people who used killing to prove their Tao. How did they do it? Xiaochen slowly got up and placed the lunar shadow saber to the side. Then he used his bare hands to gesture in the air. At this moment, his killing chi automatically hid itself, not leaking out at all. Suddenly Xiaochen understood. He knew why his killing chi appeared. When he held the lunar shadow saber, killing chi would unconsciously appear in his heart. After all, the ultimate purpose of this clear wind chop was to kill. Without killing chi, how could he execute it? When killing chi appeared, it would automatically come out. However, when he punched earlier, there was killing chi in his heart, but it did not come out. This was because he had simply separated his fists and legs into simple movements. Holding the lunar shadow saber in his hand, Xiaochen drew it with a huang dang sound. He kept thinking to himself, this is just an action. What I am doing now is just a mechanical action. I'm just picking up the saber and drawing it. It is just like how I usually walk or eat. It is just a simple action. Don't think too much about it. Just like this, Xiaochen hypnotized himself and slowly executed the clear wind chop. The saber sliced through the air and the blue dragon cloud soaring art was executed at the same time. A cool breeze blew in the mine. Xiaochen's mind was clear and calm. Shwa! A sharp cold light flashed in the air. Xiaochen's figure paused in the air. He continued to execute the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His feet did not touch the ground. It was like he was riding the cool breeze as he sent out another 3 clear wind chop. In the cool breeze, the black lunar shadow saber was like a leaf dancing in the wind. It did not contain any killing chi, causing people to not feel any pressure. I finally succeeded. After Xiaochen landed on the ground, he said joyfully. He had executed a total of 4 clear wind chops earlier. All the killing chi was successfully hidden. So that was how it was. This was the so-called sudden inspiration. Usually he could not figure out a problem. Suddenly he had an epiphany and everything became clear. Xiaochen thought in this manner. However, he did not know that if he did not have his usual accumulation and bitter training, how could he have this sudden inspiration? As long as he hypnotized himself, he could hide his killing chi. If even he was fooled, how could the enemy not be fooled? Xiaochen was very excited. Xiaochen continued to train bitterly. A cool breeze blew in the cave. Occasionally the saber would spit out a cold light. It worked together with the blue dragon cloud soaring art. As it spun, it moved about unpredictably. Xiaochen practiced until his essence was exhausted. Only then did he stop. He sat on the ground and thought about what he had just learned. After a while, he put away the night pearl and headed back to the stone room. When Xiaochen passed by a spot where the miners were digging during the day, he slowly stopped. There were close to 10 spirit-swallowing bugs moving about at the spot. A zzz sound rang out incessantly. This was the sound of them chewing on the spirit stone raw ore. The spirit-swallowing bugs ate the spirit stone raw ore and lived underground. Logically speaking, they should be a great enemy of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, looking at the scene today, it seemed like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was purposely raising these spirit-swallowing bugs. Xiaochen passed by this place every day. There were a few times when he could not help but kill them. This was a large pile of contribution points. After he killed all of them, he would have 50 contribution points. Who? Suddenly, a strong wind blew behind Xiao Chen. A figure appeared behind him at lightning speed and gently patted his shoulder with his right hand. Xiao Chen focused and drew the lunar shadow saber. Essence gathered on it and a blazing saber light formed. Chi. Just as the saber light was about to form, the figure flicked the lunar shadow saber with his finger. There was a ripple in the air and the saber was knocked back. Your reaction is not bad. You can draw your saber in a breath of time. Your basic saber techniques should have reached the medial perfection. Yi Wen's figure slowly appeared as he smiled gently at Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen saw that the person who came was Yi Wen, he slowly let down his guard. He sheathed his saber and cupped his hands. Martial Uncle Yi, thank you for your kindness. Yi Wen smiled gently and looked at the spirit swallowing bugs in front of him. He said to Xiao Chen, do you find it strange? There are so many spirit swallowing bugs but I do not kill them all? Xiao Chen nodded his head. This was indeed the doubt in his heart. If Yi Wen could tell him, that would be for the best. Let's go, I will bring you to a place. It is not a big deal, I will tell you later. After Yi Wen spoke, he led Xiao Chen through the tunnels. They made many turns and along the way they even triggered some traps. Often, just as he thought it was a dead end, it would suddenly become clear again. Where is he bringing me? Xiao Chen thought curiously. He originally thought that Yi Wen would bring him to the headquarters of this layer of the tunnels. He did not expect that to be the case. Hua la la. Suddenly, the melodious sound of flowing water came from the front. It was unknown what Yi Wen had triggered, but the wall in front of them moved aside. Who? An extremely cool breeze blew. A huge cave appeared in front of Xiao Chen. It was more than 100 meters tall and a few thousand meters wide. This could no longer be described as a cave. It was like someone had used a mighty force to carve out a space. There was a surging underground river flowing violently. The sound of flowing water came from here. Suddenly, his field of vision became so wide that it caused his heart to tremble. He felt incomparably comfortable. What surprised Xiao Chen even more was that it was not just Xiao Chen and Yi Wen here. There were many other people from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion present. These people were all wearing black light armor. There was an indistinct light flowing through them. Every one of them had a monstrous killing chi spreading out. Even though Xiao Chen was far away, he could feel this sharp killing chi. Even though he knew that this killing chi was not directed at him, it still made him feel like he was being stared at by an evil spirit. However, he still felt like he was being stared at by an evil spirit, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. As Xiao Chen grasped his saber hilt, the killing intent in his heart was unconsciously drawn out. He wanted to draw his saber and kill the owner of this killing chi, leaving nothing behind. Relax, don't act rashly. These are the people from the Divine Saber Camp. They will not make a move on you. Just as Xiao Chen could not endure it any longer, Yi Wen suddenly spoke. He placed his right hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder and sent in strands of gentle essence. After Yi Wen sent in strands of gentle essence, the tyranny in Xiao Chen's heart slowly calmed down. His body stopped trembling. However, Xiao Chen was astonished in his heart. What happened earlier? Why did I release so much killing chi for no reason? Chapter 186. Yi Wen said indifferently, this is a baleful aura that is even more horrifying than killing chi. It can evoke the killing intent in your heart, causing you to sink into chaos. Xiao Chen looked at the Divine Saber Camp members across the river in horror. He muttered to himself, how many lives did they take to form such a horrifying baleful aura? The Divine Saber Camp was the most elite force of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. What were they doing here? Was there something they wanted to protect? Why did Yi Wen bring me here? Xiao Chen's mind was filled with doubts. There is no need to care about them. Nothing will happen to the river. I brought you here to get some fresh air. Don't overthink, let's go. Yi Wen dispelled Xiao Chen's doubts. Yi Wen brought Xiao Chen to a stone table by the river and stopped. Then he took out a bottle of wine and 2 wine cups and placed them on the stone table. Gulyalu. Yi Wen filled the 2 wine cups and handed one to Xiao Chen. Then he took a sip and said, let's sit. Let me ask you something. When did you join Qingyun Peak? How is Qingyun Peak's situation now? Xiao Chen picked up the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. A cool breeze blew over the river, making him feel very cool. Xiao Chen had guessed long ago that Yi Wen should be someone from Qingyun Peak. He was not surprised by his question. I have been here for almost 3 months. When I arrived, everyone from Qingyun Peak had already left. Only Lu Riyue and her brother were left. Xiao Chen did not hide anything and answered honestly. Don't you know all this? When Yi Wen heard this, he revealed a bitter smile. He said, I have not gone out for 10 years already. I have only heard a little about them. So when I saw someone from Qingyun Peak coming to do a caretaker mission, I asked you to come to me. Not going out for 10 years? Could it be that Yiwen had been staying underground for 10 years? This was too inconceivable. Xiaoqun had only stayed here for a week and he could not take it anymore. It was hard to imagine what it would be like if he stayed here for 10 years. A surprised look appeared on Xiaoqun's face as he asked, was it your idea for us to come to the 8th level of the mine? Yiwen smiled faintly, that's right. Actually, you should thank me. If it were not for me, you would have been sent to the 20-odd floors. The terrain there is even lower. The environment there is much worse than mine. No wonder. Xiaoqun had always felt that their missions were too easy. Usually, they were just going through the motions and there was basically nothing to do. So this was the reason. By the way, have you found the 2 mutated corpses? Xiaoqun suddenly thought of this matter. This was a good opportunity, he could ask Yiwen about it. I already have some clues, but it's best if you don't ask. Yiwen did not directly answer Xiaoqun's question. He continued from where he left off. According to what you said, your master should be Lu Ryue, right? Seeing Xiaoqun nod his head, Yiwen smiled gently and muttered, she has not given up yet? Rumble. Just at this moment, there was a loud rumbling sound on the empty ground on the other side of the river. Xiaoqun looked in that direction and discovered a huge rock shaking non-stop in the center of the empty ground on the other side of the river. The huge force caused the entire mountain wall to shake, and countless rocks fell from the top of their heads. Xiaoqun had seen this huge rock earlier. However, he did not pay much attention to it at that time. He thought it was just an ordinary rock. After all, it was not strange to see rocks underground. However, at this moment, thick chains suddenly appeared on the huge rock. There was a saber stabbed into the ground in 8 different directions around the huge rock. The thick chains moved from the huge rock to the sabers. The huge rock shook non-stop as though it would be lifted off the ground at any moment. However, the 8 sabers did not move at all. Occasionally there would be a flash of light on the sabers. The light traveled along the chains to the huge rock. The huge rock that was lifted off the ground was instantly pressed down again. Rumble. After the huge rock was pressed down, it immediately flew up again. The chains shook non-stop. The huge rock seemed to be suppressing some kind of demon or monster. A berserk roar came from inside. The roar reverberated in the vast cave. Xiaoqun stared at the 8 sabers and the chains. He was sure that he did not see the 8 sabers and chains earlier. Otherwise he would not have ignored the huge rock. Xiaoqun extended his spiritual sense. However, he could not feel the existence of any objects. Aside from the huge rock, he could not see any chains or sabers. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Xiaoqun thought suspiciously. I can clearly see them. Why can't I sense them with my spiritual sense? That's not right. These 8 sabers are indeed not objects. They are the soul chains and soul holy weapons formed by the powerhouses before they died. Xiaoqun thought in astonishment. Xiaoqun finally understood what was going on. In some ancient books, it was recorded that before a sage died, they could merge their cultivation with their soul, turning it into a soul holy weapon and soul chain. What kind of enemy could cause 8 sages to turn into soul holy weapons and soul chains at the same time? What kind of person was so horrifying? What exactly is in there? Xiaoqun asked Yiwen. Yiwen took a look and said, 8,000 years ago, a fiend king came to our heavenly saber pavilion to steal the spirit vein's origin. In the end, it was suppressed by the 8 supreme elders. The fiend king was actually suppressed by a fiend king. Xiaoqun thought in astonishment, so there really are fiends in this world. The fiend race was different from the demons underground. They had existed in the Tianwu continent since the ancient era. According to rumors, in the immemorial era before the ancient era, there were tens of thousands of races. Humans were one of the weaker races. Due to some unknown reason, they obtained the final victory in the 100-race war of the immemorial era. In the following ancient era, the human race completely dominated the Tianwu continent. The other races either got wiped out or ran away. The human race spread throughout the Tianwu continent. After that, the few demonic calamities caused these races, which were already severely injured, to vanish from the long river of history. However, the fiend race was a rather special existence. They had existed for tens of thousands of years and had avoided a few demonic calamities without being wiped out. There had always been rumors that there was a large number of fiend race in the ancient desolate land of the Tianwu continent. From the looks of it now, the rumors should be true. Boom! A loud explosion, louder than any of the previous sounds, resounded in the spacious cave. A huge hairy hand stretched out from the bottom of the huge rock. A surging aura surged out from the ground and spread throughout the entire cave. It caused everyone to tremble in fear. Before this boundless aura, they felt like they were as insignificant as ants. The sharp fingertips of the huge hand flickered with a cold light. It stretched towards a saber on the ground and instantly grasped the saber hilt. Xiao Chen's expression changed. The blue dragon in his body felt threatened. It emitted a faint pressure and easily neutralized this surging aura. Xiao Chen muttered, "What is it trying to do? It has already been more than 1,000 years. How can it still have such a horrifying aura? Every month during these few days it will be more manic. There is no need to worry. The soul holy weapons and soul chains are not just for show. Furthermore, the divine saber camp is here. It will not be able to cause any trouble." Yuan saw that something was wrong with Xiao Chen's expression and quickly explained. "Pu Si. Indeed, it was as Yuan said. The instant the huge claw touched the saber hilt, the soul chains crackled with electricity. The 8 soul holy weapons also lit up with resplendent electricity. Ah! A miserable shriek came from the bottom of the huge rock. The soul holy weapons and the soul chains were weapons that directly attacked the soul. No matter how strong the physical body was, it was impossible to dodge. "Descend." One of the divine saber camp cultivators snorted coldly. His figure flashed in the air and he leaped onto the huge rock. He stomped heavily on it and immediately pushed the Fiend King underground back. Oh! Oh! The 8 soul holy weapons started to spin rapidly. The soul chains wrapped around the blades started to contract. Endless miserable cries came from the ground. After a long time, the miserable shrieks stopped. The 8 soul holy weapons and the soul chains disappeared and the cave returned to peace. Yuan got up and smiled at Xiao Chen. "Let's go. We have watched the show and gotten some fresh air. It should not be too boring." Xiao Chen nodded his head. However, he felt like he had forgotten something. Suddenly he was startled and said, "Wait a moment. You have not told me why we cannot kill those spirit-swallowing worms." Yuan smiled casually. "It is not that we cannot kill them. It is just that we cannot kill them too ruthlessly. If it were not for these spirit-swallowing worms, this Lingyun Mountain spirit vein would have been dug dry in the past 10,000 years. After the spirit-swallowing worms consume the spirit stone raw ore, the spirit core that they produce is the best nourishment for the spirit vein's origin. If we kill them all, the spirit vein's origin will dry up. The spirit vein's origin was the source of the spirit stone raw ore. If the spirit vein's origin dried up, the spirit vein would no longer produce spirit stones." Xiao Chen understood this principle. However, he did not expect that the nourishment for the spirit vein's origin would be the spirit-swallowing worm's inner cores. "That's not right. Why did you say that the spirit-swallowing worms are the greatest enemy of the spirit vein?" Yuan explained, "We cannot have too many of them. If they consume all the spirit stone raw ore, what are we going to dig for? Hence, we have to maintain a balance. We have to kill a batch every now and then. I said this to give you a reason to kill the spirit-swallowing worms. After all, you cannot kill that many spirit-swallowing worms by yourself." The two of them started to walk back. Along the way, Yuan asked about the current situation of Qingyun Peak. Xiao Chen told him everything he knew in detail. When Yuan heard about the Qingyun Peak that had declined beyond recognition, he occasionally sighed. He seemed extremely sorrowful. When they returned to the stone room, it was the same as the previous few nights. Mu Xingya was nowhere to be found. Xiao Chen was already used to it and did not pay much attention to it. After Xiao Chen finished bathing, he passed by Mu Xingya's stone bed. From the corner of his eye, he saw Mu Xingya's Gangyu Peak identity token and the Hall of Contributions mission token under her pillow. The identity token and the mission token were not taken away. Xiao Chen walked forward and flipped them out. It was indeed Mu Xingya's Gangyu Peak identity token. The front had the words Gangyu written on it and the back had the words Mu Xingya written on it. Chapter 187. What is she trying to do? By placing the identity token here, she would be able to hide her position on the map. Could it be that she has some ulterior motive? For the past week, Xiao Chen had not seen Mu Xingya's figure every night when he returned. Although he felt it was strange, he did not pay it much attention. Everyone had their own secrets, he could not be bothered to pry. It was just like him. He would go out to practice his saber for a long time every night before returning. However, if the identity token and the mission token were placed here, the nature of the matter would change. It was clear that she was trying to hide something from others. Xiao Chen's mind worked very quickly. I have to figure this out since I will be staying with her for a long time. Otherwise, if she has some ulterior motive and implicates me, I will be done for. Thinking of this, Xiaochen extended out his spiritual sense and searched for Mu Xinya's figure within the mine. After scanning the cave a few times with his spiritual sense, he did not find anything. Xiaochen expanded the range of his spiritual sense. After a while he finally found Mu Xinya in a dead end. In front of Mu Xinya there was a tall and stout man. He was close to 2 meters tall. Xiaochen controlled his spiritual sense and carefully circled around. When he saw this person's appearance he could not help but say, "Supervisor Li, how did Mu Xinya meet him?" The two of them spoke very quickly. However, Xiaochen had never heard this language before. He could not understand what they were discussing. In the end the two of them seemed to be arguing. Mu Xinya's expression became very impatient. Although Xiaochen could not understand what the two of them were saying, from their expressions, Xiaochen could vaguely deduce their relationship. They did not have a master-servant relationship. They seemed to be bargaining. Supervisor Li was not satisfied with the price that Mu Xinya offered. He thought it was too low. Mu Xinya was very dissatisfied with this. From her expression, it seemed like she was scolding him for going back on his word. After a while, Mu Xinya and Supervisor Li separated and rushed towards the stone room. Xiaochen quickly withdrew his spiritual sense and placed Mu Xinya's identity token back in its original place. Then he lay down on his bed and pretended to sleep. The next day in the mine, boom! Xiaochen stabbed his saber into the heart of one of the corpses. Mu Xinya quickly dodged to the back. Her 2 sabers crisscrossed in the air and chopped off the head of the corpse. Who? Xiaochen drew his saber and retreated, continuing to attract the attention of the corpse. Mu Xinya followed up from behind, and with a flash of saber light, she chopped off the arms of the corpse. Not long after, the low-level dried corpse died at the hands of the two of them. It was cut into 8 pieces and it couldn't be more dead. Senior Brother Yi, this battle only took 5 minutes. Our cooperation is getting better. Mu Xinya smiled as she looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen smiled faintly and didn't say anything. What happened last night had left a shadow in his heart. However, at this moment, Xiaochen could only secretly be vigilant and pretend that nothing had happened. He was afraid of alerting the enemy. Be careful. Xiaochen's expression suddenly changed. He rushed forward and punched at Mu Xinya. The wind from his fist brushed past Mu Xinya's face and struck a corpse behind her. It was unknown when this corpse had come out of the ground. It took advantage of the moment when the two of them were distracted to pounce at Mu Xinya. From the time Xiaochen said "be careful," to the time he punched the head of the corpse, only a breath of time had passed. Xiaochen's physical body was incredibly hard. In a moment of desperation, he punched with all his might and smashed the head of the corpse into mush. Mu Xinya's reaction was extremely fast. She immediately turned around and 2 saber lights appeared on her 2 sabers, chopping off half of the corpse. It was originally a low-level corpse. After the two of them reacted, they quickly destroyed it. With the precedent set, no one dared to be careless. They started to check carefully and only relaxed after they confirmed it was safe. Mu Xinya looked at Xiaochen and smiled gratefully. "Senior Brother Yi, you saved me again. I really don't know what to say." Xiaochen waved his hand. "I'll say it again. There is still a long way to go. Who knows? Who knows, I might be saved by you in the next moment." Mu Xinya smiled. "Senior Brother Yi, I like what you said. In that case, I will work harder and find an opportunity to return this favor to Senior Brother Yi." At this moment, Mu Xinya's expression was innocent and romantic. She was like a cute girl next door. Xiaochen was unable to connect her with the girl who had been spying with Supervisor Li the day before. The two of them continued their patrol. When they arrived at where Supervisor Li was, Xiaochen purposely lingered there for a while. Supervisor Li acted as usual. He got up and put down his work. He said to the two of them, "Greetings to the 2 little lords." Xiaochen used his spiritual sense to scan Supervisor Li's body. He still could not feel any martial spirit in his body. He was completely an ordinary person. Xiaochen could not help but feel disappointed. There was clearly something wrong with this Supervisor Li. The color of his eyes was much brighter than that of a regular miner. If it was in the past, Xiaochen could have thought that he was more optimistic, unlike the other miners who were numb. However, after seeing what happened yesterday, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, he could not find anything wrong with Supervisor Li. No matter how he looked at it, he was just an ordinary person who did manual labor. This little one is going to work. The 2 little lords, please continue with your work. Supervisor Li bowed and took his leave. In the instant that Mu Xinya was not paying attention, Xiaochen suddenly used his dexterity and struck one of the people pushing the mining cart. That person instantly lost his balance and the mining cart suddenly flipped over, pressing down on Supervisor Li. Rumble. The spirit stone raw or on the cart all rolled out. The cart floated up and pressed down on Supervisor Li's body. The surrounding miners quickly went over to pull Supervisor Li out. What's going on? Mu Xinya turned around and asked suspiciously. Nothing, it's just an ordinary accident. Let's go. Xiao Qin sighed in his heart. Supervisor Li's performance was like that of an ordinary person. When faced with a sudden attack, he did not show any extraordinary side to him. In the headquarters of the 8th layer of the mine, a cultivator investigating the missing miners said to Yi Wen, Elder Yi, we still have not found that group of miners. Furthermore, a few miners from this layer have been disappearing every day. However, because it is not a large-scale disappearance, there is no panic. Yi Wen said indifferently, continue investigating. Tally up the total number of people disappearing and report it to me every day. The days in the mine passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. Xiao Qin had already been here for half a month. Xiao Qin's daily activities also became more regular. During the day he would patrol. At night, he would consolidate his saber techniques and practice the clear wind chop. The clear wind chop had already stabilized at the small perfection. When Xiao Qin drew his saber, he could perfectly hide his killing chi in the cool breeze. It would not leak out at all. He was steadily advancing towards the middle perfection. Aside from being a little boring, the days were rather peaceful. The only flaw was that he could not cultivate. Before he came here, his Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had already reached the consummation of the 3rd layer. Originally, Xiao Qin was prepared to break through to the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 4th layer this month, raising the might of his Purple Thunder True Fire by another layer. After that, he could truly refine his own magic treasure. From the looks of it, he could only give up on that and wait until he got out of here. On this particular day, Xiao Qin and Mu Xinya were preparing to patrol as per usual. However, they did not expect Yi Wen to bring an unexpected person over. This is Ma Chen, you should have met him before. Something unexpected happened to him during his mission. He is here to continue his mission, Yi Wen said as he pointed at the person behind him. Ma Chen cupped his hands towards the two of them and said, we meet again. Back then, before the group entered the heaven viewing platform, Ma Chen had told them about his experiences in carrying out missions. Thus, Xiao Qin had a rather deep impression of him. However, what exactly happened to him? Why was he sent here from the heaven viewing platform? Where are the others? Why is he here alone? Xiao Qin's heart was filled with doubts. After Yi Wen left, before Xiao Qin could say anything, Mu Xinya asked impatiently, Senior brother Ma, what exactly happened to you? Where are the other senior brothers? Ma Chen revealed an expression of lingering fear as he said, they are all dead. They dug out a superior grade spirit stone in the 28th layer, and a corpse king appeared. The few of us happened to pass by that place. That corpse king had been beside the superior grade spirit stone for an unknown number of years. Unexpectedly, it still knows the martial techniques it used when it was alive. Furthermore, its spiritual intelligence is very high. Superior grade spirit stone. Xiao Qin and Mu Xinya were astonished. A superior grade spirit stone appeared in the Great Chu Nation's spirit vein's origin. This was very surprising. After the ancient era, the spiritual energy in the Tianwu continent became increasingly sparse. Even the Great Jin Nation, which had the densest spiritual energy, was a far cry from that era. As for the other 4 nations, their spiritual energy was even more sparse. It was already a pleasant surprise for a medial grade spirit stone to appear in a spirit vein. They did not expect to find a superior grade spirit stone raw or in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion spirit vein. The value of a superior grade spirit stone was equivalent to 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. However, if one really wanted to exchange for it, no one would be willing to do so. This was because superior grade spirit stones were too rare. The vast and pure essence it contained was very attractive even to martial kings and martial monarchs. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, if he could find a suitable cultivation technique and absorb a superior grade spirit stone, he could immediately advance to martial saint. Furthermore, there would not be any side effects. He would not have to worry about it affecting his future cultivation. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen continued to ask, what happened after that? Did you manage to snatch the superior grade spirit stone raw or from the corpse king? Did you kill the corpse king? Ma Chen replied, the corpse king's cultivation was close to that of a martial monarch. Furthermore, its body was as tough as steel. Regular sabers and swords would not be able to injure it at all. We sent out 10 peak bladesmen from the divine saber camp, but it still managed to escape in the end. However, we managed to obtain the superior grade spirit stone raw ore. Xiao Chen and Ma Chen did not notice a strange expression flash on Mu Xinya's face when she heard that the corpse king was not dead. Ma Chen continued, I'm really envious of the two of you. The tunnels of the 8th level are famous for being peaceful, and there have never been any major incidents. I don't know how you two ended up here, but something like this has never happened before. Chapter 188. Xiao Chen was now truly thankful to Yi Wen. If it were not for Yi Wen, he would have been one of the cultivators who met the corpse king. Who knows, he might have already become a corpse. Nothing much changed in the following days. Xiao Chen continued to patrol during the day and practice his saber at night. However, now that the two of them had become three, the days were not as boring as usual, and the three of them talked a lot more. Mu Xingya still went out for a long period of time every day. Every now and then she would meet with Supervisor Li. However, Xiao Chen still could not understand what the two of them were saying. He could only keep his guard up, there was nothing he could do. Shwa. In a dead passage, Xiao Chen was in the air. Before he drew his saber, a cool breeze blew in the air. After the lunar shadow saber was drawn, a faint saber light flashed in the cool breeze. After Xiao Chen landed on the ground, a happy expression appeared on his face. He had finally mastered the second stage of the clear wind chop. The clear wind chop had a total of 3 stages. The first stage was to hide one's killing chi, eliminating one's killing intent so that others would not be able to quickly sense the timing of the move. Clear wind chop, which came first, the clear wind or the chop? If the clear wind came first and the saber came after, then it should definitely be the clear wind before the chop. However, if Xiao Chen did not draw his saber and create the air currents, how could there be a cool breeze? Therefore, the second stage of the clear wind chop was to practice until there was a clear wind before there was a chop. After working hard for more than half a month, Xiao Chen finally completed the second stage. Xiao Chen was about to break through to the third stage of the clear wind chop, which was the breakthrough to the great success realm. Only the clear wind could be seen but not the saber. If Xiao Chen could practice it to the point where he could completely hide the saber in the cool wind, preventing the enemy from discovering the direction of the saber, then he would have reached great perfection in the clear wind chop. I have finally mastered it. It seems my talent is quite good. In just half a month's time, I was able to master the clear wind chop to the middle stage. Who knows, I might be able to master it before the end of the month, Xiao Chen said happily. He continued to practice for a while. As usual, Xiao Chen practiced until his primordial chi was exhausted. Only then did he start to walk towards the stone room. Young Lord Yi. A faintly discernible voice sounded. This voice was very familiar to Xiao Chen. Usually, when the miners and supervisors saw Xiao Chen, they would greet him like this. He turned around and saw that it was indeed one of the supervisors he had seen before. After standing guard in the pitch-black tunnel for a long time, Xiao Chen stopped and asked, Supervisor Zhao, how did you find me? Supervisor Zhao said weakly, I have been wanting to look for Little Sir for some time now. My miners heard that Little Sir often goes out to practice his saber at night, so I waited here. Xiao Chen nodded. It was no secret that he came out to practice at night. Why are you looking for me? Did you run into a mummy? Supervisor Zhao's face had not seen the sun for a long time. After he washed it, it was very pale. Coupled with his numb eyes, he looked very miserable. No, recently there have been brothers disappearing mysteriously. At first, I did not pay much attention to it. This is because it is normal for people to disappear from time to time in the mine. However, after I asked the other supervisors, I discovered that there were people disappearing from their places as well. They really disappeared. In the past, even if they disappeared, we could still find their corpses. However, this time we could not even find their corpses. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. From Supervisor Zhao's words, it was clear that the disappearances were premeditated. Someone was behind all this. Every supervisor had 1 or 2 people disappearing. The number did not seem large. However, when added together, it was quite horrifying. There were a total of 20 supervisors in the mine. Each supervisor led more than 100 miners. Every now and then, 1 or 2 would disappear. In total, there were probably more than 100 people. Who was it that made these miners disappear without a trace? Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and said to Supervisor Zhao, I understand the situation now. I will speak to Elder Yi tomorrow. Supervisor Zhao hesitated for a while. His expression seemed like he was struggling with something. Finally, he made up his mind and said, Little Lord Yi, we have a few brothers who will be reaching the end of their 5-year term at the end of this month. Now that something like this happened, they are all anxious. If they want to leave early, they can take less money. When Xiao Chen heard this, he revealed a difficult expression. He said, There has never been such a precedent before. Furthermore, this matter is not under my jurisdiction. My words do not have any effect. Supervisor Zhao said anxiously, Little Lord Yi, you are a good person. We all know that. In the past, the caretakers did not treat us minors as humans. Not only did they mock us coldly, sometimes they even moved us. You have been here for so long, but you have never given us a meaningful glance. Everyone knows this. Xiao Qin had heard Ma Qin mention this before. In the past, when the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples took on this mission, many of them could not stand the boring life in the mine. They would vent their anger on the miners. This was a very common thing. Xiao Qin revealed a bitter smile. If he did not do anything, he would be considered a good person. However, the good people in this world were too cheap. Little Lord Yi, I kneel before you. You have to help me with this. Those people will be reaching the end of their 5-year term at the end of this month. If anything happens to them, it would not be worth it. Seeing Xiao Qin remain silent, Supervisor Zhao immediately knelt before Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin was startled and quickly helped Supervisor Zhao up. He said, I can speak on behalf of Martial Uncle Yi. However, I cannot guarantee that it will work. Supervisor Zhao said gratefully, It is good that you can speak. I thank Little Lord Yi in advance. I will take my leave first. As Xiao Qin watched Supervisor Zhao leave, he sank into deep thought. He had been watching Mu Xinya's matter coldly from the sidelines. However, from the looks of it now, things seemed to be getting worse. The next day, Xiao Qin started to secretly visit the other supervisors, asking them about the situation. He had always been cautious when he did things. The matter that Supervisor Zhao spoke of was rather serious. Regardless of whether he was lying or not, he would never be able to understand the truth with just a one-sided story. Within a day, Xiao Qin finished asking all the 20-odd supervisors. It was as Supervisor Zhao said, all the supervisors had minors who mysteriously disappeared. There were at most 5 or 6 and at least 1 or 2. After Xiao Qin thought for a long time, he went behind Mu Xinya and Ma Chen's back to find Supervisor Li and his group of miners. Hey Little Lord Yi, why are you alone? Where are the other 2 little lords? As usual, when Supervisor Li saw Xiao Qin, he greeted him warmly. Xiao Qin nodded his head in acknowledgement. He said, Supervisor Li, did any of the miners under you mysteriously disappear recently? Supervisor Li thought for a while before replying, I have not heard of it. None of my people are missing. What's wrong? Did something happen to Little Lord? The instant Supervisor Li spoke, Xiao Qin carefully observed his expression. However, he did not discover anything. Xiao Qin said indifferently, Nothing much, I was just casually asking. I'll take my leave first. Xiao Qin walked to a corner and stopped. He turned his spiritual sense into a thin thread and continued to observe. I don't believe that you can hide it so well. Supervisor, what did the caretaker ask earlier? A few miners ran over and asked. Supervisor Li waved his hand and said, Just do your work. Don't ask too much. After observing for a long time, Supervisor Li was still the same as before. He led the group of miners to mine seriously. His expression did not change at all. He did not show any strange expression because of Xiao Chen's question. Could it be that the person who met up with Mu Xinya was not Supervisor Li? Xiao Qin withdrew his spiritual sense and thought suspiciously. How could a normal person hide so deeply? Xiao Qin withdrew his spiritual sense and shook his head. He could not figure out what was going on. After Xiao Qin left, Supervisor Li tossed away the ore in his hand. His gaze seemed to penetrate the wall as he watched Xiao Qin leave. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes. When Xiao Qin arrived at the headquarters of this lair, he coincidentally met Yi Wen. Xiao Qin quickly went forward and told Yi Wen everything that he found out today. After that, he also mentioned Supervisor Zhao's request. After Yi Wen heard it, he said indifferently, I got it. You can go back first. When Xiao Qin saw that Yi Wen did not seem to mind, he said worriedly, Martial Uncle Yi, those people's 5-year term is almost up anyway. Reducing their pay and letting those miners go should not be a problem. Yi Wen seemed to be very busy and was already preparing to leave. When he heard what Xiao Qin said, he stopped and said, You are only looking at the problem from your point of view. There is nothing wrong with 50 miners leaving. After all, their term is almost up. However, have you thought about it? There are more than 2,000 miners in the tunnels. At this moment, they are already starting to feel uneasy. If a large number of miners were to leave at this moment, have you thought about what would happen? If a large number of miners were to leave at this moment, it would definitely incite the other miners to panic. When that happened, it would be impossible to resolve the situation. Xiao Qin instantly thought of what would happen. Although this was logical, Xiao Qin felt that something was wrong. You can go. I know what you are talking about. I will deal with it in 2 days, Yi Wen consoled Xiao Chen when he saw him remain silent. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, Marshal Uncle Yi, don't go yet. I still have something to report. After thinking for a long time, although there was no evidence, Xiao Chen still decided to tell Yi Wen about Mu Xinya and Supervisor Li's strange behavior. After Yi Wen heard it, his expression did not change. He said, we are all from the same sect. If you do not have any evidence, don't make a report. Xiao Chen was unconvinced. Marshal Uncle Yi, Yi Wen interrupted him, there is no need for you to say anything else. Go back quickly. If you do not have any evidence and make such a report again, I will not be polite. That night, in a dead tunnel on the 8th layer of the tunnels, Supervisor Li said to Mu Xinya, the fellow who came down with you seems to have sensed something. He came to test me again today. Mu Xinya was not surprised. It's fine, he will not be able to find any evidence. Furthermore, he is not a busybody. Supervisor Li was still a little worried. Should we silence him? I'm not ready yet. If this fellow spoils our plans, it will be troublesome. Mu Xinya shook her head. There is no need. We can make a move tomorrow. When Supervisor Li heard this, his expression changed. He said in astonishment, make a move tomorrow? That is too rushed. The longer I refine that thing, the stronger it will be. It should be safer at the end of the month. Chapter 189. Mu Xinya said indifferently, in addition to the 2 mutated corpse kings from before and the newly discovered corpse king, there are 3 corpse kings. Each corpse king has the strength of a martial monarch. We should be able to succeed. According to the agreement, you have to increase my remuneration by half. I have lived here for 10 years, living a life that is neither human nor ghost. I have had enough. Supervisor Li revealed an expression of resentment as he spoke. Mu Xinya frowned slightly. My race has prepared this plan for over 100 years. What is your 10 years' worth of effort? At the last moment you are going back on your word. You are too untrustworthy. Supervisor Li chuckled. Whatever you say, I will definitely eat you up. At most we will just break up. A cold killing intent flashed in Mu Xinya's eyes. Her aura suddenly soared, as though she was going to make a move at any moment. Supervisor Li smiled faintly and welcomed her without fear. Finally, Mu Xinya compromised. She snorted coldly, as you wish. I will increase your medial grade spirit stones to 3,000. In another tunnel, Xiao Chen felt uneasy as he practiced his saber randomly. The night pearls lit up the tunnel like it was daytime. A strong wind blew and saber lights flickered. Occasionally there would be explosive shouts coming from the air. Xiao Chen casually practiced a set of saber techniques. When his aura reached its peak, he shouted and swung the lunar shadow saber. The saber blade gave off a glow as it stabbed into the stone wall. Shwa, shwa. Black rocks fell off the wall continuously. The entire blade of the lunar shadow saber, including the hilt, was completely embedded into the wall. It was clear how angry he was. He had gone through a lot of trouble to obtain this information. He had not thought of receiving any rewards, he only hoped that the other party would take note of it. Who knew that Yi Wen would accuse him of snitching? This made him very depressed. Xiao Chen took a few deep breaths before he slowly calmed down. It looks like there is no hope for Supervisor Zhao. I do not know how to face him tomorrow. Never mind, things will eventually sort themselves out, Xiao Chen sighed to himself. I just have to guarantee that nothing big will happen before the end of the month. He's just a little girl and an ordinary miner. If I'm careful, I don't believe that he can cause any big waves. The next day, early in the morning, Xiao Chen acted as usual, acting as though nothing had happened. He went out to patrol with Ma Cheng and Mu Xinya. The morning passed just like that. It was so peaceful that there were no waves, which made people feel uncomfortable. Not to mention the dried corpses, even the spirit-swallowing worms that could be seen occasionally had disappeared without a trace. The mine was eerily quiet. Just when Xiao Chen thought he was imagining things, Ma Cheng suddenly said, "What's going on today? I feel like something is wrong." Xiao Chen looked at him and said in surprise, "Do you have this feeling too? I thought I was the only one who felt that way." Ma Cheng had completed many missions in this tunnel. His intuition should be trustworthy. Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel nervous. During the patrol in the afternoon, Xiao Chen paid 120% of his attention. Aside from paying attention to his surroundings, he also placed most of his attention on Mu Xinya. If there were any accidents, it would definitely be related to Mu Xinya. When the time came, he just had to keep an eye on her. If anything happened, he would be able to salvage the situation. Xiao Chen came to a fork that he passed frequently. He ignored the 2 dead ends and headed for the left tunnel with the miner's lamp. Little Lord Yi, is that you? Xiao Chen had not gone far when he heard a weak voice coming from the dead-end tunnel behind him. He quickly stopped and looked towards one of the tunnels. He sent out his spiritual sense and saw the appearance of the person who spoke. Xiao Chen was startled. It was the supervisor who had been missing for close to half a month. Who is inside? Ma Qing asked cautiously. Xiao Chen replied, "It is the supervisor Wang that I mentioned to you previously. He has been missing for half a month already. I did not expect him to suddenly appear here." Little Lord Yi, is that you? That weak voice drifted over once again. It sounded like it was squeezed out from between clenched teeth. It caused one's scalp to go numb and felt very uncomfortable. Ma Qing had already drawn his saber. His entire body was tense and he was on high alert. He said to Xiao Chen, "Junior brother Yi, do you want to go over and take a look?" Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while, pretending to be thinking. In reality, he was using his spiritual sense to observe the supervisor. He discovered that aside from the fact that the supervisor's life force was very weak, there was nothing wrong with him. Even so, this person had been missing for close to half a month. Now that he suddenly appeared, it was hard to avoid feeling suspicious. He did not dare to be careless. "Let's go over and take a look. Just stay alert." Xiao Chen placed his right hand on the hilt of the lunar shadow saber and led Ma Qing towards the dead-end tunnel. When they got close, they discovered that Supervisor Wang was lying on the ground. He was leaning weakly against the wall, groaning weakly. Seeing such a situation, Xiao Chen relaxed his guard. Xiao Chen took out a bottle of water and handed it to this person. Supervisor Wang revealed an expression of joy as he stretched his hand out to receive the bottle. "Hu Qi. Keng Chong." However, Supervisor Wang had only extended his hand halfway. Before Xiao Chen felt anything was wrong, Ma Qing, who was beside him, hacked down with his saber. This saber tore through the air. It was very fast. There was no way to dodge. When the sharp blade struck Supervisor Wang's hand, something strange happened. Supervisor Wang's hand was not chopped off. Instead, it emitted a clanging sound that sounded like metal colliding with metal. Xiao Chen's expression changed and he quickly retreated far away. Supervisor Wang bounced up from the ground and quickly stood up. He completely tore off his disguise and a rotten smell came from his body. His clothes were torn apart, revealing the hard black skin underneath. "How did you discover that something was wrong?" Xiao Chen asked as he stood together with Ma Qing. Ma Qing quickly replied, "His 5 fingers were completely black. They had lost the luster of a human." "So that's how it is?" Xiao Chen looked at Supervisor Wang in astonishment. He did not expect that after not seeing him for half a month, Supervisor Wang had actually turned into a dried corpse. "Jie, de, de, de." A strange laughter came from Supervisor Wang's mouth. He said clearly, "I originally wanted to give you a surprise. Who knew that you would discover it in advance?" Ma Cheng's complexion was somewhat pale as he said in a soft voice, "Something is wrong. Why does he still have his own thoughts? After he was infected with the corpse poison, he should have turned into a walking corpse." Xiao Chen frowned. He could not guess what was going on. It was not like it had never happened before for a living person to turn into a dried corpse. When an ordinary person was infected with the corpse poison, they would turn into a dried corpse. However, those were just walking corpses. They did not have much combat prowess. Even an ordinary person could easily dodge them. Supervisor Wang laughed strangely again. "Do you think I am someone that those walking corpses can compare to? I am the corpse monarch, someone who uses corpses to prove my Tao. I am the monarch of the ancient corpses." Oh. Supervisor Wang waved his hands in the air and a golden cloak appeared from nowhere. Then he tied it around his body. Then he took out a golden crown and wore it on his head. For a corpse that was as thin as firewood to be wearing such a set of clothing, it was incomparably strange. "Who cares what you are? I will chop you to death with one strike. Mountain-splitting chop." Ma Cheng snorted coldly and leaped into the air. His figure flashed into the air. He had already practiced this mountain-splitting chop to great perfection. An indistinct image of a lonely mountain appeared above his head. It seemed like it had the force of 10,000 kilograms as it descended with a majestic aura. Supervisor Wang, or rather the corpse sovereign. The corpse sovereign laughed coldly and pointed at the ground. The ground exploded with a bang and a mummy burst out from the ground, leaping towards Ma Cheng. Chop. When Ma Cheng saw the corpse bearing its fangs and claws in the air, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Ma Cheng shouted and swung his saber, infused with the force of 10,000 kilograms at the corpse. Suddenly Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at the corpse in the air. A purple light flashed in his eyes and he saw the situation of the corpse clearly. Countless streams of black light flowed through the meridians of the corpse's body. In the dantian there was a black spiral of qi that spun like a gale. Xiaochen was astonished. This corpse was clearly a ticking time bomb. The flowing black qi was the fuse. As long as it was broken, it would explode immediately. Furthermore, the might of this attack was not small. If Ma Cheng was caught off guard, he would definitely suffer. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiaochen shouted, and a boundless amount of essence flowed to his right foot. His right foot pushed off the ground, and the ground started to tremble slightly. Suddenly, a blue dragon image wrapped around Xiaochen's body. It was as though he had turned into a dragon. The dragon tail whipped in the air, creating an intense ripple, and space started to tremble. In the next instant, Xiaochen's figure moved in an arc in the air. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Ma Cheng. The three flowing cloud images made the first move. The scabbard of the saber struck the corpse's body gently, creating an intense wave on the surface of the sea. The corpse was thrown towards the corpse monarch on the ground. This was the first time Xiaochen used the high-level technique of the blue dragon cloud soaring art. This was the true might of a heaven-ranked movement technique. After he used it, his speed instantly reached its peak. Not only did Ma Cheng not react, but the corpse monarch on the ground also did not react. Only when the corpse flew into the air did the corpse monarch on the ground react. A strange smile appeared on his skinny face as he flicked his finger. Boom! The corpse directly exploded in the air with a loud bang. It immediately shattered into pieces. The corpse turned into a black qi flow and spread out in all directions. When the energy condensed from Ma Cheng's mountain-splitting chop met with this qi flow, it was actually evenly matched. Ma Cheng somersaulted backwards and landed firmly on the ground. Traceless flowing water. Xiaochen was in the air. He had a relaxed expression as he executed the three flowing cloud images. The scabbard of the saber streaked across in front of him. It carried a gentle energy like flowing water, sweeping away the black qi flow without a trace. When the black qi flow scattered, Xiaochen and Ma Cheng stood together. They looked at the corpse monarch in front of them cautiously. Although it called itself a monarch, it did not have the strength of a martial monarch. It was equivalent to a human martial king. Even so, a martial king was not something the two of them could deal with. Furthermore, this corpse monster was extremely strange. It was much stronger than a regular martial king.